morning, guys. Hey, it's Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are on day 2 of the hidden body murder trial, Wisconsin v. Matthew Pahl. We are a day behind. We are going to get caught up today. This guy unalived his girlfriend and hid her body stupidly very close to the place where he was getting physical therapy for a either foot or ankle injury. This is another trial in Waukesha. So we will see Sue Opper again in this trial. Different judge, but we will see Sue Opper again. They were never married. They have one child who I believe is an adult. Her mom, Stephanie Pavlons, I think was her name. Her mom, Georgianne, is going to be on the stand this morning. They did a voir dire yesterday outside the presence of the jury, questions about her daughter's mental health, because the defense is trying to say she killed herself, because by the time they found her body, they couldn't determine the cause of death because she'd been out there for so long. So they're trying to spin it like she did it to herself because she was so depressed and she tried before in the past. And so her mom was like, no, I don't know anything about that. I don't know that she was depressed. I don't know that she'd ever tried to do that or was talking about doing that. But apparently she had in the past tried before, and they asked her if she was on Zoloft, which is antidepressant, and she said she didn't know. So, but there will be questions, I guess, about her relationship with the guy. So that's first up on day 2. And I'm going to speed it up just a little bit, and we're going to skip breaks, and we're going to skip lunch. We're going to try to get caught up to the live today. If not, definitely tomorrow we'll get caught up with live. Originally, Pahl had a public defender, Jeremy Perry, who also represented Darrell Brooks. He withdrew from the case, citing an unidentified conflict. Jeremy Jensen Sr. and Joel Mogren asked to withdraw from the case as well, citing a bitterly adversarial relationship. Oh, geez. Hey, Judy. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Terry. Hey, Wiggles. Ooh, I feel like I'm in Romper Room when I do this. You guys remember Romper Room? Hey, Wiggles. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Marty. Where'd Michelle go? We lost Michelle. Oh, she'll find us. And we lost Carla. I just don't have a magic mirror.
Tell me the names of.
What?
All right.
Oh, there's Carla. There's Carla. I am not prepared. I'm not prepared.
case, and it's my understanding that during the course of the trial, unrelated to our case, our bailiffs are having some difficulty with their computer, and they're just going to have somebody from the IT department come in. So if you see somebody wander in and go over there, that's all that is. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Don't pay any attention to that. Okay. So, call your witness, please.
Thank you, Pahl and Pavlons.
Come up to the witness stand, please. Ma'am. And if you would raise your right hand and face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Tell us your name, please,
Georgianne Pavlons,
and spell your first name for us, please.
Georgiann.
And Pavlon's the last name?
Yes.
Spell that.
Pavlons.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Pavlons, who are you married to?
Richard,
And do you have any children?
3.
Okay. Can you tell me the names of your 3 children?
Rich is our oldest, and David's our middle child, and Stephanie was our youngest.
Okay. And do you remember Stephanie's date of birth?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What was her date of birth?
February 19th, 1978.
Okay. Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay. How many grandchildren do you have?
2.
And what are their names?
Layla Pavlons and Zachary Pavlons.
Who are Layla's mother and father?
Layla's mom is our daughter Stephanie, and her father is Matt Pahl.
And do you remember what year she was born in?
2003.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 55, and I'm going to publish that to the jury. Who's in this picture?
My daughter Stephanie.
And when was this taken? Do you know?
Ooh. I can't remember.
Okay. Is it an old photograph or is this pretty recent?
Oh, it's pretty recent.
Okay. This is how Stephanie looked before she ultimately died?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Stephanie being in a long-term relationship?
Yes.
Who was she in a relationship with?
Matt Pahl.
And do you remember when she met him?
In 99 at Sunset Bowl.
Okay. How old would Stephanie have been when she met him? She's pretty young?
Yeah. She would have been 21.
And was Matt the same age as her or older?
He was older.
Do you recall how much older he was?
No.
Okay. But older than her.
Yeah.
And looking at Exhibit 55, it looks like Stephanie was a pretty thin of the early 2020s.
No, not really. Not thin like she is here.
Okay. And in 2022, was she pretty thin?
Yeah.
Hi, Carla.
Once Stephanie met Matthew Pahl, did she move in with him or did she continue to live with you?
Well, she moved in with him.
And do you recall about when that would have been?
I think I'm not sure.
Did they date for a long time before they moved in together, or was it a?
No.
Okay. Was it pretty quick that they moved in together?
I think so.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Pahl in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
Judge, I'll stipulate the ID.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next question.
So once Stephanie moved in with Matt, did she live with you full time ever again?
No.
Where was she living after she moved in with Matt Pahl's?
I really don't know. Because when they moved out of Menominee Falls, we didn't know that they had moved.
Okay. Did Stephanie share a lot of information about her life with you?
Not really. She was a pretty private person.
And Layla was born in 2003?
Yes.
Do you know where they were living when Layla was born?
In Menominee Falls.
Okay. And so Layla, Stephanie, and Matt were all living together.
Yes.
Was Stephanie's relationship with Matt to be categorized as kind of on again, off again?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. Tell me about how their relationship was in the beginning.
They were just, he had his own business of fixing up houses inside and out, and she was his main worker.
Okay, so Stephanie actually worked for Matt?
Yeah, they worked together.
What kind of work did they do?
Construction on people's homes,
When Stephanie met Matt, so she met him in 1999. Before that, did she have a lot of friends
She had a few, yeah,
and a few close friends? After she met Matt, did you know if Stephanie had any friends?
not really. She didn't really have any friends.
Okay. And would Stephanie come and stay with you and your husband Richard sometimes?
Yes.
When did that start happening?
I can't recall.
Was it sometime in the last 5 years, 10 years?
Probably the last 5 to 8 years.
Okay. So you said at the beginning of their relationship, Matt and Stephanie stayed together all of the time, right?
Yep.
At what point did that start to change?
Oh, probably. That's a hard one.
Let me ask you a different question. In the last 5 to 8 years, was Stephanie staying at your residence on and off?
Yes.
Okay. And would she have things that she kept at your residence?
Yes.
Was there also things that belongings that she kept at Matt's residence?
Yes.
And in those last 5 to 8 years, did Stephanie tell you when her and Matt would move to a different location?
No.
Why not?
Big secret.
It was a big secret?
Yeah.
She didn't want to talk to you about where she was living?
No.
If she did come over to your house, how would you know that she was coming?
She called me on her phone.
All right, so she has her own phone. You have her phone number. You guys communicate via text, call, something else?
Mostly calling.
Okay. And did she have a key to your residence?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would she come over if you and Richard weren't home?
No.
And Layla, when Layla's in high school, she's living in your home.
Right.
Okay. So does step over and spend time with Layla at your home?
Yeah.
And was Matthew welcome in your home?
No.
Why not?
Because of the way he treated her.
Wait, he treated who?
Steph.
Okay. What bothers you about that?
I just thought it was an unhealthy relationship, and she, I don't know.
In the last 5 to 8 years, did Matt ever come to your residence?
No.
Did you guys ever talk on the phone?
No.
You didn't have any communication with Matt?
No.
What kinds of things would Stephanie keep at your house?
Clothes.
Did she keep journals,
Yeah.
bags, purses?
Yeah, she always maybe had 2 purses.
Okay. And how did you know that she was keeping things at Matt's house as well?
Because she'd go back there and live with him, but she wouldn't take anything from our house to go to his.
Okay, so she'd leave your house and she's not carrying a duffel bag full of clothes.
No.
And she would be there for a long period of time?
Yeah.
Would there be periods of 5, 10, maybe even 15 days where you don't see her? She's not at your house.
Correct.
Periods even longer than 15 days?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you would see her sporadically. Did you ever have a plan of when you knew you were going to see Stephanie or she was going to come over to your house and spend the night?
No.
Did Stephanie have a car in those 5 years?
No.
How did you round?
Well, either Matt would take her or I would be her driver.
So if Stephanie had a doctor's appointment, how would she get there?
I would take her.
If she needed to pick up a prescription, how would she do that?
I would take her.
And were you picking her up from her place where she's staying with Matt or something else?
No, because we didn't know where they lived.
So if Stephanie calls you and says, hey, Mom, I have a doctor's appointment. I need you to pick me up. Would you go to her apartment to pick her up?
No.
Where would you meet with her?
Wherever she told me to go, either the last place that she lived with him there was a Subway there, I would pick her up there. Or there's a gas station down on the corner of Delafield and Summit. I'd pick her up there.
And that was always at her insistence that you come to a different location to pick her up?
Yeah.
At some point, though, in 2021 or 22, did you learn that she was living on Delafield Street at an apartment?
Yeah, she told me.
Okay. And you learned that she was living at 1001 Delafield Street, the Willow Street
Yeah.
apartments?
Yeah.
Was that unusual that she actually told you where she was living?
I kind of guessed it, I think, because I watched her one day, kind of followed her, but
So you followed her and kind of saw her walk up to those apartments?
yeah. And I saw Matt's truck in the back.
And you said kind of throughout her life, her adult life, it was common for you to not know exactly where she was living.
Correct.
Was Stephanie a private person?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She just kept a lot of things to herself and didn't really share what was going on. I mean, there were times where I'd pick her up from her workplace. You know, I knew where she was working, but yeah, she really didn't share too much of what was going on.
So even though you saw her sporadically and maybe frequently, you weren't talking about her personal life.
Right.
Would you ask questions and she just didn't care to share, or you just didn't even
Sometimes.
ask? Okay. Did you mostly talk about her daughter, Layla?
Yeah.
Did she ever tell you about problems that she was having or her relationship? Would she talk to you if she was having problems?
No, not really.
And did she have any friends that she would talk to?
No.
You said that you drove Stephanie a lot of places, but would Matt also drive Stephanie to appointments or to pick up her prescriptions?
Yes, he would.
And how would Stephanie get to your house if she was coming over?
Matt would bring her.
And describe to me your house. Does it have a long driveway or is it close to the road?
It's not a long driveway.
Okay, and when Matt would come and drop her off, would he pull in the driveway, come in and say hi to you?
No.
How did that drop-off interaction go?
He would just drop her off on the street.
So he wouldn't even pull into the driveway?
No.
And you never had any interactions with him when he would stop in?
No.
He wouldn't come in and see Layla?
No.
He wouldn't come in and talk to Layla?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about Stephanie misusing her medications that she had?
Not really.
Okay. And when you would help her pick up her prescription, you weren't holding on to that for her, right?
No.
You were just driving her to the pharmacy to make those errands?
Yes.
In the summer of 2022, did you learn that Matt had hurt his foot?
Yes.
Had Stephanie been staying with you when she learned about that?
Yeah, I think she had been with us for a few days.
And what happens once Matt hurts his foot?
Back by Matt to take care of him.
So she starts taking care of Matt and helping him with his foot?
Yeah.
Did you start seeing Stephanie less often?
Yes.
Was she staying with Matt more and more often after that injury occurred?
Yes.
Now, you said there was a time that you learned she was living at that apartment in Delafield. Did you ever know where they were living just prior to that apartment on Delafield Street?
Yes.
Where were they living before that?
On West Avenue by Walmart.
And you had picked up and dropped Stephanie off in that general area?
Yes.
When she left that apartment and ultimately goes to the Delafield Street apartment, was there a difference in how many belongings and personal items she kept at your house
Yeah, she brought a lot of stuff to our house.
when she left the West Avenue apartment?
Yes.
So she had more of her things at your house after moving into Delafield Street?
Yes.
But still you knew she had things at Matt's because she wasn't carrying a big duffel bag every time she left?
Right.
Now, at the end of July, early August of 2022, did you and your family take a trip up to the Wisconsin Dells?
Yes.
And did Stephanie and Layla accompany you and your husband on that trip?
Yes.
Is that a trip that you often took with Layla as she was growing up?
Yeah, we had a condo up there that we stayed at once a year, a timeshare.
And this time in July, or I think it was the early August of 22, did Layla bring her boyfriend?
No.
So while you're on that trip, how did Stephanie seem?
She was excited to go with us because she hadn't gone with us for many years.
And how many days do you usually go when you go to the Dells?
Usually 10.
So you're up there for a long period of time.
Yeah.
Was Stephanie there the whole time or just a part of it?
No, she was there the whole time.
Okay, and does she drive up there with you?
Yeah.
And she comes back with you?
Yes.
And while you're up there, did she have any sort of disagreement with any of your family members?
Yeah, with her dad.
Okay. And when that disagreement happens, what does Stephanie do?
She went for a walk.
Did Stephanie like to go for walks?
Yeah.
She seems like she's a pretty active person,
Yes.
working out a lot,
Yep.
going for walks. Were you concerned at all that she went for a walk that day?
Not really.
And did she come back?
Yeah.
The last time that you saw Stephanie, fair to say that was towards the end of August of 2022.
Yeah.
She had stayed at your residence?
Well, when we got back from our timeshare, she went back by Matt.
Okay. And did you see her again at your house later in the month?
I don't think so.
Okay. So from the end of August until ultimately the police come to your residence on September 12th, had you heard from Stephanie?
No.
Now, tell me, was that unusual or concerning to you?
No, but what concerned me is a package came to the house and I texted her to tell her that she had a package and she didn't respond. And she always responded
Did she always respond to your text messages or just if she had a package?
to the text message.
Okay. And was that the first time that you had texted her in that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall, was that about September 8th?
No, I think, no, that was maybe the 25th of August.
Okay. And so when you text her and you don't hear a response, that's unusual.
Yeah.
Tell me why you didn't call the police.
I wasn't concerned with what was going on.
Did you have any reason to be concerned?
Not really.
Throughout her adult life, there'd be times where you wouldn't hear from her for a period of time.
Yes.
And although this might be unusual, were you worried about her safety?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that something bad had happened?
No.
Had you heard from Matt that he didn't know where she was?
No.
If you had heard something like that from Matt, would that have prompted you to contact the authorities or the police?
Possibly.
Okay,
But that's unusual.
sure. Phone.
No.
She always had her phone with her?
Yeah.
What about her purse?
Yeah. Her purse too. If she had her purse.
Always had her purse.
Yep.
So if she was leaving your house and say running an errand, would she have her phone and her purse?
Oh yeah.
If she was leaving your house because she was getting picked up by Matt, would she have her phone and her purse?
Yeah.
So when Detective Fredericks and Detective Plennis come to your house and meet with you on September 12th of 2022, did you have any idea why they were there?
No.
Were you surprised to learn that Stephanie had been missing?
Yeah.
And between the last time that Stephanie left your house and when the police came to your house on September 12th, you never heard from Matt.
No.
Did detectives then at your house show you some photographs that they asked you to identify?
Yes, I believe of a ring and her tattoo.
Did they show you a pair of shoes?
Yeah, her shoes.
Okay.
That's what it was.
And what were they asking you when they showed you these pictures?
If I knew whose they were?
And did you know whose they were?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you first Exhibit 56. Do you recognize those shoes?
It showed it for a second, then it popped away, but yeah.
Okay, are they on your screen now?
No.
All right, just give it a second. Okay,
Yeah, those are her shoes.
those are her shoes? Those are Stephanie's shoes?
Yeah.
All right, I would move to admit Exhibit 56.
All right. Admitted.
And Exhibit 50,
Objection.
those are Stephanie's shoes, that's just a different angle?
Yes.
Now identify a ring. I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that ring?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that Stephanie wore often?
No.
But you knew it to be Stephanie's?
Yeah.
I would move Exhibit 55 through 58. 55 was the first photo.
All right. Admitted.
Now, Mrs. Pavlons, did you also, when law enforcement came to your residence, turn over some planners or some journals that you had found in her room?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibits 59 and 60. Can you take a look at these, please, ma'am? You recognize these?
Yes.
Okay, and these are the journals that you turned over to law enforcement in September of 2022?
Yes.
Did you find those in Stephanie's room at your house?
Yes.
Was it on September 12th of 2022, after you looked at those photographs, that Detective Plennis and Detective Fredericks advised you that Stephanie was deceased?
Yes.
Did you have any reason before that meeting at your house to believe that she was in danger, unwell, or even deceased?
No.
So, Georgianne, after you learned from the police that Stephanie was deceased, did you call Matt?
No,
Did you talk to him?
no,
Did you tell him that Stephanie was deceased?
no.
And so that was on September 12th that you learned and were able to confirm that Stephanie was no longer alive, right?
Yes.
You talked a little earlier about Stephanie doing some work, and she worked with him in a refurbishing, with Matt in a refurbishing company. Did she have any other work that she did?
No,
Did she get a paycheck from Matt?
no.
How did she get paid?
He would just pay for things that she needed. He wouldn't give her money from the job.
And did you and her father, Richard, want her to get a real job where she would get a paycheck and have some money of her own?
Yeah, we wanted her to do that.
How long have you and Richard lived at your current residence?
52 years.
Okay, so the entire time that Stephanie and Matt are together, you're living at your residence?
Yes,
And that's in Delafield?
yes,
Matt's obviously been to your residence if he's dropping Stephanie off. He always knew you to live there?
yeah, I think,
And Stephanie had your cell phone number, or do you have a house phone at your house?
we have both.
Okay.
Cell and a house.
Okay, so I'm guessing your cell phone number, your house number saved in her phone?
Yeah.
She was contacting you regularly using her cell phone.
Yeah, off and on.
Did you know Stephanie to be a smoker?
Oh, yeah.
Did she smoke regular cigarettes, or did she use some type of vaping device pretty much all her life?
No, I'm not sure when she started smoking. It wasn't in high school or,
You know, in the last few years, she was certainly smoking.
yeah.
And both using cigarettes and vapes?
She started using the vape to try to quit smoking. She really had a very difficult time with quitting.
Thank you, Ms. Pavlons. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, Delafield.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Pavlons.
Morning.
Thank you for being here. So let's start backwards. You know for a fact that Matt was paying Stephanie with cash, true?
No, that I don't know.
Because you said she was secretive
Right?
and she didn't share anything with you really, true?
Yes.
So you don't know if Matt was giving her cash or how he was paying her, true? True?
She was on SSI, yes.
For about 20 years, true?
Yeah,
And she had a food card, true?
yes.
I don't like the way he worked his question.
And he indicated back in June of 2022, you learned that Matt hurt or broke his foot, true?
Yes,
And you learned that through Stephanie?
yes.
Did you see Matt in any kind of medical, did you, strike that, did you ever see Matt during that time?
I don't remember.
I mean, you don't know for a fact whether he broke his foot, do you?
No,
But you only know what you know from Matt when Stephanie would tell you things about him, true?
true.
And she was very limited in what she would tell you, true?
Yes,
But prior to Matt breaking his foot in June of 2022, she had been living with you, true?
no. Our house wasn't her residence. She lived most of the time with Matt. She would come and visit us.
So didn't she have a bedroom at your home?
No, because our granddaughter had the bedroom
So where would she sleep when she would sleep over at your house?
in a bunk bed, along with her daughter,
In the same room?
in the same
And
room.
is that where she kept her diaries?
Yes,
That's where she kept her prescription drugs?
yes,
That's where she kept her clothes?
yes,
She sometimes kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, true?
no,
You told the officers that she kept her prescription drugs in the bathroom, but your husband got upset with that. Is that true?
well, I don't remember that.
But during this period, Stephanie had gone over to Matt to help him because she had told you he had broke his foot, true?
True.
Do you know what she was doing to help him?
I think she was driving him to appointments. He couldn't drive because of the broken foot.
But you don't know that for a fact. Stephanie was telling you that, true?
I thought she didn't drive.
And you indicated that during this time you had no concerns at all about Stephanie being with Matt, true?
True.
During this time, from June until August, did she ever come back home?
I don't remember.
Well, prior to June, when she was going over to Matt's house, prior to June now, did she ever come home?
Yeah,
And did she sleep at your home?
yes,
And you didn't have any concerns when she would come over from Matt's house, did you?
no,
And you indicated that when you would go pick her up at Matt's residence, that you learned because you followed her, you would pick her up nearby, true?
true,
And nearby would be a subway, true?
true.
And nearby is also the Waukesha Police Department, true?
No,
I mean, if you drove down Delafield, you would have to go past the Waukesha Police Department to get to Matt's house, true?
there's no police department around on Delafield Street.
Oh, you don't notice the Waukesha Police Department? Did you ever see the big cow on Delafield?
Yeah, it used to be Golden Guernsey.
Correct. And right next door is the Waukesha Police Department. You never noticed that?
Oh, okay, next to that bakery.
Correct.
Yeah,
And that was only a short distance from where Matt lived, right? Maybe a block or so, true?
maybe a couple blocks, yeah.
And in fact, where the apartment is right down the street here from the courthouse, true? Away from the sheriff's department, maybe a couple blocks, true?
True.
And you knew, because Stephanie told you, that she was not on Matt's lease, true?
True,
She was not supposed to be staying there, true?
true.
Did you know that was one of the reasons why you couldn't pick her up by the entrance of the apartment building? Because she was not on the lease.
That I don't know.
Did you ever drop her off at Matt's apartment?
No.
Just picked her up?
Yeah, well, never picked her up from the apartment.
Nope,
Picked her up from, different places.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. But you never dropped her off near places near the apartment. You're always the pickup person.
No, I would drop her off too. When she'd come to our house, I'd have to take her back home or back to Matt's. So,
What time period was that? Was that during this June, July, August period, or even before that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, and you never travel bag to go to Matt's house?
Yeah, I think sometimes she would.
Yeah, and then sometimes when she would come back from Matt's house, she would come back with her dirty clothes in her travel bag
Yeah.
and wash her clothes at your house.
Yep,
You remember that?
yeah.
And that happened quite often, true?
That I'm not sure.
And you indicated that you were aware that Matt would drive Stephanie to her appointments, true?
Yes,
Again, you only knew that because Stephanie was telling you that.
right.
You didn't know that for a fact. True?
Well, how do you prove something like that?
Correct. You only knew she was telling you stuff and
Yeah,
you would drive her to, true?
yes,
You would drive pick up Christian, true?
a few times.
A few times you picked it up yourself without Stephanie, true?
Yeah.
And that was her alprazolam, true?
I have no idea what I was picking up.
The police have records of you picking up her alprazolam. Would you disagree with those records?
Nope, if that's what I told them, that's got to be true.
You also picked up her buprenorphine patches. I think it's spelled buprenorphine.
Whatever.
And you were aware she was also taking oxycodone and other medicines for her epilepsy, true?
Yeah,
And these are some of the prescriptions you were picking up and
That's
some of
not
the
for
prescriptions she was
epilepsy.
picking up when you were driving her, true?
yeah.
And where were you picking up these prescriptions at?
I think mainly Pick and Save over off of Sunset.
The pharmacy over off of Sunset here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And in that Pick and Save area, there's a
however you say that one, I can't say it. That patch, that's to stop smoking. Oxycodone's a pain medication. It is not for epilepsy.
other stores like the Target.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stores, a lot of eating places.
And again, if it wasn't for Matt driving her around, it was you, true?
Yes,
Like you indicated, you were basically her taxi driver, true?
true.
And she didn't drive too much because she didn't have a car, true?
True.
She also had seizures, true?
Yes.
In fact, one time when she was driving, she had a seizure and she crashed her
Which is
vehicle, true?
why she's not supposed to drive.
And she got herself injured, right?
Yes.
And she was taking medicine for her injury, true?
Probably.
Her back. She injured her back.
Yeah.
That's why she's on the oxycodone.
And in this business that Matt had for fixing up and restoring homes, you indicated Steph would help him, true?
Yes.
And sometimes you would pick her up from the job site
Yes.
and take her back to your house.
Well, I'll take her to appointments.
Okay. And you know, Matt and Steph have a storage unit up in Sussex, true?
Yes, I
The
believe
Pewaukee
so.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went there, true?
Yeah,
With-
she showed me.
Yeah, you went with Steph.
Yeah.
Matt wasn't with you, true?
No.
Did you enter the storage facility with Steph? Again, you indicated Steph smoked cigarettes, true?
Yes.
She vaped, true?
Yes.
Did she go outside the house at your place to do that, or did she do that inside the house?
Mostly outside, but sometimes she would in the house, and we didn't really want her to do that in the house, but sometimes she did.
But mostly she went outside the house, true?
Yes.
Because that would make you happy.
Yeah.
And you indicated times that she would go for walks too,
Yeah.
when she was at your house, true?
Yeah.
Do you know where she would walk to?
There's a lot of paths behind our house that go down to the lake, Onegawicka Lake. There's a walkway.
Are those paths wooded?
Yeah, there's some.
Because, I mean, just so everyone knows, you live a short distance from the orthopedics building, true?
No, we live in the city of Delafield.
Right, it's right down, if you keep going down Gulf Road past the orthopedics place towards Delafield, you live right there, true?
Yeah, in Delafield.
Right, it's about 5 or 6 miles from the building?
That I don't know.
And there are paths that lead from your house to the orthopedics building, true?
That I have no idea.
And I think you indicated that in the beginning of August, you and Steph and the family all went up to the Dells for 10. Did you take her there?
Yeah.
And she was having a great time, she was happy, true?
Yeah.
And prior to that, she had been at Matthew's apartment.
Well, out there?
No, prior to taking her, she had from Matthew's apartment.
Yes. Yeah.
She came up there, you had seen her, she appeared to be fine, true?
Yeah.
And you said when she was up there, her and your husband got in an argument and she went for a walk in the woods, true?
True.
And did she take her purse?
I don't remember.
She probably did take her purse, would you think?
Probably not. Maybe her phone.
Right. So you don't know what she took, true, but probably she didn't take her purse.
I don't remember.
And isn't it true she got lost in the woods?
Not that I don't know.
How is that relevant? It would.
Now, Ms. Pavlons, the last time you saw Stephanie, based upon my reading of what I've received, was around August 20th of 2022, true?
I don't remember the date. It's the day we got back from our timeshare.
When did you get back?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if the reports indicate that you got back around August 5th, would you disagree with those reports?
Like I said, I don't remember.
Fair enough. So, around August 20th, you don't remember Matt coming over to pick her up at your house? Because they were
No.
going to go swimming?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her. You said around August 25th, she receives a package and you text her.
Yes.
Do you know what was in the package?
No.
And she doesn't respond, true?
True.
You don't have any concerns about that she doesn't respond?
No.
And again, you don't have contact with her at all until, that was the last time you had contact with her, right? When Matt came up and picked her up, true?
Yeah.
And then when the police came over to your house September 12th, you indicated to them that you had a feeling that she had passed away, true?
That, I don't remember. If it's in the report, I guess it's true. Or,
And the kind of the first words that came out of your mouth was suicide. True?
don't remember.
I don't like his cross-examination style.
And you kind of indicated to the officer, you did indicate to the detective,
Feel it.
Detective Fredericks was the person that was talking to you at the time, true?
True.
And he's in court today, right?
Yes.
And he was with another detective, a Detective Plennis, true?
Yes.
For the record, spelled P-L-E-N-N-E-S. And they were interviewing you and your husband, true?
True.
But mainly Detective Fredericks was talking to you, true?
True.
And you had indicated that, you know, even if she had died, Matt wouldn't have told you that, wouldn't have called you to let you know, true?
True.
You guys weren't talking to each other, true?
True.
For about 20 years, true?
Not that long, I don't think.
For a long time, true?
Yeah.
You didn't call, he didn't call you, true?
True.
No talking, ever.
I do not like his cross-examination stuff at all.
And they kind of told you where they found her body, true, by orthopedics, true?
True.
And you had no idea why she would be there, true?
True.
You had no idea that she had been accompanying Matt to orthopedics for his appointments, true?
Well, yeah, I knew that his appointments were there.
You
But,
didn't know she was going with him to his appointments.
well, when she had to drive him, yeah, she.
Yeah, but
she'd
now
go
I'm
with
getting
him.
tired of the word true.
You knew she was taking him to the orthopedics there on Gulf Road?
Very, your question.
Wherever his appointments were, I knew she was driving. I don't know where the appointments were.
Oh, okay.
but-
So you knew she was taking him to his appointments, but you didn't know where those appointments were,
Right.
true? So when you told the police you had no idea why she would be in that area, that's true. You had no idea, right?
Right.
That that was taking him,
Yeah.
or he was in her, she for him, true?
Yeah.
There was something she didn't share with you, true?
True.
And you indicated that she was a very quiet person, your daughter, true?
Yes.
She could hardly get a word out of her, true?
True.
And you indicated that they lived in Menominee Falls for a while, true?
Yes.
Layla was born there, too?
Yes.
Eventually, Layla was taken away from them and lives with you, true?
True.
And you raised Layla since she was about 9, true?
True.
Layla was taken away? I want to hear more about that.
You told the Detective Fredericks that she was on a lot of medication, true?
True.
That she got shots in her neck for her seizures, true?
Wasn't for seizures.
What was her shots for?
She had hurt her neck and she had pain, a lot of pain in her neck. I think it might have been from that car accident.
Probably also why she's on the oxycodone.
And when they lived in Menominee Falls, Matt and Steph, there came a point in time that did you ever drive over to the residence of Menominee Falls?
Oh, sure.
Did you do that many times?
Yeah.
Did you ever have to drive down there because your daughter, Stephanie, called you and she was depressed?
No.
You ever remember telling the detectives, you told Steph, don't do it, and then you told the detectives at the same time that, you know, my cousin committed suicide, my uncle committed suicide. Remember telling the detectives that?
No, I don't.
And in that same breath, you told the detectives that when they lived on West Avenue, you went and met Stephanie behind the Walmart by the train tracks, true?
Yeah.
What was her demeanor like when you saw her by the train tracks?
She was very upset.
Did she seem depressed?
No, she was just really upset.
Do you know how close she was to the train tracks?
Aren't they on the other side of Walmart?
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you know how close she was to the train tracks, or where she was standing?
No, she was on the opposite side from the train tracks. She was by the garden, that side, by the bus stop.
Daughter, I don't mean to be disrespectful, she was a cutter. Is that true? You don't recall the detective that Stephanie would cut herself?
No, I don't. If it's in the report, I must have.
Ms. Pavlons, do you remember a time in March of 2021 or in 2021 when Steph had overdosed at your house?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Do you remember Matt coming over to help?
No, don't remember.
Do you remember Steph coming out of the house to meet Matt and your daughter, your granddaughter being there, Kayla? Layla?
Yeah, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? So it could have happened, but you just don't remember it today.
I don't know. Yeah.
Did you ever have, strike that, you indicated Stephanie was taking medication for seizures, true?
True.
Do you know how long she had been taking that medication?
I think from the time that she got pregnant with Layla.
Did you ever see her have seizures?
Yes.
Did she have them frequently?
No.
Did she have them at your house?
Medicine when you're pregnant.
And how would she react when she had seizures? I mean, what would happen to her body?
She could feel it coming, so she'd sit down.
It would
Or lose her balance.
It would cause her to fall?
Yeah.
Did you see her body like shake at all?
I don't remember.
Did she have to like unbuckle her clothes or loosen her clothes because she wasn't feeling good?
No.
Was Layla ever around when she had these seizures?
Yeah.
Did Layla also have to help her, Steph, when she had seizures?
Yes.
So either you were helping her or Layla was helping Steph
At
deal
our
with
house. But
Stephanie deal with these seizures.
yeah.
Do you know what would cause her to have these seizures?
Nope, that's why it's called epilepsy.
So they could happen at any time, true?
True.
I love
You
your
never knew when they were coming, true?
True.
fine to tell. I love this woman's sass. That's why it's called epilepsy.
You knew that Matt sitting here to my right had bought Stephanie a new cell phone, true?
I think so.
You think so, true?
Yeah.
And you knew also that Stephanie was planning on going to the Philippines, true?
True.
You have a family member that lives in the Philippines?
My brother.
And she was planning on going to visit him, true?
True.
Do you know that she was going to go with Matt to the Philippines?
Yes.
And she was just waiting for her passport.
Yep.
I have no further questions, John.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Mrs. Pavlons, you just said she was waiting for her passport. Did her passport arrive after you learned she was deceased?
Yes, it did.
And you said that she was planning on visiting the Philippines. Did you know when that was going to happen?
Well, once she got her passport.
So she needed that to go to the Philippines.
Yep.
You were asked about a time at West Avenue when she was behind the Walmart. What was Stephanie upset about on that day?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Hang on a second. Well, she answered she doesn't remember, and so I'll overrule the objection, but continue. Next question.
Was her passport that package that you messaged her letting her know that it was there, or was that something else?
No, it was something else.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, any
Answer. You indicated you didn't know what was in the package when I asked you, true?
True.
So how did you know it wasn't passport?
Well, when the packet came, I didn't know what it was.
Oh, but you opened it.
No, I never opened her mail or any packages that she got.
Okay, I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. You can step down.
Thank you.
The next witness?
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Amy Shield.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on up to the witness stand, please, and once you get up there, remain standing and raise your right hand. You face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you state your name, please?
Amy Shield, S-H-E-I-L.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for Waukesha County.
And how long have you held that position?
About 10 years and 5 months.
Okay. Before your testimony here today, did you provide us with a copy of your curriculum vitae?
I did.
And does that truly and accurately represent your education and professional experiences and training?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to please display for the witness exhibit 61, if there's no objection to that. Can we put it up, Mr. Wolf? The CD.
No objection.
All right, no objection, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're not going to go through this whole document because I believe it's a little bit lengthy, but if you could just explain to the jury your education and background. If we need to refer to portions of the document, we certainly can.
I completed college and medical school at Creighton University in Nebraska. I graduated with an MD in 2003. And then I completed a residency, which is training in pathology, which is the study of disease and injury. Then I completed a fellowship, which is a year of specialized training in forensic pathology, which is how disease and injury cause death. I practiced in South Carolina as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist for about a year prior to completing an additional fellowship in pediatric pathology. Then I worked as a pediatric pathologist for about 5 years prior to re-entering forensic medicine by coming to Waukesha County.
And if you could just scroll down on page 1 a little bit, please, your certifications and licensing, these are all still current to date?
Yes,
Okay. And are you board certified?
I am.
In what field?
Anatomic and clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and pediatric pathology.
And you have held those certifications for some length of time?
Yes.
What are your main duties?
My main duty is to determine cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, I perform autopsies and external examinations. Sometimes in the course of an examination, I might need to review medical records, perform laboratory tests like toxicology, do an autopsy, which is external and internal examination, microscopic examination, review of police records, and whatever additional information might be necessary in order to determine cause and manner of death. I do some teaching and testify in court.
About how many times have you testified in court?
Probably at least 50.
Are you, or, well, there's another doctor that works in the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Are one of you doctors asked to review every death in Waukesha County?
Not every death. Those deaths that are reported to our office, sometimes by facilities, like nursing homes or assisted livings, hospitals, any scene death, which is a death at home, we do review or investigate any deaths that are reported to us.
Are you well, in what circumstance will law enforcement notify you?
Law enforcement notifies us sometimes when it's a home death, sometimes when it's some type of violent death, meaning a motor vehicle accident. Sometimes we are notified by law enforcement when there's been any kind of injury like a hanging or a gunshot wound. And in anything that's suspicious, law enforcement will call us.
And in addition to the medical doctors that work in the office, you have investigators?
Yes.
And what's their role?
Our deputy medical examiners or investigators generally are those people who initially take the call. So they might talk to law enforcement or the reporting facility, gather some background information, and then our investigators are generally the first people to respond if a scene investigation is necessary.
Are they trained, are they medical doctors?
They are not doctors, but they are trained in death investigation.
And you have a staff of several different people that do that kind of work for you.
Yes,
And you said they will go to a crime scene if called by law enforcement?
yes,
And then and ultimately, may you go to a crime scene if necessary?
yes.
Who decides whether or not you actually come out there?
Law enforcement might request the pathologist to respond, but there are certain cases in which the pathologist always goes. Anything that's suspicious, unexpected, or unusual, some infant deaths, and anything that's complex and maybe regards or needs oversight or additional hands. So if it's a multiple fatality traffic crash, we might also respond.
So you're on call 24/7, 365.
Yes, one of the pathologists in our office is always on call.
Okay. You had testified earlier that your main responsibility in a suspicious death is to determine cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain those terms to the jury, please?
The cause of the death refers to why the person is dead. The manner of death refers to the circumstances surrounding that death. And there are 5 options when it comes to manner of death. It could be homicide, suicide, accident, natural, meaning only a medical condition contributed to the death, or undetermined, meaning there's not enough evidence to commit to a different manner of death. The cause of the death might be a myriad, there might be myriad reasons why a person is dead, but there are only 5 circumstances that explain how the person became dead.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a common cause and manner that you may see in your discipline?
The cause of death might be a gunshot wound to the head. The manner of death could be homicide, it could be suicide, or it could be an accident, depending on the investigation and the circumstances surrounding that death. Does that make sense?
Have you been called to scenes where you ultimately concluded the manner of death was homicide?
Yes,
More than once?
yes,
And have you been called to scenes or investigated cases where you determined the manner of death to be suicide?
yes.
Multiple times?
Suicides less commonly, generally because the pathologist's investigation at the scene is not always necessary.
Whose investigation would you rely on then in a suicide if you don't go to the scene?
The investigator in our office and police.
Okay. Attorney Wolf, did you wish to voir dire the witness any further?
No. No, she's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you, on the date of September 9th of 2022, did you respond to a scene in the town of Delafield off of Gulf Road for a report of a dead body that had been found in the woods?
Yes,
And did you physically go up there?
yes,
Did you inspect the body on scene?
yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of the body in the field?
Okay.
In the field, I mean the woods.
As I was walking towards where police indicated the body was, I noticed that we were walking through long grass towards a wooded area. On the other side of the wooded area was a golf course. As we approached the wooded area, walking through this long grass, I noticed there was a disposable scalpel to one side of where we were walking. We entered this wooded area where there was quite a lot of vegetation, trees, dead brush, grass, leaves, and there was a body lying on its back, partially clothed, not covered by anything other than some leaves. When I examined the body, I noticed that it appeared to be a woman. She was wearing a black t-shirt, a bra, jeans, and athletic shoes, as well as socks.
What was the condition of the body?
She was moderately decomposed and partially skeletonized.
What does that mean, partially skeletonized?
As the tissues break down, the bone is then exposed. So partially skeletonized refers to the fact that most of the soft tissue was gone from her face, and I could see portions of her skull.
What about her neck area?
Her neck was largely skeletonized. She really didn't have any soft tissue left in the neck area.
Did you observe
and they
any
have
insect infestation?
Plexiglass up.
Yes, there were some maggots, mostly pupa casings, which are the casings that surrounded the insect as it was developing. There were beetles, and I believe a butterfly.
Okay. Did you, you indicated that the body had showed signs of decomposition, correct?
Yes,
When does decomposition of a body start?
Decomposition starts immediately after death, so cessation or stopping of respiration, heartbeat. The cells die immediately. It takes a while for that change or cell death to become evident grossly, so by the naked eye, when looking at a body, but cell death starts immediately after the person is no longer alive.
To your knowledge, doctor, is there an odor unique to human beings that is emitted immediately upon death?
The body starts to decompose immediately. My understanding is that from a canine point of view, there are certain odors that are detectable very shortly after death by a dog. Humans, we can't smell that. We don't have that sensitive a sense of smell, so it's not immediately evident to us.
And is it, have there been identified volatile organic compounds unique to decomposing human remains as opposed to, say, decomposing animal remains?
Yes.
So if the odor can be detected, it can be specific to a human being versus any other animal or living creature?
Yes.
Okay. How does decomposition progress?
Well, cell death starts immediately. We notice at first because the cells lose energy, and that's why rigor mortis, which is stiffening of muscles, comes and then passes. We also see livor mortis, which is pooling of the blood to dependent areas. At about 36 hours, and that's not an exact estimate, depending on the ambient temperature, the temperature of the body habitus. There are a lot of variables that determine how quickly decomposition progresses. But at about 36 hours after death, we might see greening of the abdomen. Sorry, my mouth is very dry. And that greening of the abdomen slowly encompasses the whole body. And then we might see skin slippage or blistering as the skin decomposes. The body will bloat. We'll start to see insects and eventually skeletonization as that soft tissue disappears.
You mentioned environmental factors can play a role. Can you explain that, please?
So if a body is outside, decomposition will proceed more quickly, especially if it's in a warm environment or a hot environment. Decomposition will come on more quickly, be evident more quickly, and progress quite rapidly because we're also dealing with insects. Body indoors generally doesn't have the same type of insect activity that a body outside will have because insects will easily find that body outside and contribute to the decomposition process. If the environment is moist, but there's still oxygen, again, decomposition proceeds quickly.
Ask Ms. Gussie to please put up Exhibit 19, which was previously testified and admitted with Detective LaFleur. Is that on your screen, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And we did blur the head region of this person, but other than that, of the victim that you identified, or excuse me, examined in the woods on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just, I guess, start near the mid-region and work your way up towards the head and identify for us things you're seeing that are important to your analysis and examination of the body?
If you start at the mid photo, you can see that the body is at least partially clothed in a black t-shirt. There's a black bra, which is actually pulled up a little bit above the level of the breasts. The skin that you can see of the abdomen, which is below the bra, is very yellow. It looks dry, it's very leathery in terms of quality and wrinkled. Flex position, so bent at the elbows with the hands near the head. You can see some defects to the chest region where the skin appears to be blackened. This is likely due to a result of insect activity because insects generally will consume soft tissue remains. So insect activity will leave holes in the body, the skin, as they consume the flesh, and that's likely what you're seeing here. One thing to note is that insect activity will start at around orifices. So the lips, the eyes, the mouth, any orifice on the body that insects can get into, they will, and that includes wounds. So if there's any kind of purge fluid, which is fluid emitted after death, or blood, insects are going to be attracted to those areas, and decomposition will proceed more quickly in those areas.
Would that possibly explain why the face and neck were partially skeletonized and the chest area, abdomen was not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pronounce cause of death at the scene?
I pronounced time of death.
Or, I'm sorry, time of death, yes. And do you remember what time that was?
I don't recall what time exactly.
Okay, we'll get to that in your report then. When you observed the position of this body, did you make any conclusions as to how the body may have come to this place and how long it had been at this resting spot?
It's difficult just based on position to draw conclusions. I think what was more important was that when we moved the body, there was vegetation death underneath the body. So there was no more living leaves. As you can see around the body, there are green leaves. Underneath the body is what we call a cadaver decomposition island. So where the body was in contact with the ground, there was no more vegetation growth or life. And that's due to leaching of decomposition fluid into the ground. It kills the vegetation because there are increased levels of calcium, potassium, phosphorus, things like that, that will kill the growth. The state of decomposition needed to be taken into consideration with the weather in the area, but I thought it'd probably been at least a week to a week and a half, maybe a little bit longer, that this body had been in this area.
And did you draw any conclusions or have any impressions of the shirt being up at or around her?
Would be just speculative, because I don't know why the shirt was pulled up or the bra was pulled up, but it was ostensibly possible that she'd been dragged and dumped in this area or placed in this area.
Okay. If you could please put up 18. And 18 shows a little bit more of the mid-region and her thighs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on in the mid-region?
You can see she's wearing denim blue jeans. She has a belt, which is unbuckled. The jeans are unsnapped, and the zipper was a little bit down. You can still see the t-shirt and bra have not been disturbed. They're still pulled up. You can see her navel just above the waistline of the jeans.
Okay. And there's appears to be some white discoloration on the jeans. Do you know what that is?
There was some dirt on the jeans.
Okay. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Number 16, please. This is the lower portion of the body. And that's the position the legs were in?
Yes.
The body was almost fully stretched out, is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen other, well, strike that. The one leg is bent, but the other leg is almost straight down. Did you draw any conclusions from the position of the legs or the feet?
No.
Okay. What do you recall the weather to have been either on September 9th or around that time?
It had been very hot during the last week of August. It had also rained at least a couple of times. There was dirt in the folds of the jeans, especially around the ankles. So it looks like it had rained hard enough that some dirt from the ground had gotten onto the jeans. But it was hot and humid.
Like the mud splashed up onto the
Yes.
jeans from like a pelting rain?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on, well, strike that, let me ask you, were you ever able to identify this person?
Yes.
On scene, could you identify this person?
No.
And how did you identify this person?
After we transported the body back to our office where we have a morgue, we then the next day commenced the examination. So based on the clothing she was wearing, and when we took the clothing off, she had 2 tattoos, and she was also wearing a ring, I believe on her right hand, one of her fingers. Based on the jewelry and the clothing and the 2 tattoos, we were able to make a presumptive identification.
And what was that identification?
That this was Stephanie Pavlons.
Did you confirm that identification later?
Yes, identification was confirmed based on a surgical pin that was in the scaphoid bone of her right wrist, that was corroborated with Stephanie Pavlons' medical records. We also found a partial denture with her initials SP in the soft tissues near her neck.
And were you able to later confirm that through dental records?
Correct.
Okay. Before I move on, you mentioned the pin in her wrist. What was that about?
She had apparently had a wrist injury at some point, and it's not an uncommon in this small bone called the scaphoid.
I think demonstrating where the scaphoid bone is?
Towards the inside of your wrist.
Okay, maybe just if you could hold it up a little so the people in the back could see here.
Right about there.
Okay. Up really near the base of the thumb.
Yes.
Okay, not down here in the middle area of your wrist or start of your forearm.
Right.
Okay. And that may have been placed there for some type of medical treatment in the past.
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform an autopsy on Ms. Pavlon's body?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies in the past?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 2,000, probably about 2,300 autopsies in my career.
What's the process that you use?
Well, we start with an external examination whenever we're going to do an autopsy. We don't just jump to the Y incision and do an external examination. So the process of an autopsy first starts with making sure we have positive identification. Then we describe identifying features if they're there, like hair color, eye color, any scars, tattoos, and then we move on to injuries, medical interventions, things like that prior to doing the Y incision. At the point at which we're done with the external, we do the Y incision, which is the typical Y incision you may have seen on TV. We open the body and examine all of the internal organs. We look at the organs' relationships to one another, and then we eviscerate, which means we take out all of the organs, further dissect them, and examine each organ individually. We weigh all the major organs and do relatively detailed examinations on each organ. After we've taken out the body organs, then we move on to the head. We always take the brain out after we eviscerate the other organs. And after the brain is removed from the skull, then we do a neck dissection and take out the neck organs.
Is that the procedure you used in Ms. Pavlon's case?
Ms. Pavlons was somewhat different due to the state of decomposition. I did perform a Y incision. I took out the organs she had remaining, meaning the ones that were not absent due to decomposition. I examined those organs, and then for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to do an anthropological assessment. So we had to move on with that, which is another type of procedure we certainly don't do in everybody.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit mark 62.
Okay.
Dr. Shield, can you please identify exhibit 62?
This is Stephanie Pavlons' autopsy report.
Is this a document that you authored?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would please turn to page 2. And if you need to clothing and the observations you made about her clothing, please. What do you remember about the clothing, the condition?
You know what? Let's take before we start with this,
Okay.
let's take a break, about
Sure.
10 minutes or so, okay? And then we'll come back after that, and you can step down as well.
Thank you.
All right,
If you cut someone's hair in the hospital,
all right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. It's just
why am I blocked? If you cut anyone's hair in the hospital, you have to have permission because it's considered a body part. And not only that, you have to put it in a baggie and tape it to their chart because that is part of their body. We cut a kid's hair one time when I was working peds, and we called his mom and asked permission, and she said, yes, please cut his hair. We cut his hair, but we had to keep it. Put it in a baggie and send it home.
Couple of minutes after 10, so I thought it'd be good to take a mid-morning break now, that's all. Anything before we stand down from you, Ms. Opper?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Take a short break, folks, about 10 minutes. And Doctor, you can step down if you'd like, okay? Because you're going to need some more water over here, too, okay? Yeah. Please be seated, everybody. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Opper.
Thank you. So, Dr. Shiel, I was on page 2 of your autopsy protocol, Exhibit 62, and asking you to begin describing the observations you noted about Ms. Pavlons' clothing.
She was clad in a short-sleeved black t-shirt, which was askew. The bottom hem was positioned above the breast, and the left sleeve was around the left hand. Black bra, which was pulled up above the breast. Blue denim jeans. There was a safety pin through each cuff of the jeans. She was wearing a black belt with a white metal buckle, which was unbuckled. Light blue underpants, green and gray socks, and gray, white, pink, and purple lace-up athletic shoes.
All right. And then if you could go down to the next section where you describe the general external examination and explain to us the process there, please.
Okay. So the first line just is an overall description of the body. So she was a decomposed, partially skeletonized, white female based on her hair and the texture of her hair and the color of the hair. The body weight was 46 pounds.
Okay, let me ask you a question there.
Sure.
That was her weight at autopsy, correct?
Correct.
After the body had decomposed?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to give us any indication as to her approximate size prior to her death?
No.
If I driver's license listed a weight of 118 pounds, would that be consistent with what you observed?
Yes.
And did you note what size pants she was wearing in the clothing?
Yes.
What size pants?
Size 7 jeans.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
The estimated body length was 64.5 inches, and that was estimated because her cervical spine, her cervical vertebrae, the vertebrae in her neck, were disarticulated, so I couldn't get an exact body length.
What does disarticulation mean, please?
Oh, they were separated because of decomposition.
So, in layperson's terms, what does that mean?
They were apart, so instead of being in a column and attached like they should have been with ligaments and tendons, separated.
Just the vertebrae?
The cervical vertebrae.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
She did not have any rigor mortis, and livor mortis, the blood pooling that I mentioned earlier, was not discernible, again, due to decomposition. She was, in terms of the decomposition, she was missing portions of soft tissue from her scalp, face, neck, and areas of the chest and back. And where the soft tissue was absent, the bones were exposed.
Okay.
Her skin was discolored and desiccated, meaning starting to dehydrate, with areas of sloughing or slippage, meaning the skin surface was coming off. And she had insect activity, including maggots, fly eggs, beetles, and those pupa casings.
Is that consistent with what you had described for us when we had Exhibit 19 up or 18 showing her body?
It was difficult to see the insects in that photo.
Okay. But the rest, as far as the leathery skin
Yes.
and the discoloration, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action as it relates to the insects?
I did collect pupa casings and representative insects, including maggots.
For what purpose?
These were sent to a forensic entomologist at Purdue. The forensic entomologist can examine, speciate these insects or insect casings and give us an estimated range of time these insects would have appeared on the body.
Okay. When, during the autopsy, did you observe voluminous number of insects
Yes,
in various stages?
in various stages, yes.
Okay. All right. What about her head? What observation did you make during the general observation of the head area?
The scalp hair was largely sloughed, meaning it had already separated from the scalp, and what little soft tissue was left on the scalp, the hair was matted and tangled underneath the skull. The hair was light brown with gray roots, straight and about 10 centimeters in length. As far as other features, her eyes were absent due to decomposition. Skeleton, what remained.
Why do guys think that Facebook is a dating app? Oh, it's backwards. I don't know this dude. He put his phone number. This is not on Messenger. This is on a post. Felton Brandy is with Debbie Face and Cook. No, he's not. He is not. Text me. This is my number in case if I wasn't here. And on Threads, which I'm not even on. How did they comment on my photo if I'm not even on Threads? It said, "You're someone I trust even if we never met. That aura speaks." What?
Was intact.
Oh, wait. You want to watch it, don't you?
Her teeth were natural, but in poor condition. There were several teeth remotely absent, and the ears were absent due to decomposition.
Okay, as for next page, page 3, the torso, what did you observe there?
The skin over the torso and extremities was dry, leathery, discolored, tan brown to black. The cervical spine was exposed due to loss of soft tissues in the neck, and the cervical vertebrae were separated. In the right supraclavicular region, which is the area of the right shoulder, the hyoid bone and fragments of the neck cartilage were identified.
They're not supposed to be there, are they?
No.
Why were they there?
Partly due to decomposition, so they weren't in their original locations. It could have been some slippage, it could have been animal activity. I don't know exactly why they ended up right here.
Okay. What did you note about the hyoid bone?
The hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone that usually sits right under the chin and protects the cartilage of the upper airway. The hyoid bone was intact, so it did not have fractures.
And trachea?
The trachea was not identified.
Was it absent?
Yes.
Okay. So, no eyes, no ears, no trachea, no skin tissue to the nose?
Correct.
Okay. And all of that you believe caused by the insect activity?
Decomposition and insect activity.
Okay, all right. Did you observe, I'm a little bit lower on page 3 now, any evidence of injury to the body?
I observed no external trauma to the body or internal trauma. The caveat is that because she was missing portions of soft tissue, such as the neck, there were limitations to whether there were injuries there that I simply could not evaluate. If, say, she were fresh and didn't have decomposition, there could have been bruising to her skin over any area of her body that it would have been evident. Any kind of trauma, sharp force injuries, blunt force injuries,
Abrasions?
scrapes, yes.
Okay. And you couldn't see any of that anywhere on her body?
Correct.
Why not?
Decomposition changes the color of the skin, which you saw in those photographs. and it causes hardening or leathery texture to the skin. So it will obscure things like bruises. It might obscure abrasions, but if it's not there, it also can't be evaluated.
Okay. Did that hamper your ability to make ultimate conclusions in this case?
Yes,
Significantly?
yes,
Did you perform an internal examination on the body?
yes,
And this is when you described you do the Y incision and examine the internal organs?
yes,
There was a number of internal organs that were just missing, correct?
correct,
Absent entirely.
yes.
Did you have an understanding as to how that occurred?
Her abdominal cavity was full of maggots,
God,
so
Marty.
likely insects had consumed those organs.
And I think you note on page 4, no stomach, correct?
Correct,
No small intestine?
correct.
How about a colon?
No colon,
Appendix?
no appendix,
Kidneys?
no kidneys,
Bladder?
no bladder.
Uterus?
Uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries were all absent.
Spleen?
Spleen was not there.
Tongue?
Tongue was not identified as well.
How about the brain?
There was no brain tissue left in the skull.
Again, did that significantly hamper your ability to draw conclusions in this case?
Yes,
Are these the types of organs that you would ordinarily examine and perhaps analyze it during the course of an autopsy?
yes,
Did you collect any toxicology samples?
I collected skeletal muscle as well as tissue from the area of her liver and sent both of those specimens for toxicology.
Ideally, are those good sites to obtain samples from?
Generally, the liver is a better site than skeletal muscle. If one has to use tissue for toxicology, blood is the best specimen for toxicological analysis.
Why couldn't you send any blood?
Ms. Pavlons had no blood because of decomposition.
Okay. So in order for you to collect toxicology samples, you had to rely on the liver and the muscle.
Correct.
Again, are those ideal sources?
Not ideal.
Why not?
They're not as representative as blood would be. Like I said, liver would be a better specimen than skeletal muscle in some instances. In this case, for Ms. Pavlons, her liver was likely contaminated by insect detritus. So it's hard to know whether the levels in the specimen that was sent as liver are actually representative. For her, skeletal muscle is probably more reflective of the medication she had in her system.
You refer to insect detritus?
Detritus.
Could you spell that? I saw Deidre give me a look.
Detritus.
What is that?
Droppings.
Okay. Insect droppings.
Yes.
Okay. So was the quality of the sample that you obtained from the liver in Ms. Pavlon's case good quality?
No.
It was contaminated by these insect droppings.
Necessarily so. I mean, there were probably fragments of decomposing maggots too, because maggots have a finite life cycle. So it's hard to know how much was actually liver tissue and how much was insect tissue.
Okay. What about the muscle? You said skeletal muscle, correct?
Yes.
Where did you obtain that from? Do you remember?
Skeletal muscle was obtained from the thigh.
Is that, I'm sorry, is that generally a good source for toxicology testing?
It's not great, but it was more protected and less likely to be contaminated by insects or insect droppings than the...
Sometime I've seen cases with you where you're able to collect toxicology samples from the vitreous fluid in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to do that in this case?
No.
There was no other good source for you to get a sample for toxicology testing other than the liver and the skeletal muscle?
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, were you able to reach a conclusion on cause of death?
The cause of death was undetermined, so no. I was not able to reach a conclusion as to why Stephanie was dead.
Okay. Were you able to reach a conclusion as to manner of death?
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death must be undetermined.
According to who?
That is the practice, and if you can't say whether the cause of death was a natural process, an intentional process, or an exogenous process, perhaps inflicted by someone else, then you can't commit to any other cause or manner of death than undetermined. If you can't identify a cause, then you can't identify a manner.
Well, let me ask you something. Were you aware that Stephanie Pavlons had epilepsy?
Yes,
Is it possible she died from a seizure?
it's possible.
How are you not able to tell that, or why are you not able to tell that?
She had no brain left. I could not examine her brain for any features of epilepsy. She had no tongue, so I couldn't look for bite marks that might have been sustained during a seizure. The fact that she was found in the woods without any identification seems to suggest that it wasn't a seizure.
Okay. What about the position of the body? Did that tell you anything as to whether or not it was a seizure or not?
No.
You couldn't tell anything that way?
No.
Okay. So you said basically the fact that you cannot determine cause of death means you cannot determine cause of death, or they both must be undetermined.
If cause of death is undetermined, then manner of death has to be undetermined.
Okay. Did you review Ms. Pavlon's medical history?
Yes.
Did you review the police reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review, or were you given information by detectives as the case was investigated further?
Yes.
Would you speak with them on occasion?
Yes.
Aside from the limitations at the autopsy because of the decomposition, was there any piece of information that you felt was missing or unavailable to you that would have assisted you in this case?
Other than being there and knowing what happened to cause her death, I mean,
Yeah.
videography would be great, but I feel like we did everything we could, or I did everything I could and looked at every piece of information possible that was available to me, and I can't think of anything else that would have helped.
Was this a challenging case for you, Dr. Scheel?
Very.
One of your hardest cases ever?
Yes,
You spent a great deal of time thinking about it?
I did.
Okay. And I asked you earlier if you were able to determine, or if you were able to recall the time of death, when time of death was pronounced. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I show you your investigator's report, would that refresh your memory in that regard?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the witness only, I'm going to put up, it's not an exhibit, Judge, I'm just using it to refresh recollection. It's Ms. Barth's investigative report.
That's fine.
Is it on your screen?
Yes, I just saw it.
Okay. What time did you pronounce time of death?
13:30 or 1:30 p.m.
Does it also note in Ms. Barth's report, or do you remember, I should ask first, do you remember when you got out to the scene, you examined the body, you make these detailed observations, correct?
Correct.
Are you taking notes, or is Ms. Barth taking notes, or?
Ms. Barth is taking notes.
Okay. And photographs of the body?
Correct.
How long does it take you to do all this out there?
For a bit longer because I was also collecting insect specimens.
Okay. And did you, at some point, the body is put into a body bag?
Correct.
Is that one of the last things you do?
Not always. For
Okay.
instance, for Ms. Pavlons, we needed to place her in a body bag, and then I needed to collect some more insects from underneath the body.
Do you remember what time it was when you left the scene?
I don't recall what time I left.
If you look at Ms. Barth's report, would that refresh your recollection?
Barth is B-A-R-T-H.
Yes, I'm sorry. Page 3, Ms. Gus.
I probably left at about the same time as our investigator, which was an hour and 10 minutes after I pronounced.
Okay. Is there a difference between time of death being pronounced versus when did she actually die?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
The time of pronouncement is the legal date and time of death. So for purposes of the death certificate, we need to know what date she was actually pronounced dead. But the actual time of death is often different from the time of pronouncement. So for Ms. Pavlons, clearly she'd been deceased for a while when she was pronounced dead, which was her legal pronouncement. But her estimated date of death was different than her pronouncement time.
Were you able to reach a conclusion as to her estimated date of death?
Yes.
What factors did you rely on?
relied on the police investigation, some details they provided me regarding the last time she was known to be alive, and I believe her mother's account of when she had last seen Ms. Pavlons, and Ms. Pavlons was no longer seen after a particular date.
Was there anything forensically or scientifically that assisted you as well?
The body examination, the forensic entomology were both very helpful in estimating her date of death.
And what is your conclusion as to estimated date of death?
August 23rd, 2022.
I wanted to ask you, we've talked about through your testimony the unbuckled pants.
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a sexual assault of Ms. Pavlons?
There was not evidence that I could see, but she was decomposing and had insects in her genital region, so that could have obscured trauma. Other than the fact that her pants were up, pulled up to her waist, there was no other evidence of a sexual assault.
Okay. That is something you would routinely look for,
Yes,
but you couldn't see anything.
correct.
Okay. Would it have been worth trying to collect samples to send to the crime lab?
No.
Okay. I also want to ask you, obviously you've told us you were not able to determine the cause of death, but can you help us understand, is there a way that Ms. Pavlons could have died that you just couldn't see from the autopsy? Specific to a homicide?
Specific to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, based on the autopsy findings, I could not rule out strangulation. I could not rule out a smothering. I could not rule out head trauma. I could not rule out sharp force injury to the neck. I mean, there are a lot of things I couldn't rule out, which is one of the reasons her cause of death is undetermined.
Okay. You mentioned strangulation and also suffocation I'm sorry?
Suffocation or smothering?
Smothering. What's the difference?
Suffocation can be accidental. Smothering is generally intentional.
Okay. How is it normally accomplished?
If we're talking about an adult?
A smothering, yes, of an adult, yes.
Usually it's something held over the face to obstruct the nose and airways. Usually it's in a compromised individual, so perhaps unconscious already or debilitated by some other type of physical condition, but generally obstruction of the airways.
And how about strangulation?
Strangulation can be manual, so that's with the hands. It's compression of the neck vasculature, preventing blood flow to the brain. It can also be done with an implement, such as a piece of fabric or a garrote, and neither one necessarily results in fracture of the hyoid bone.
In the instance of a smothering of an adult, do you have an opinion as to about how long someone would have to block the nasal and mouth airways until death occurs in a smothering situation?
If the adult individual is not compromised and is able to fight, it's hard to say. If the individual, the victim, is compromised and for some reason unconscious, it'd be a matter of minutes.
What about strangulation?
Again, same thing. If the individual is fighting and is able to fight back, then it could take upwards of several minutes. If the individual is already compromised, it might not take very long. I'd say a minute or two max.
Okay. And the other things you had suggested, possibly a blow to the head or a sharp force instrument, things like that. How long would something like that take before death results?
Well, with a blow to the head, it would depend on what type of injury was inflicted. Is it a blood collection? Is it a vertebral artery dissection? It's hard to know without knowing the type of injury that ensued from the blow to the head. Sharp force injury depends on the vessel that was cut.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you. Dr. Shields, you're employed by Waukesha County, correct?
Correct.
So you're a government employee, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the government is prosecuting or trying to prosecute Mr. Pahl for a homicide, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have to ask. You said because she didn't have an ID on her that you ruled out seizure. That was your testimony. What is the connection?
I believe that wasn't exactly the content of my testimony. I said she was found in a wooded area without any identification on her, so I didn't think a seizure was probably likely.
Is there some connection between having ID in your pocket or being in the woods that prohibits seizures?
No, it's the circumstances that are concerning.
And let's talk about circumstances. So you had a chance in the wooded area, correct?
Correct.
And it was kind of a clearing area, correct?
It was sorry?
There was kind of a clearing. There weren't trees right up against her body, correct?
She wasn't pressed up against a tree, but there were trees over her, yes.
Okay, but the nearest tree trunk was probably there was a clearing there, correct? You saw the picture, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and there were no trees right up against her, correct?
correct.
Okay. But you examined the ground in the area around her, correct?
Yes,
And there were no drag marks to where she was positioned, correct?
if there had been drag marks, they may have been obscured by the weather
Okay.
since she died.
But you saw absolutely no evidence of her being dragged to that location, correct?
I saw no evidence of her being dragged to that location.
Thank you. You also told, do you remember meeting Detective Fredericks at the scene of where Ms. Pavlons was found? Do you remember going to the scene?
Oh, yes,
Okay. And do you remember initially telling him that you believe that she died at that location, correct?
I don't recall telling him that, no.
Okay, but your initial impression was that she died at the scene, correct?
I don't recall that.
You also recall that you initially told him that she had been there anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks because it would be hard to make a conclusion, correct?
I don't recall that. I believe I said 2 weeks.
Dude,
You,
rude.
obviously the state, given their theory, said that you couldn't rule out homicide or I'm sorry, you couldn't rule out stabbing or strangulation, things like that, correct?
Correct,
And you can't rule out a car accident in this case, can you?
correct,
Okay. And you can't rule out an overdose,
correct,
and you can't rule out some kind of medical or natural death, correct?
correct.
You examined Ms. Pavlons' clothing, correct?
Yes,
And you obviously examined what you could of her organs and her soft tissue and her skeleton, correct?
yes,
And in your examination, you didn't see, for example, you didn't see any marks on any of the bones that would indicate any kind of sharp object injury, correct?
correct,
Stab wound, correct?
correct.
Okay. And I'm obviously just an attorney, the hyoid bone was intact, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen strangulation cases or suffocation cases where that hyoid bone is broken, correct?
I have.
And that's, if a broken hyoid bone would be an indication, just an indication of a possible strangulation or suffocation, correct?
Yes,
Okay, but Ms. Pavlons was completely intact, correct?
correct.
In looking at your resume, okay, your CV, you're familiar with it, correct?
Yes,
And you're a member of several organizations and associations, correct?
yes,
In fact, you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
correct.
And what is that organization?
The American Academy for Forensics, many people who are involved in forensics belong. So odontologists, entomologists, pathologists, criminalistics, ballistics people, things like that. Every year they have a meeting for those who can make it to attend topics of discussion in particular fields having to do with forensic medicine.
Okay, and would you say that that's one of the top organizations in the country that would train and certify people who are supposed to give forensic testimony in criminal cases?
I don't know about training and boarding people who are supposed to give testimony, no.
Okay, are they one of the top national organizations that do training for people involved in the forensic sciences?
Yes,
And you believe that any standards or anything that might come through that organization are very important for people, for training and for training of people who are involved in forensic science?
yes, it could be.
Do do you get certified on a regular basis as a medical examiner?
No, every year I have to renew my Wisconsin medical license.
Is there any training or testing that you go through as part of that process?
For the medical license?
Correct.
No.
Is there any testing that you go through on a regular basis for any of your certifications?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe some of that testing that you go through?
Yes. Every 2 years I have to provide documentation that I've done so many hours of continuing medical education to maintain my certification through the American Board of Pathology. And every 10 years I get certified in pathology, pediatric anatomic pathology, which requires board examination.
Okay. Does that examination, do you examine bodies and try to determine cause of death and manner type of things?
No, it's a written examination.
Okay. Dr. Shields, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 446.
Is that a photo?
Death certificates. Okay. Some death certification summary. Okay, can you tell us what that is?
This is a death certification summary, which includes information germane to Stephanie Pavlons.
And when did you file that report?
I didn't file this report. It's a report that's generated from a query of our medical examiner database.
Okay. So that's not a report. Do you know when this report was generated?
I don't.
Okay. If there's a date of September 7th of 2023, would that, at the bottom, is that likely when this report was generated?
Yes,
So that was approximately a year after Ms. Pavlon's death?
correct.
And that was after extensive, obviously, examination and investigation, correct?
Yes,
And on that document, you indicate the cause of death is undetermined, correct?
correct,
And on that document, you indicate manner of death is undetermined, correct?
correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Dr. Shield, you were asked on cross-examination that, I guess the implication was because you and I both work for Waukesha County, that you're biased in my favor. Do you remember that question? You're a government worker and the government is prosecuting Mr. Pahl?
Yes,
Okay. You don't work for the district attorney's office?
no,
You don't work for the sheriff's office?
no,
You work with these entities, correct?
correct.
You are free to reach whatever opinion and conclusions you want, absent oversight from the DA's office or the sheriff's office, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes,
Okay. You were asked about
State
drag marks at the
undetermined.
scene, correct?
yes,
And I assume Mr. Wolf was referring to drag marks on the ground. Is that what you understood him to be referring to?
that was my presumption, yes,
Okay, and you said they could have been obscured by conditions.
yes.
What did you mean by that?
Just that it had been a while since Ms. Pavlons had died. So if there had been drag marks on the ground, if there had been, they may have been obscured since it had been a period of time, including, weather conditions, rain, just the passage of time.
You could please put up 17. And if you could just zoom in a little bit on this one, please. A little bit out. The first click was good. And then more to the top of the photo, please. There we go. Okay. Dr. Shield, I'm displaying for you exhibit number 17. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. You see an opening in the woods that could perhaps be a trail?
yes,
Was that there that day?
yes,
Okay. With the position of the arms being up near the head area of the body, is it possible that the body was dragged feet first?
it's possible.
If you could go to 18, please. Is it possible that the body was dragged with Ms. Pavlons facing down, like on her stomach as she was being dragged?
That's possible.
What do you base that on?
That could account for why her t-shirt and bra are rocked up, if you will, above her breast.
And her arms are up above as well? Okay. Her right arm, was it kind of stuck in there?
Yes.
If she had been dragged face down on her stomach by her feet, could there be abrasions, cuts, whatever, to her head and face?
Yes.
Would those have been observable to you?
No.
Same with the stomach, or the torso, I should say.
Correct.
Could have been abrasions, but you just can't see them.
Correct. There don't appear to be abrasions.
You were asked about the fact that her hyoid bone was intact, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf said that can be an indication of strangulation.
Yes.
And that's a fact, isn't it?
Yes.
That's something you look for.
Yes.
Have you also seen cases where a person was strangled and the hyoid bone was not damaged, fractured in any way?
Yes.
It remained intact even though strangulation occurred.
Yes.
You've seen that personally?
Yes.
Does the research and literature also support that?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Those are all my questions.
Recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm going to have the witness look at Defense Exhibit 529. I'm asking that it be admitted.
I'm sorry, which one? I'm sorry.
529.
Is there objection?
No.
Okay, 529 did admitted.
I'd ask that it be published.
All right.
Dr. Shields, you did observe the clothing that Ms. Pavlons was wearing on the date, when she was located in the woods, correct?
Correct.
Is the clothing in this picture that you see consistent with the shirt, at least the shirt and pants that she was wearing on that particular day?
Looks to be yes.
Okay, and that shirt, as you can see, is about down to about having a picture in the woods that's kind of pushed up, correct?
Well, I don't know if it's the same shirt.
Okay, but it
resembles it, yes.
Okay, and you can't say whether or you can't say how that shirt got pushed up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you can't say whether it happened when Ms. Pavlons was having some type of seizure that she could be thrashing and that shirt could get pushed up, correct? You can't say that didn't happen.
That's correct.
And you can't say that animals didn't pull that shirt up, correct?
Wait a minute.
No.
Okay, and you can't say that she wasn't.
Whoa. Are they trying to say that she felt a seizure coming on and she went out in the woods and laid down to have a seizure? And she died. Is that what they're trying to say? That she went out into the woods to lay down and have a seizure? Are you kidding me?
She didn't pull her shirt up to use the woods as a restroom, correct?
I can't say that.
Okay, so you have no idea how her shirt got pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right. That's it. Thank you very much, Doctor. If you can hand me that exhibit, please, I appreciate it.
She's right next to a
Excuse, thank you.
building.
All right, we got the,
What?
what about the exhibit 62, 446, and 529?
Yes, I move for admission, and I have no objection to the defense exhibits. I think that was 61, also her CD.
Yes.
Move to admit 61 and 62, no objection to the defense exhibits, Your Honor.
All right. Wolf?
I'll.
StreamYard, would you please stop? What the fudge?
State calls Dr. Hans. Crystal
Okay,
Hans.
very good. Come on up, Doctor. Come up to the witness stand to my right, please.
Judge, are the exhibits from Dr. Shields still on the table, or?
No, I'll get it back. And if you could raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is not before the court shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, please. And if you could tell us your name, please.
My name is Crystal Hans, H-A-N-S.
Okay, thank you. And you needed some exhibits with her, ma'am?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure they weren't left
They're not,
behind
no.
so that
Okay.
Dr. Hans has a clean workspace.
All right.
Okay. Dr. Hans, please tell the jury your occupation.
You're right, Mark.
I'm an assistant professor of forensic entomology at Purdue University and a forensic entomology consultant.
Wiggles.
Did you, at my request, send a copy of your curriculum? All right, I'd like to
are correct,
Please.
Marty. They
Any objection to
don't.
publishing her CV?
They don't
Absolutely
even
not.
have
Okay,
to
thank you,
prove
sir.
that.
Exhibit
They don't have to
64, we're going
prove
to put it on the screen.
anything.
And this is a 29-page document according to the PDF.
Yes.
Pretty lengthy, huh? Okay, and this is a document you created?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right.
And if you could just, we're not going to go through it all, but explain your education, formal education and training, please.
I received a bachelor's in biology from William Smith College in Geneva, New York. I then received a master's in biology with research in forensic entomology from
Now we
Cleveland State
got
University.
using the maggots.
Yes.
Do me a favor, you're soft-spoken, which is okay, and you're facing the screen. If you could hold the microphone bar over that way.
Sure thing.
Thank you so much.
Happy to help.
Put it on that screen right in front of you?
It is,
Okay,
yes.
that might be a little easier
Yes.
for you. Okay, thank you.
Is it too
I
fast?
then went on to complete my PhD in biology with research in forensic entomology from the University of Windsor in 2016.
And you said you're currently working as, you have two titles, right? Associate professor,
Assistant professor.
excuse me?
Yes.
Assistant professor and also a consultant.
And a consultant, that's correct.
Tell us about your work as an assistant professor.
As an assistant professor, I teach forensic science and forensic entomology courses in the Department of Entomology at Purdue. I also have a research lab where I train graduate and undergraduate students on research related to forensic entomology.
And this is Purdue University,
That's correct.
West Lafayette?
West Lafayette campus.
All right, Boilermakers. Okay, well, welcome to Wisconsin. Thank you for coming. So you teach both undergraduate and graduate level courses?
I do not teach graduate level courses, but I train graduate students in my research lab.
I see. Okay. What types of...
Training graduate students is a significant contribution to academia and research.
Throw this thing away, somebody? Because I know you're going to kill me, so I'm just going to throw this in the garbage right now. I'm sorry.
I'll do it outside the presence of...
Okay. Turn that thing off. All right, my apologies. I know that's really one of Judge Ramirez's least favorite things, so I apologize to the court and to everybody. Okay, so Dr. Hans, what types of courses do you treat at Purdue University?
I teach several courses throughout the academic year, including forensic investigation, forensic analysis, forensic testimony and ethics, and then an investigating forensic science introductory level course.
And this is all specific to the field of entomology?
It all includes entomology, but covers a broad range of forensic science.
Sure. And forensic meaning relating to a court proceeding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Have you ever testified in a court before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
One time previously.
When, where, and when was that?
That was in Lake County, Indiana in 2021.
What kind of case was it?
That was a criminal case as well.
Okay. And were you, in that case, asked to give an opinion as well?
Yes, I was.
Have you had other opportunities to testify but never actually made it to the stand? Or let me ask you a better way. Have you worked on other criminal cases?
I have.
Okay. Can you estimate for us about how many?
About 43 cases.
Okay. And is that part of your work as an independent consultant?
That's true, as a consultant.
So that's separate from your work at Purdue University?
Yes.
Tell us about your independent consulting practice.
So I'm contacted by a variety of different individuals, pathologists, coroners, death investigators, when there's insect evidence that's associated with a scene or with remains. Sometimes I collect the evidence. Sometimes others collect the evidence and ship it to me for analysis.
Okay. And are you a part of any professional organizations?
Yes, so I'm a member of the American Board of Forensic Entomology, which is our certification body in North America.
So you are board certified in this
I am
field?
board certified.
Okay. Any other professional organizations?
I'm currently the president of the North American Forensic Entomology Association, which is our professional organization in North America as well.
Do you host conferences and trainings and things like that?
Yes, I do. I hosted one at Purdue this summer.
And so you're actively involved in that. And you get people from all over the world?
Yes, it was an international conference, and yeah.
And also, again, we're not going to go through it, but you have your published works, is that correct?
Yes.
Quite a few published works?
Yeah, about 25 between papers and book chapters.
Okay. And that's, again, specific to the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Wolf, any further voir dire for this witness?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for explaining your background to us, Dr. Hans. We're going to move forward then and ask, I'm going to ask you about questions specific to this case, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document that's been marked as Exhibit 65, which is her report.
Thank you.
Can you identify 65?
Yes, this is a report that I submitted.
Okay. Specific to this case?
Specific to this case.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
I received an email from Dalen Modrak, the deputy medical examiner for Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay.
Asking if I would assist with the insect evidence associated with this case.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What's that person's name again, please?
Dalen Modrak,
Spell that. Is it D-I-L-L-O?
D-A-L-E-L-Y-N-N
Okay.
M-O-D-R-A-K.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
To your knowledge, have you ever worked with the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office before?
On one case previously.
Okay. So they called you up and asked for help, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And was this early on in the case?
This was, I believe, the day that the autopsy had taken place.
Okay. And did you speak with Ms. Modrick on the phone?
Not on the phone, only through email.
I see. All right. Were you made aware of the fact that they were collecting specimens and wanted your assistance in identifying those specimens?
I was made aware that the specimens had been collected and
see.
they were looking to ship these insects to me.
Okay. And you agreed to assist?
Yes, I did.
1 second, please. All right. Did you receive more than one specimen or sample, I guess is a better word?
I received a total of 5 samples.
5 samples from the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. Describe each of those 5 samples, please.
The samples were, 2 of them were in plastic Tupperware containers that had live insects and tuna fish, which was the food source for the insects.
Okay.
In addition to that, there were 3 glass vials that contained preserved or already dead insect samples as well.
I see. All right. And is that the preferred method, that you receive some live samples and some preserved samples?
The standard method is to have a combination of both. We have live samples, specialized for positive identification. We also have a sample of preserved insects, meaning that they were preserved when they were collected to stop their development, so that we can examine them in the lab to determine what life stage those insects are in.
Okay. Was the when you received the samples, did you have any reason to doubt the integrity of the samples?
I did not.
Okay. So let's start with the live insects that you received. I think one of them was labeled as maggots from torso. You remember that?
That's correct.
What did you do with those samples, please?
So live maggot samples, they came to me already in the or preservation. And once they're in that glass jar, I add pine shavings and I give them extra food. So we use beef liver in the lab. It's a nutritious food source for the maggots as they're developing. I then place a piece of landscape tarp on the top. It's the same as what you would use in your garden to try to prevent weed growth. I then place the ring of the jar to keep it secure. And while the maggots are in this jar, they can feed. And then when they're finished with feeding, they can burrow into the pine shavings, into that substrate to complete their development.
And that's what you did in this case?
And that's what I did in this case.
Were you able to develop the larvae into an actual insect, adult insect?
Yes, I developed those larvae into adult blowflies.
All right, so let's talk about what is a blowfly.
Yeah, a blowfly is a very common fly. I'm sure that you've seen them hovering over your garbage can or maybe stopping by to visit your food if you're eating outside. They're shiny, metallic. I think they're beautiful as an entomologist, but they're very common flies for us to see out in the wild.
Okay, and how, in the wild, how would they develop?
In the wild, the female flies are attracted to decomposing tissue, and they can detect the odors of decomposition far before we can as humans. So female flies will arrive to the remains or to a carcass, and they're looking for locations on the body that are suitable for them to lay their eggs. Typically, the flies will go for the natural openings of the face, so the eyes, ears, nose, or mouth. And once they deposit those eggs, they're looking for these protected spaces are really prone to drying out. And if they dry out, they won't survive. So the female flies are always looking for those eggs will hatch into very small maggots. And maggots go through 3 different life stages. And once they hatch out of an egg, they can start feeding on the tissue and on the liquid of the remains.
Okay, I'm going to have you take us through the life cycle,
Yes.
but before I do that, I wanted to ask, you said they can detect an odor long before a human can.
Yes.
And can they travel great distances to locate the decomposing remains?
Yes, it's been documented that they can travel up to 8 to 10 miles to arrive to remains.
And do they specifically seek out human remains? This is why when you see roadkill on the side of the road, you see buzzing. Those are probably blowflies?
Probably blowflies as well.
Okay. And they're looking for a spot to deposit their eggs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, does the development from stage to stage depend on environmental factors?
So the rate of development depends on the environment. So for our flies, as many other insects, they cannot generate their own internal heat the way that we can. So they rely on the environment. And essentially, the warmer it is outside, the faster they can progress through these life stages, the faster they can develop. The colder it is, the slower they develop.
And you've already indicated to us there's various stages of this development.
Yes.
Did you provide a little chart for me to help us understand this?
I did.
Okay, we're going to put up Exhibit 60, please. I'm sorry, 66? 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, doctor, please explain the blowfly life cycle to the class.
Yes, so what this figure is illustrating, up at the top we have an example of one of our blowflies. You can see how metallic and shiny they are. Now those female flies, when they arrive to the remains, they're going to deposit an egg mass, and flies can deposit between 200 and 400 eggs on remains. When it's in the egg mass, those eggs are going to hatch, and from that will come those very small maggots, and we call those a first instar. That's the first maggot stage. Now, once they hatch from the egg, those maggots can start to feed. They have very small mouth hooks that are inside the pointy end of the maggot, and they can use those to feed on tissue. Now, maggots are going to eat for the duration of those life stages. So as they eat, they get progressively bigger, and they move from the first instar, from that real small maggot, to a second instar, which is slightly larger. They can.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes.
The term you're using, instar?
Instar, I-N-S-T-A-R.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All one word.
All one word. Yes. Yeah, and that just refers to the stage. So from the second instar, the second maggot stage, they'll continue to feed, they'll get larger, and they move into the third instar stage. So that's our third maggot stage, and that's when they're going to be quite large.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the screen in front of you is actually a touch screen.
Oh, I can touch it? Oh,
Yeah,
great. Okay.
and then it'll mark. So if you could show us which one is instar number 1 and designate it with the number 1.
Absolutely. Oh, is it supposed to be moving?
All right, hang on. Okay, there's 3 lines on the bottom.
This?
There. Right, touch that, please. Not working.
Nope.
Hang on. Let's see what's going on. It's because it's drawing a white line.
Oh, I
If you
see.
ever touch it again, it should be a color. Touch it for a little bit.
No, it doesn't seem to be reacting.
Okay. Okay, that's all right.
Well, if anyone has an old-fashioned pointer, we can do this that way as well.
I do.
You do? All right. Prepared.
Thank you.
Laser pointer?
And you can step up if you want.
Okay. That might be a little bit.
Keep your voice up, please.
It's top up.
Yeah.
Here, let me see. It doesn't show on the screen.
It doesn't show on the screen. All right.
Nope.
Okay. Well, we're going to do this really old-fashioned way.
Okay.
The adult blowfly is at the top, and we're going to go clockwise.
Yes, we're
around
going to
the
go
fly.
clockwise.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Move this over for you.
Okay.
So from that fly, we have the egg mass.
Okay.
That's depicted. We move to the arrow below, and on the right-hand side, that's our small first instar, that small maggot stage. So that's when they can start feeding.
Okay.
From that first instar, we go to our second instar, so they're a little bit bigger. They're still going to be actively feeding. From that second instar, moving over to the left-hand side, now we have the largest of those maggots, and we call that a third instar. Now they're going to continue to feed, and as they approach the end of that third instar stage, we call them pre-pupal, meaning they're finishing up with their digestion, and they're going to be looking for a dry place where they can pupate. And the pupa is that brown cocoon-looking structure that's shown there. So if you've ever heard about butterfly development or moth development, that's similar to a cocoon or a chrysalis for those insects. So once that maggot is done feeding, they're going to shrink and harden and form that protective, you can see it's a dark brown case around them. Now while they're inside of that case, they are going to be changing into an adult fly. They will emerge out of that case as an adult with wings, and now they can fly.
Excellent. All right. You said they feed during all 3 phases of the instar, correct?
All 3 of those maggot stages, yes.
Okay. And then at some point when they are making the transition from instar 3 to the pupate stage, that's pre-pupal stage, pupal.
Yes.
Okay, are they feeding during that time?
They are not. So they have finished feeding and they are trying to clear everything out of their digestive system.
When they first hatch in instar 1, do they start eating right away?
They can start feeding immediately.
Okay, you can have a seat again, thank you.
Thanks.
And how much do these little guys eat?
So it's estimated that each individual maggot can eat about 1 gram of tissue throughout those stages.
They eat a lot.
They do.
Okay, and they eat continuously.
Yes.
Okay, and you said it can depend on environmental factors how long it takes to move through this cycle, correct?
Yes.
Is there a range that it generally takes?
Well, that depends on the species of fly.
Okay.
And so we have published data sets that document how long it takes for each species to develop at different temperatures.
Okay. And getting back to our cycle here, about the 10 o'clock spot, the pupate.
Pupa, yes.
Pupa. Is the insect or the casing still on the body or the remains?
That would still be on the remains, and
Okay.
even after the fly emerges out of it, that would still be left behind.
Okay. I'm sorry, the remains of the source of the food, the human remains.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, that pupal case would still
Still
stay
stay.
in that location.
Okay.
Yes.
And so we just had Dr. Shield, the medical examiner, testifying that she could observe some pupae casings. That's what she would be referring to.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So getting back to our live samples that you developed in the lab,
Yes.
you took them through this cycle, right?
Yes.
And when you received it, do you know what stage it was in the cycle?
When I received them, they were 3rd instar.
Okay.
So they were already quite large
Okay.
at that stage. And that's for the live ones.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know in your lab how long it took you to develop them fully to adult fly?
I do not have it in this report.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. I'm sorry, can you identify the species when they are in the maggot stage?
It's easier when they're in that large 3rd instar
Okay.
stage. Even easier when they're an adult fly.
Okay. So were you ultimately able to make,
That they were the blowfly Formia regina.
okay, that's the scientific name?
It is. The common name is the black blowfly.
Black blowfly, okay.
And Ms. Opper, would that be a name that my court reporter would necessarily know, perhaps not being so experienced in flies?
No, probably not,
Perhaps
Judge.
you could ask the witness to spell that?
Happy to spell that. Formia is Phormia. Regina, Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much for
You're
spelling that for us.
And that was, that
You need to be
identification occurred.
sarcastic about it? Jeez.
What do you, how do you do that? Will you look at it, visually examine it, or?
Yeah, so we do what's called a morphological examination. So I'm looking at each individual fly under a microscope, trying to determine the characters that it has on its body
Okay.
to determine the species.
Okay. And so you had to do this step in order to know how long the stage of development took. You have to know the exact species.
I have to know the species, yes.
Okay. So from there, once you've identified the species, are you able to calculate an approximate time that it took for this cycle?
Yes, so using data from the nearest weather station, I was able to get the temperature data. And then once I have the species, I can estimate what we call the time of colonization. And colonization just refers to when the eggs were deposited on the body. And so once I know the species and I know the oldest life stage that was developing on the remains, we can work backwards in the cycle to determine when those eggs were first deposited, when they first colonized the remains.
Okay. And you were able to do that in this case?
Yes, I was.
You got weather data from a nearby weather station?
Yes,
And that's published or publicly available weather data?
it is. It is through NOAA.
Okay.
Yes.
The
National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
All right. A reliable source of information?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And did you have to have any other factors available to you to make this calculation?
Once I have the temperature data, I'm also looking for published data sets about the development of this particular species of blowfly.
So others have done studies,
Yes, this is based on research with these species.
and these are published studies?
Yes, published peer-reviewed studies.
Okay. And again, the type of material or information you would reasonably rely on in the field of forensic entomology.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Were you able to find a published study that would tell you specific to the black blowfly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about that, please.
I found two. So I found the Bird and Allen 2001 publication.
Please spell.
The author's name. So
Yes.
Bird, B-Y-R-D, and Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
Okay.
Yes. And in that paper, they talk about the development of this species at different temperatures, including cyclical temperatures. I also found a paper by Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. And in that paper, again, it talks about the development of the black blowfly at different temperatures and includes information about what we call the accumulated degree days.
Yeah, explain what that means, please.
Yeah, so accumulated degree days is a term that we use in entomology that takes into account temperature and time. And the way that we think about it is these flies have to acquire thermal units. So because they're relying on the environment for the rate that they develop, they have to get a certain amount of thermal units to be able to move through each of these life stages. So the warmer it is, the faster they can acquire those thermal units to be able to move through their development cycle.
And were you ultimately able to calculate the accumulated degree?
Her belt was undone and her pants were unbuttoned, but her fly was not.
Days specific to this case?
Yes, I was.
What was your finding, please?
So I found that for Formia regina, for this black blowfly, in order to reach the third instar, so the largest of that maggot stage, 119.17 of those thermal units, of those accumulated degree days. I also wanted to take into account that pre-pupal, so the end of that third instar, as they're getting ready to form that pupal case. And for that, I found that they would require between 159.75 and 177.75 of those accumulated degree days.
And then you had to do a little math, right, to come up with some dates on a calendar?
Yes, we do.
Tell us what you did.
So once we have all of that weather data and we have the temperature data for each day, we can add up those thermal units, so those degree days. So starting with the day that the remains were recovered outside, we can start to sum those thermal units, working backwards in time. So I was able to accumulate those degree days in time, and using those reported values of how many of these thermal units, how many degree days these flies would take, that puts us at a range for our pre-pupal black blowflies of August 25th to August 26th, and for those third instar maggots of August 30th to August 31st.
If based on that, you can say the human remains were present?
I can say that this is the minimum time of colonization, so the minimum amount of time that would have been needed for the insects that were collected to have developed to that stage on the remains.
I see.
Yes.
So for the pre-pupal stage, August 25th or 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And you had some familiarity with the details of the case, some photographs from the scene, things like that?
I received photos from the scene and the autopsy as well.
Okay. And did you observe the significant loss of soft tissue to the neck and head region?
Yes, I did.
Would that be consistent with the insect activity that you've described for us?
Yes. So if we think about where those flies are placing those eggs and going to the natural openings of the face, that would often be the first area that the insects would be feeding.
And they would actually eat the tissue?
They would consume the soft tissue, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Doctor. Those are all my questions.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Doctor, when you're basing these assumptions, you said you use the temperature and other conditions from the nearest weather station, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So your assumption is that the body was outside during that entire.
Yeah.
Looking over your resume, you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been a member since 2018?
Yes.
And what is that organization?
The American Academy of Forensic Science is one of the largest professional organizations for forensic scientists and academics.
Okay. And does that organization set standards for various forensic fields?
The organization itself does not, but there are committees through the National Institute of Science and Technology that help to generate those standards.
Okay. So they kind of work with the National Institute of Science and Technology?
Yes.
Okay. To set standards in the forensic field?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I get that right. Okay. And you indicated that you do certain you're part of or you're certified by a certification body, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell me about that. How do you go about certification?
So to become a board certified forensic entomologist, you have to demonstrate that you've published in the field, that you have a minimum of 3 years of experience, and that you've developed at least 3 case reports related to criminal proceedings. You then submit that information to the board. Once you're approved, then you take an exam, and the exam is about 12 to 13 hours, and it includes a multiple choice component as well as a practical. You have to demonstrate that you can identify a variety of different insects from across North America, as well as they give you evidence for 2 mock cases. You have to do a complete analysis and write a case report as if it was a real case.
Okay, and you don't know the results of, strike that. They're tests that you obviously are going into without knowing any other information about the scenario, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they're blind tests, correct?
Yes, they are.
What's the importance of blind testing?
Well, I think it's important so that people can't cheat and prepare beforehand, so that there's also no bias in any of their opinions before they take the exam.
Okay.
I just wanted.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay.
You're excused.
Thank
And
you.
if you can give me that, you can actually take that whole bottle of water.
All right, you got it.
What can help?
Thank you. Have a safe trip back.
All right, let me talk to the attorneys about the timing here, please.
There's a bunch of like I don't know what spider stuff in the back too. Way back in the back. I don't even know what that is. Okay. All right. I just wanted you to know. Okay. Bye.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Truesdale.
All right. Doctor, if you come up to our witness stand up here, please. And if you could raise your right hand and be sworn in.
I thought I muted myself. Did I not mute myself? So I went to check the mail. There's a black widow in our mailbox. So I called Travis because I don't want him to stick his hand in there and get bit and die. So I call him and I say, there's the black widow in our mailbox. And he goes, oh yeah, I know. I told you. I said, when did you tell me? He goes, you don't listen. I said, oh, okay. Well, if you knew it was in there, why didn't you kill it? He said, because I keep forgetting to take the bug spray out there. But you remember there's a black widow in there. Okay.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Dr. Jana Marie Truesdell.
Okay, spell the first name and the last name, please.
First name Jana Marie. Last name Truesdell, Truesdll.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury what your position and title is.
I'm a forensic anthropologist. I am the consultant anthropologist for Waukesha County with the Medical Examiner's Office. I am also...
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Truesdale.
All right. Doctor, if you come up to our witness stand up here, please. And if you could raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat, please. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Dr. Jana Marie Truesdell.
Okay, spell the first name and the last name, please.
First name Jana Marie. Last name Truesdell, Truesdell.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury what your position and title is.
I'm a forensic anthropologist. I am the consultant anthropologist for Waukesha County with the Medical Examiner's Office. I am also the head of the Forensic Investigation Program at UW-Platteville.
And what is the field of forensic anthropology? What's the focus of that field?
A forensic anthropology is someone whose specialization is the human skeleton.
Pull that
So
out
that
of your
could be
butt, or is that
assisting
real
with identifications. It could be telling the life story or what happened to a person in death, and it could also be interpreting decomposition. We study decomposition so that we know what is normal or not normal in certain environments and situations.
I'm going to ask that we display for you Exhibit 67, which is your curriculum vitae. Should come up on that screen to your right there.
Except they found this one. Did they ever find?
Yes, I have it.
What was her name?
And this is a document you generated?
Correct.
It's really
And does
real?
it
Okay,
indicate your education and formal training in the field of forensic anthropology?
It does.
All right. Please just tell the jury about your education.
Oh, she's Bones.
I'm sorry. Can we display this, publish this? Any objection, Mr. Wolf?
No objection here.
Okay.
No, sorry, no objection.
Thank you.
Attorney Apple.
Thank you, sir.
My education, I have 2 masters. My first master's is at the University of Central Lancashire. That is in forensic anthropology. My second master's was from the University College London, and that is forensic archaeological science. And my doctorate is from the University of Oxford, again in anthropology.
So all of your education occurred in the UK?
It did.
Okay.
Well, I should say I went to do a certificate of major at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee.
Okay. And you're currently on staff at the University of Platteville?
Correct.
Okay. What do you teach there?
I, as the head of the Forensic Investigation Program, I myself teach forensic anthropology, decomposition in the postmortem interval, a class called Forensic Firsts, which sort of is what are the big cases that put specific disciplines on the map. I teach a senior seminar in which students carry out experiments, either library-based or we use pigs at a taphonomy center to, again, look for things in decomposition.
You said pigs and what?
At a taphonomy center. So taphonomy is anything that happens to the body after death.
Can you spell that, please?
Taphonomy, taphonomy.
I've never heard that word
You're
before.
learning this, aren't you?
Yes. Are you board certified in any way or license certified?
I am a board certified medical legal death investigator, have been since 2012, and I am currently in the application process for board certification for forensic anthropology through the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists.
Have you ever testified in a court case before?
I have not.
Okay.
And have you ever had a judge tell you to slow down?
Oh, sorry, no.
Probably not, okay? Just a little bit. Our reporter's taking everything down, and if you just slow down a little bit.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
All right.
You said that you do regularly consult with the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, correct? And what kinds of cases would they call you for?
A forensic anthropologist would be called when identification is unable to be made by the usual means, such as soft tissue means or scientific means like fingerprints. We would do a biological profile, which is what did the person, how old was the person, what did they look like, were they biologically male or female, how tall were they, did they have any injuries that could be matched with someone in life, those kinds of cases. So I have worked on cold cases, quote unquote called cold cases for Waukesha, as well as modern cases of just any death, but homicide, just questioned death in general, where it would be beneficial to look at the skeleton as opposed to soft tissue.
So some of that you're describing, the cold cases and things, that's where an individual walking a dog finds a bone or something like that, and you have no idea who, what, when, where.
Correct.
Okay. This case is not to that level.
No.
Although there was decomposition of the body.
There was.
Correct. There was still tattoos and things that they were able to observe and ultimately make an identification, correct?
Yes, they had made, they were working on a presumptive identification based on clothing and jewelry when they called me, and then subsequently they had positively identified the decedent through a screw in her wrist.
Okay, so you were not needed for that identification portion.
This is going to be a tough one.
What was your role then in this case?
I was asked to do a trauma analysis.
Okay, what is that?
That is to, because of the decomposition, cause and manner of death were unable to be found at autopsy, so they wanted to know if there were any signs of trauma on the bones, such as sharp force trauma, blunt force trauma, anything like that that the bones could tell us.
And with your trained eye, you could detect those things?
Correct.
We'll cut to the chase. Did you find anything?
No.
Okay.
There was sharp force trauma, but it was all consistent with modern autopsy procedures.
Okay. Because we can't really tell this jury anything other than we looked. briefly describe for us the process that you undertook to do your analysis.
I was given information, just basic background information. We agreed to meet at the morgue at a certain time. During that time, we did an initial evaluation. So that was before what we call macerating or defleshing the remains. There was still a lot of soft tissue that was putrefied, decomposing. There was some mummification. But I took an initial look for first impressions. On that day, we prioritized defleshing the ribs and the vertebrae, just because that was where we wanted to make sure we looked first. There was nothing there to be seen. And so then the medical examiner's office macerated the rest of the remains, and then once that was finished, I came back and did my examination, looking over each bone, photographing each bone, just taking inventory, filling out forms, things like that.
So let me ask you, you said each bone. You literally mean every bone in Ms. Pavlons' body was inspected and analyzed by you?
Correct.
From her skull to the littlest bone in her foot?
Absolutely.
And you observed no trauma?
Again, there was sharp force trauma, but it was consistent with the autopsy that had already taken place.
Okay. Meaning when Dr. Shield had to cut the body open, she has to cut the rib cage and things like that in order to perform her autopsy.
Correct.
That you saw, but nothing that could not be explained by autopsy.
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, Dr. Truesdale, hypothetically, let's say an example of a gunshot wound. Have you seen cases where there's trauma or defect to a bone in the case of a gunshot wound?
Yes.
How so? I mean, how is it caused?
How is it caused?
The projectile into the bone? What would you see?
You would see certain patterns. There would be, oftentimes there is a circular defect, or if it has shattered the bone, you put the bones back together and see if you can see a circular defect. You can show trajectory if there's what's called beveling, which is, it's sort of like a crater on the inside, or whichever side is the inside, which means that you can tell which way the bullet was entering the bone. There's certain fractures that, radiating fractures, things like that, that would be indicative of a gunshot wound, which is very different from other types of trauma.
Sure. And sometimes, like in the case of a stabbing, you may also see a defect from the stabbing instrument striking a bone, nicking it or something?
Correct.
Okay. Your analysis was limited to the skeletal remains or the bones of Ms. Pavlons, correct?
Correct. And I did assess decomposition as well, but the bones were my focus.
Your primary focus? Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Doctor, you are a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science, correct?
I am.
Can you describe what that organization is and why you're a member?
The AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Sciences, is the largest organization for forensic science in the nation. It has a lot of disciplines under its umbrella. It allows for scientists and practitioners to come together and share what they are currently doing in their practice. So case studies, experiments, and the results of those experiments. But it also, in becoming a member, you are held to ethical standards as well. So it is just a body that allows scientists to come together and to adhere to certain standards.
Okay, so they assist in setting standards for various areas of forensic science?
They don't themselves set the standards, but they expect us to adhere to the standards set by, say, OSAC or National Institute of Science and Technology.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and just in so you said you're going through certification certified as a death investigator, correct?
Correct.
And you go through certain testing to get those certifications?
You do.
Okay. Are those blind tests?
Yes. The forensic anthropology, you go through the application process, and then you have to take a practical, which it would be blind to you, and then it's recently been broken up into 2 tiers. So it's a practical and then more case study. They give you examples and things like that, which you wouldn't know anything about. Okay. For that, you take a series of 5 multiple choice tests.
Okay. And for the practical tests, it's very important for those to be blind tests, correct?
Correct.
And after your investigation, which was a follow-up to the investigation done by the Waukesha County Medical Examiner, you could not come up with a cause of death or manner of death, correct?
There was no evidence of trauma on the skeleton.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Just to be clear, it's not your role to determine cause or manner of death, correct?
Correct. I would do my investigation or my examination, and I would give a report of what I saw to the medical examiner, and then they would decide cause or manner of death.
Nothing else, thank you.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
And, okay. Let's break for lunch. Okay, folks, and let's come back at, I think 1:15 will be ample time for lunch. Are we okay with that? Any objections? All right, let's be back at 1:15. Follow Mike's directions, whatever they are, such that we can start at that time, okay?
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna prove it. Other than where she was found has a connection to him.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Anything from the state before we break?
I think we just have a few exhibits we need to address and make sure they've been admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just conferring about the exhibits. I would move to admit 61, 62, 64, 65, 66, and 67, please. Those are all the CVs and various reports testified to by the doctors this morning.
What was 64?
64 was Dr. Hahn's CV.
Okay.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Right, they're all admitted. And then we already did some of those actually in 446 and 529 from the defense already. Anything else, ma'am?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wolf, anything else there at this juncture?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's break for lunch. Be back and ready to go at 1:15, okay? Thank you.
We did not use her report.
No, I didn't even introduce.
And a history of an abusive relationship doesn't mean that because she was found dead that she was murdered.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and the touch screen. Thank you, ma'am.
No!
All right.
No! Why?
Okay.
They can't even prove that she was murdered. The only connection they have to him is where she was found. And an abusive relationship doesn't mean that she was murdered. Or she could have been murdered by, if she was murdered, she could have been murdered by somebody else. Like, who knows? Why? 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 So it's going to be another whole big trial? That was the Taking Care of Maya case that I purposefully did not watch because I was a pediatric nurse and it was going to break my dang heart and also embarrass me on behalf of the children's hospital. I guess I'm going to have to cover it next time. I was not streaming the first time that the case happened. I was not a streamer yet. And I didn't watch it on purpose. I watched opening statements and that was it. I was like, nope, I can't watch this one. Yep. True. Good Lord. They're going to put that woman through all that again. Woman now, right? She's grown. Ugh.
Our other guys?
That just came out.
Where are they? Okay, all right.
Judy, can you fill Ozzy in? Oh, Marty doesn't know it either. Fill them in, please, Judy.
I have one of the phone numbers. I closed it, so you should. Oh, but it's on. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they said. One thing that ever talked about.
I mean, I can, but I don't want to. I'm trying to get caught up to the live.
She's 7, yep.
And you probably know more about it than I do anyway. I didn't watch it. There's a Netflix documentary about it called Taking Care of Maya, which I haven't watched that either. Judy probably knows a lot more than I do.
Detective Frederick, do me a favor and open those media rooms, please. Thank you. All right, 14 minutes back. Welcome back, everybody. Tell everybody, remind them not to eat too much at lunch, because then you get to taking a nap at about 2:30. So have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, let's have your next witness, please.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Ross Seitz.
Get up here.
And I almost went to work at that hospital.
Clerk.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
All right, very good. Have a seat, sir. And tell us your name, please.
No,
Ross
Judy
Seitz,
is mine.
S-E-I-T-Z.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I
Thank
can't
you.
do
Detective
this
Seitz, where are you employed?
The Waukesha County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
About 15 years.
Is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And how long have you been a detective?
About 10 years.
Were you working as a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department on September 9th of 2022?
Yes.
And on that day, was your department called to respond?
Okay, I guess Judy's not going to do it. Okay, so Maya, she had, I don't even remember what it's called. Oh, never mind. She's doing it.
To a scene just east of the OAW building.
Yes.
Okay. And were you assigned to handle some responsibilities related to that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Initially, were you asked to assist investigators in just determining who the deceased person was?
Yes.
And ultimately, the medical examiner was able to determine that that was Stephanie Pavlons, right?
Yes.
Okay. After the deceased person was identified, what was your role in the investigation?
I assisted with a search warrant. I also assisted with an interview.
Okay. As part of your kind of initial investigations, were you asked to do a preservation of a phone number?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important that law enforcement preserve records for particular phone numbers in an investigation?
So that records aren't lost.
Investigators a particular number and asked to preserve that?
Yes, for Stephanie.
Okay. And then did you also learn where Stephanie and Mr. Matthew Pahl had been living around the time that she went missing?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was the Willow Apartments over there on 1001 Delafield Street.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement seize and then ultimately review surveillance video from the Willow Park apartments?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to review some video as part of your preparation for the search warrant and then ultimately the interview of Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
Why were you looking at some surveillance video from that apartment?
I believe in speaking with the case detectives, there was information that the 23rd of August was a particular date of interest related to some phone records I believe they had, and I wanted to see what the activity was between Stephanie and the defendant.
Okay. Were there a number of surveillance cameras located throughout the apartment complex, looking at different doors or different areas of the apartment complex?
Yes. Yes.
And did you ultimately focus your review on two particular doors that became of interest as part of the investigation from August 23rd specifically?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you first what's been marked as Exhibit 71. Just let me know when you can see that on your screen. This is a PowerPoint. I'm going to ask you to, can we go to slide 2, please? Do you recognize what's depicted in slide 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the apartment complex that you are reviewing video of?
Yes, this is, if you're just to the north of the building looking south.
Okay. And is there also an aerial view?
Yes.
What are the significance of the numbers that are located on those photos?
The 7 would be door 7, I believe was north entry, and door 4, 4 would be for another entry or access way. I don't recall what they labeled that door.
Okay. And that's labeled, that's how the cameras are also labeled, so you know where a door is from?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to slide 5, please. Okay, so looking at slide 5, do you recognize slide 5 and what we're looking at here?
I do.
Okay, and slide 6?
I do.
And slide 7?
Yes.
Okay, and slide 8?
Yes.
Slide 9?
Yes.
Okay. Slide 10, please. And slide 11?
Yes.
Okay, slide 12.
Yes.
All right. Those were all videos that you reviewed prior to a search warrant that occurred at Mr. Pahl's residence?
Yeah, I believe it was September 12th I reviewed that footage.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 71 into evidence and permission to publish starting at slide 2.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted. Thank you.
So Detective Seitz, this is the 2 photographs that you were talking about with the numbers on the doors, right?
Yes.
Okay. And take us to slide 5, please. Okay, so you reviewed video from August 23rd of 2022, and if you can tell me, what's the timestamp at the top?
It looks like 8:39 and 20 seconds in the morning or AM.
Okay, and at the bottom it says portion of CH7. What's the significance of that related to that second slide we looked at?
That would just be attributing this to the number 7 entryway or that north entryway.
Okay, so if we can start this video, please. You can stop it. What observations did you make that were significant in your investigation about what was identified as Ms. Pavlons leaving the apartment?
We noted her clothing matched that of the body we found in the woods by OAW. Also noted some of the property she was carrying, which was a black purse with appeared to be like chain links and a pink water bottle.
Okay, you can complete the video, please. And if we can go to the next slide. Okay, and what's the timestamp at the top here?
8:40:22 AM.
And which door or camera is this coming from?
This would be door 4.
Play, please. Okay. So Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons leave from separate doors about a minute apart on August 23rd?
Correct.
Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, so you knew that that was the last, you knew based on some other investigation that the 23rd was a date of interest. Did you also want to review the video from later in the day on the 23rd to see if Ms. Pavlons returned to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you this slide now.
Are we going to watch the video all day to see if she came back?
Okay, that was hard to see. What were we looking at in that video?
Again, that's door 7 facing out to the north, and that appeared to be the defendant's vehicle traveling in the parking lot.
Okay, so looking through the door into the parking lot.
Yes.
Okay, the next slide, please. Sorry. Stop right there, please. So Mr. Pahl walks in at 11:14 a.m. What was significant to this video in your investigation?
I noted he was carrying the water bottle that Stephanie was observed leaving with a few hours earlier.
Okay, you can play again. And the next slide, please.
Yeah, Judy.
Play here.
Good point.
Okay, so Detective Sykes, we see Mr. Pahl come into view of the camera. Where does that door go that he entered, if you know?
I believe that goes into the main lobby.
Okay, and the next slide, please. Okay, and he exits the building at 12:20 p.m. with nothing in his hands.
Correct.
Right, next slide, please. So at 12:20 p.m., what did you see on that video?
It would be a continuation from the previous video, or camera 4 of him walking in the parking lot.
Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to ask you to pause it there, please. All right, Detective Sykes, at 12:30:07, what are we looking at here?
So Mr. Pahl returning back into the building through door 7.
Okay, and what does it appear that he's carrying?
A plastic bag.
All right. And he did not have that plastic bag when you saw him leaving the building. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, start again. So Detective Sykes, in reviewing this video, was Miss Pavlons, after she left on August 23rd, ever seen returning to the Willow Park apartments?
No.
And is it your understanding that you and other members of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department reviewed all of the available video from Willow Park apartment up until the date of the search warrant to see if she ever came back to the apartment?
Yes.
Why is it significant in your investigation to know the last time that Miss Pavlons is seen at the apartment?
Will give us a good timeline to work off of her disappearance and homicide.
Okay. So you review that video. You learn that Mr. Pahl is a resident at 1001 Delafield, and then you said you participated in the execution of a search warrant at his residence, right?
Yes.
And that occurs on September 17th of 2022?
I'm sorry.
Does that occur on September 17th of 2022?
Yes.
As part of that search warrant, sorry, you can take this down. Were a number of detectives involved in both photographing and collecting evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked and admitted as Exhibit 23. What was of significance in this photograph?
The pink water bottle is observed in, I believe that was,
Sorry, go back to 23.
I believe that was like the living room portion of the residence where we saw that pink water bottle.
Okay, and Exhibit 28?
That's the black purse that Stephanie was carrying.
Okay, when you see her leave the apartment on August 23rd?
Yes.
I'm going to also show you the physical pieces of evidence.
Who said
Exhibit
was a
44.
scientist?
This is that same purse that was located?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 43. This is a pink water bottle that was seen Stephanie carrying out and Mr. Pahl carrying in.
Yes.
Now, as you prepared to interview Mr. Pahl, why was it important for you to have some of this information before you actually sit down and talk with Mr. Pahl?
So we figure out again a timeline of who would have last seen Stephanie or been with her.
Okay. And the interview of Mr. Pahl occurs after the execution of the search warrant?
It does.
Okay. Mr. Pahl was transported to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And there, did you read him a copy of what's known as his Miranda warnings?
It was, I did not, but it was read to him.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 73. You didn't actually fill this form out, but you were present with Detective Fredericks when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, you then, Mr. Pahl agreed to speak with you and Detective Fredericks and answer some questions?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Yeah, I'm going to show you Exhibit 75, and I'm going to ask just for you to look at it first, and we'll see if you recognize that. We can go to slide 2, please. Detective Seitz, do you recognize what you're looking at there?
I do.
Okay, what is this?
This is interview room 1 of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department's Detective Bureau, and that is myself, Detective Fredericks, and Mr. Pahl.
Okay, and are all of these slides clips of that interview that you conducted with Mr. Pahl and Detective Fredericks on September 17th? You can scroll down.
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 75 into evidence and permission to publish.
Objection.
All right, 75 is admitted. What about 73?
I'm not moving that in now.
Okay, all right.
So we will start with the first clip in slide 2, please.
Why does it say 74?
Yeah.
You're going to play the video, there's audio as well.
There is audio, Judge, and
I'm not going to ask my reporter to try to transcribe it. Is that okay with you?
yes, please.
Is that okay with the defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
She gets to rest.
Do you guys talk here on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, we my daughter moved. She's on the stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently? In the last
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going into August. That's where I had somebody else help me with my foot. In May, it was really bad. I couldn't even stand in the shower. I needed a caretaker, and she came over once in a while and helped me.
Was Stephanie did, or the caretaker?
Stephanie did, and I had somebody else help me. But
Where's she living?
mostly at her parents, except when she would come over and help me. Okay. She went up north up at the Dells, and she texted me many texts saying that, she was sorry what happened to my leg, that, she wished that she would have called me that day. That's a whole different story in itself what happened, but if we would have been together, it would have never happened, but that's a whole different story. And she texted me saying that I feel so helpless. My family's, nobody in my family gives a shit about me. I can pull it right off my phone. I can show you right off my phone. Yeah, or I'm sure you guys, maybe you got my phone tapped. Maybe you already know.
Nobody's tapped.
Okay, but I have the text, and she begged me to pick her up. She said, "Please pick me up." And something happened up north where she just snapped. She freaking snapped, and they said that she went out in the woods, and they had to find her out in the woods.
Where?
Up north, in the Dells.
Is there somebody who lives up north? Like, what was she doing up north?
Well, her parents have a place up there, timeshare, just like my family does.
So who from her family was telling you about her wandering off into the woods?
Well, she told me, and the little time that I talked to Layla was like really concerned, and they just totally alienated her up there, and her depression. And I told her, I said, please do not take the medication that one of the doctors is prescribing you. One of the doctors was just way prescribing too much medication, and one of them was Zoloft. And I have medical people in my family, and that's one of the black box that can actually cause homicidal or suicidal situations for people, and that's documented. That's not coming from me. Look up the research. I'm not trying to be Joe Know-it-all here. I mean, that's pretty much everybody knows that some of those serious antidepressants are not good.
Agreed. Yeah.
So something's happened to her, and she said, please come and pick me up. And I picked her up from home, and she came and helped me for a little bit. She helped me, she went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it, because I wasn't going to be able to put it, because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, you can get the guy, I have a 3-prong fracture in my foot. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. I couldn't move that good.
Yeah.
Just this last 2 weeks going through therapy, it finally broke through, and the swelling went down, and I'm actually able to get my feet in the shoes now. Good. Otherwise, I was on crutches and in a walking boot. So We went to the bed thing, and she wasn't right. I told her, I said, I'm looking at you, and something's not right. And she was always really sneaky with stuff, I tried to help her with that stuff, but she was always trying to escape whatever demons were in her head. She just wanted to.
Detective Sykes, before this portion of the interview started, had you told Mr. Pahl anything about Stephanie or her whereabouts?
I don't believe so before this portion.
Okay. Did he know why he was there to talk to you?
No.
Did you tell him that you were there to investigate the death of Stephanie?
No.
Had anyone up to the point made any death notification to Mr. Pahl?
No.
Okay. We can play the next clip, please.
Just talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it?
Asked about Stephanie, why this happened to her. When I first met Stephanie, she was absolutely fine up here. Okay, she was diagnosed with grand mal seizures during this period where the.
Second slide should be. This is 4. It should be slide 3, 2008 to 2014.
It's not grandma Caesars.
So I think we need to
It's
go back to
grand
slide 2.
mal
There we go.
Caesars. It's 2 words. It's not grandma. Closed caption. It's not grandma.
Okay. Yes, please. Yeah.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it strange? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, my daughter moved. She's on a stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going.
Can you go back to the previous slide? Okay, I don't know if this one's played. This should start in 1959. Can we play slide 2, please? Starting in 1959.
Already that you didn't do anything wrong. All we have is some basic questions for you, okay? Again, we're not trying to trick you.
That's what I've heard before, and that's what you say, but how do I know?
Because all I'm asking you is to have a little faith that I'm not lying to you, okay? You never met us, all right? I'm asking you just to go on a little bit of a limb, but I'm not.
That's what I live on, faith, because that's a hell of a lot stronger word than hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I don't hope, I have faith. Okay. Because I know I didn't do anything wrong. For whatever reason you have me here.
That's what I want to talk about,
It
okay?
doesn't matter what you found in my apartment. Everything that I have in my apartment is legal.
Sure.
Okay?
Right.
I wouldn't be that freaking stupid if I did have something. I would not have something.
Matt, nobody thinks you're stupid, all right? And again, if we start disrespecting you,
I'm just saying, I'm going to be played. That's it. Attorney,
I'm not.
Oh, dude, stop talking to get a liar.
Conversation, that's all. And again, we have some real basic questions, and you can answer whatever questions you choose to. If you don't want to answer a question, don't answer it.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Do you have any? Are you curious at all about why we want to talk to you?
Well, of course I am.
And that's kind of why.
That's why I asked what.
Right, because we haven't accused you of doing anything wrong, right?
Something that happened yesterday. I mean, I went right over it, but please, I mean, nobody.
We're not here about anything yesterday, okay? Okay, and neither of us has accused you of doing anything wrong. All we want to do is talk to you.
Yeah, but you have a job. Your job is to make a case.
Yeah, it's not finding truth. Yeah,
Oh.
You know what I mean?
He sounded
Like I said,
suspicious now.
Me and Brian are not about putting stuff on people that didn't do it. Okay, I promise you. All right. I know you never met us, so I'm shooting you straight. Okay?
Oh, I've seen both of you guys before.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
We have no desire. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I've seen you make a few busts in the undercover capacity.
Let's talk about Stephanie. What is she to you?
Oh my God. Stephanie is the mother of my daughter. And you guys already know that.
Yeah. Do you guys have a current relationship?
We've always had some type of relationship with helping each other.
Yeah.
She helped me. She was spending a lot of time with her family and friends, and she helped me recently when I broke my ankle. She helped me out quite a bit, and I was quite thankful for that. I had a few other family members that helped.
You got a 3-prong break in your foot.
What I've been with her, this is well documented with her doctors. It's well documented with the suicide attempts that she's made
Why do you keep saying
in numerous places.
Now I'm suspicious.
Back in April, she took a whole bottle of pills by her parents' house, and they just kind of blew it off like it was nothing. And I tried to get her to stop the medications, to get help.
What did she take when she overdosed by her parents? Like, what was she taking?
She was taking, one of the doctors was prescribing her a lot of medications, antidepressants, pain medications, benzoins, and a lot of times I would go with her to pick up the medications, which the pharmacist has well documented that I would go there and pick them up, or we would go together. And a lot of times I would give the medications my daughter. Allegedly, my daughter, there's never been a DNA test to definitively prove that. Okay, I believe in my heart she's my daughter, but I have a brother that's deceased that we're very close to each other, and we all lived together at one time 20 years ago. So, getting back to your, what was it?
You said she takes antidepressants, so she's been diagnosed with depression.
Oh yeah, I actually, what's going on here?
Do you know where she is? Do you know, like, when's the last time you saw her?
No.
You don't know where she is? Do you remember the last time you saw her?
No, weeks ago.
Weeks ago?
And I'm sick to my stomach.
Why is that?
Because I have a bad feeling.
Walk me through the lesson. When you said you saw her a few weeks ago, where were you guys?
I can't recall the exact time that I saw her. She, do you want to go to that, or do you want to stick on the antidepressants? And the few times I had to go to the hospital with her because she was in such poor condition.
We'll come back to that.
I also have documentation. I called the suicide line. She attempted to slash her wrist.
When was that?
She started this stuff 3 or 4 years ago, and I just didn't know where my place was in that. I wanted to do everything I could for her, but I didn't want her to get locked up in a mental home. And she kept telling me that she was getting better. She was going to get better. She was recently seeking treatment through the hospital. But I would say the last year, she was just, since the beginning of the year, she was just out of control.
With what? Like, as far as what?
It's just threatening suicide all the time, threatening suicide all the time, slashing her wrist.
The very first time you go to write the word pussy in a chart, you realize that you cannot write that word in a chart.
And it really,
we have all done
it really got to me. It was really a serious situation.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, taking a bunch of pills like that and slashing the wrist. What was she? Why was she depressed? What was she feeling that way from?
She just wanted to be a mother. I mean, part of this whole ordeal is her kid was taken away from this exact entity.
Why to freeze? What happened? See, the Lord is punishing me for laughing at Marty's dirty jokes. What is happening? Does the court know it doesn't have sound?
helped me for a little bit. She helped me. She went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it because I wasn't going to be able to put it because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. There was just this last two media that there was an abduction in Delafield.
An abduction?
Some type of an abduction.
What was that?
Wait a minute.
So, it helped me for a little bit.
Recently?
No, not recently. Do you want to go to that, or do you want to stick on the antidepressants? And the few times that I had to go to the hospital with her because she was in documentation, I called the suicide line.
Well, good.
She attempted to slash her wrist.
When was that?
That's ridiculous.
She started, and I just didn't know where my place was in that. I wanted to do everything I could for her, but I didn't want her to get locked up in a mental home. And she kept telling me that she was getting better. She was going to get better. She was recently seeking treatment through the hospital. But I would say the last year, she was just, since the beginning of the year, she was just out of control.
With what? Like as far as what?
It's just threatening suicide all the time, threatening suicide all the time, slashing her wrist, taking pills. And it really got to me. It was really a serious situation.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, taking a bunch of pills like that and slashing the wrist. What was she being like? Well, why was she depressed? What was she feeling that way from?
She just wanted to be a mother. I mean, part of this whole ordeal is her kid was taken away from this exact entity.
So,
Listen to slide 3, which starts at 20:08:54.
Do you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis? Is it estranged? I don't know what the relationship's like.
Oh no, my daughter moved. She's on the stage. She's happy with.
Have you talked to her recently?
No, not recently. I talked to her a little bit when Stephanie was up north in July, going into August. That's where I had somebody else help me with my foot. In May, it was really bad. I couldn't even stand in the shower. I needed a caretaker, and she came over once in a while and helped me.
Stephanie did, or the caretaker?
Stephanie did, and I had somebody else help me. But
where's she living?
Mostly, except when she'd come over and help me.
is he repeating himself, or did I go back and forth? What the heck?
And happened to my
The
leg.
audio's messed up in the courtroom.
She wished that she would have called me that day. That's a whole different story in itself what happened. But if we would have been together, it would have never happened. But that's a whole different story. And she texted me saying that I feel so helpless. Nobody in my family gives a shit about me. I mean, I can pull it right off my phone. Sure. I can show you right off my phone. Or I'm sure you guys, maybe you got my phone tapped. Maybe you already know.
Nobody's tapping.
Okay, but I have the text, and she begged me to pick her up. She said, "Please pick me up." And something happened up north where she just snapped. She freaking snapped, and they said that she went out in the woods and they had a fight out in the woods.
Where?
Up north, in the hills.
What was she doing up north?
Well, her parents have a place up there, timeshare, just like my family does.
So who from her family was telling you about her wandering off into the woods?
Well, she told me, and the little time that I talked to Layla was like really concerned, and they just totally alienated her up there, and her depression. And I told her, I said, please do not take the medication that one of the doctors is prescribing you. One of the doctors was just prescribing too much medication, and one of them is Zoloft. And I have medical people in my family, and that's one of the black box that can actually cause homicidal or suicidal situations for people. That's documented. That's not coming from me. Look up the research. I'm not trying to be Joe Know-it-all here. I mean, that's pretty much everybody knows that some of those serious antidepressants are not good.
Agreed. Yeah.
So something snapped in her, and she said, "Please come and pick me up." I picked her up from home, and she came, helped me for a little bit. She helped me. She went with me to look at a bed in case I was going to purchase it, because I wasn't going to be able to put it, because at that time I'm still supposed to be on crutches right now. I mean, you can get the guy. I have a 3-prong fracture in my foot. I mean, my foot was swollen up like this. I couldn't move that good.
Yeah.
Just this last 2 weeks going through therapy, it finally broke through, and the swelling went down, and I'm actually able to get my feet in the shoes now. Otherwise, I was on crutches and in a walking boot. So we went to the bed thing, and she wasn't right. I told her, I said, I'm looking at you, and something's not right. And, she's always really sneaky with stuff, but she's always trying to escape whatever demons were in her head. She just wanted to.
Okay, and slide 4, please.
Did you guys talk to your daughter on a regular basis?
Asked about Stephanie, why this happened to her. When I first met Stephanie, she was absolutely fine up here. Okay, she was diagnosed with grand mal seizures during this period where the.
Okay, and slide 5.
When was the last time you remember seeing Stephanie?
There were a couple times where she just snapped and just left. She would come and go. Sometimes she would come over, and I would just say, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And she would say, I gotta go." And her mother always picked her up. So.
Like, because you said if you think it's been a couple of weeks since you last saw her, if you go back, think about the last time you saw her. Where was that?
It's been over a couple of weeks. I don't remember exactly. Why? Where is she?
That's what we're trying to find out. We don't know. She's missing. So we're trying to figure out who saw her last.
I heard something on the social media that there was an abduction in Delafield.
An abduction?
Something of an abduction.
When was that?
Just a couple of days ago. They were looking into some type of abduction. I'm actually. First of all, I don't talk. Since this happened, since there was a rift between my side of the family and her side of the family about what happened with Layla. And I don't talk to her mom and dad.
Okay.
We just don't talk. We don't call. We don't. The only person I talk to is Layla. And Layla's a teenager now, and she knows it all, and she does what she wants, and she flip-flops from side to side. And so I just let her do her thing, because I know I went through the same thing. I was just like her when I was young. I didn't listen. And, I try to do my best with her, and telling her to be careful, and don't think you know it all in life, because you've got a lot to learn. And I actually haven't spoke to her for since they were up north, just a little bit on the video when the whole family up there was fighting. And
That's when you talked to Layla last?
yeah, not much. She was on video and just making goofy highs and and stuff.
Yeah. I get what you said. That Stephanie she goes on these, you said these, like, almost like little episodes where she leaves and comes back.
She totally disappeared. And now I'm really worried. I actually wanted to call the parents, and I was also thinking about coming in and making some type of report, but with all the things that have happened to me in the past, I started thinking, right away,
this isn't
right away they're gonna.
Right. Oh, this isn't so much about you. It's about Stephanie. We're trying to figure out where she is, who last saw her. That's what we're trying to figure out. So if you can think back, as you said, I understand you said you had a lot of history with her, but recall the last time you saw her, where it was. Did she say anything? Where was she going? Where were you going? Like that kind of stuff.
No, it was close to when we were out looking at beds.
When was that about?
Somewhere in the middle of. Somewhere around the middle of last month.
You said there's some kind of conversation in your phone that thinks something about going to look for beds, which we can look at. You know what that would be?
No, that's not in the phone. No, the pictures of the text that I took with some of the things that she was saying to me.
Where did you guys look at beds at?
A few places. We went to Steinhoffels. We went to.
Remember this like a weekend, a weekday?
Milwaukee.
Okay. Remember if is this the morning, the afternoon, the evening?
See, here's the thing
Here's the thing. Just answer the question.
When I really got worried and didn't understand what was going on is she put her purse in the back of my truck, in the back seat. And I took it out, but I didn't notice that the purse was there until I went to the car wash and cleaned, because if you search the vehicle, I hope you didn't rip open the doors. You guys had my keys. You just had to open up the keys, but the doors with the keys.
Right, nothing's damaged.
Okay. She, I didn't notice the purse because I had from me not being able to move around, I just threw a bunch of shit in the back of my seat, bags and clothes and stuff. I have a bag back there from when I go swimming. I have a gym bag because we go to the Y, we go to Planet Fitness.
What kind of purse was it that she dumped?
Planet Fitness.
Did you say she dumped it in the back seat or tossed it in the back seat or whatever?
I didn't notice that the purse was in the back seat until I went to the car wash about a week ago.
Why is it always Planet Fitness?
And I took out my car mats and I started cleaning everything, and lo and behold, I see her purse, and then that's when I was like thinking, well, this is strange. But she's done that before.
Yeah.
She's left with her purse behind.
Yeah.
She also left, so I'm thinking, well, okay, well, the purse is there. She's got her phone. She should be okay.
Yeah.
So, then I notice when I get home, whenever, after I found the purse, that she left her phone and the iPad at my apartment.
Okay. What was the purse?
Now, the iPad was something that, now, we had our phones on for many years on and off through one contract, so that was not unusual for us to swap iPads or swap phones.
Okay.
I mean, you can look into it. It's on T-Mobile. I can sit here and bullshit you.
No.
The phone is still on. In fact, I went on the phone, and I was looking for any type of messages. I couldn't call her because the phone was at my place.
What kind of purse is it though? Is what I'm asking. That she left in the back of your truck.
Black purse.
Black purse.
Those Durrells in South Dakota.
Marks on it, or did it have anything distinguishable? I'm not a purse. You know what I mean? Like I know women have.
Well, if you guys went into my apartment, did you find a purse?
Where was it in there? I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. We had other stuff we were working on, so.
What were you working on there?
What's that?
Were you looking for her?
No. We weren't working on there. I said we were there for a little while and we had to go.
Well, what were you looking for there?
For where?
In my apartment.
We're getting there. Like, I'm trying to find out, like, where was Stephanie last seen? Who was she last with? You guys said you went bed or mattress shopping, right? Do you know, okay, so walk me through that day, Matt. Okay, so you guys went looking around at different mattresses or bed frames or what? Mattresses?
Yeah.
You said you went to a couple different places like Steinhoff.
Yeah, we went to a couple different places.
Did you guys order a mattress? Did you buy a mattress?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys come back to your apartment? Do you remember?
Yeah, after that we did.
Did she spend the night?
Yep.
Okay.
I believe she spent the night, and then we went to, the next day we went somewhere, and
It's same county, same prosecutor.
I believe that's the day she took off.
Not yet.
I thought, well, that's nothing new because she'd done this. She calls her mom.
Wrong
When
one.
she took off, so you wake up, right? She spent the night. Are you guys at the apartment? Are you staying at the apartment? Do you leave together? Does she leave? Do you leave? Like, that's what we're trying to figure out. Can you walk me through that moment? So you wake up, you said you thought you may have went somewhere? You remember where you guys went, or where you went, or where she went?
Yeah, we went.
Not yet. But he is acting kind of suspicious now because they're asking him questions and he's giving them other information and being like, oh, I wouldn't. I almost cussed. Oh, I wouldn't lie to you, but not answering his question. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be more suspicious if she lived there all the time and he didn't report her missing. But since she lived back and forth between the two houses, or apartment and mom's house. Yeah, Ken, we're behind.
I was going to Orthopedic Associates.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we paused at 20:27:48 in the time counter. Detective, you started your questioning of Mr. Pahl. The first slide started at 19:59. That sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time that you're able to get Mr. Pahl to indicate when the last time he saw Ms. Pavlons and where, is that 20:27 in the interview?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please.
With you? Did she stay at the apartment?
She went with me to orthopedic. She went with me a couple times there.
Okay. So that day.
In fact, I was there the night at the appointment Friday the 9th when
9th of September?
Yeah, when there was a huge crime scene there.
But you weren't.
StreamYard, stop.
Friday when I saw a huge crime scene there.
Okay.
What happened there?
Well, real quick, Matt. You said you went with her to an appointment at orthopedics.
You guys know something you're not telling me.
No, we're trying to figure out where she is or who last saw her. So I guess you just told me you said you guys went to orthopedics together.
Yeah. I've been going to orthopedics since.
Right. This is the day
since
after.
May.
Right. This is the day after though. You guys went mattress shopping.
Yeah. I can't recall the exact dates, but she went there with me a few times.
He should have
This
shut
would be
up
the
and
last
asked
time
for a
that you
lawyer.
would have seen her though in the last few weeks. You said this one would be kind of. I would if you're thinking back, you haven't seen her since this day, and you said you guys went out there.
I believe so.
Did she drive? Do you drive?
I drove, but sometimes in the beginning she drove because I wasn't supposed to drive because of my foot.
She's not
Do you remember
supposed
if
to
you went
drive
straight to
either.
orthopedics? Do you remember what time you went there? What your appointment was? Anything like that?
Well, yeah, I had physical.
You know what time that would have been?
My times are all different.
Morning, afternoon?
Yeah, a lot of times they were in the morning.
Okay. She went with you there?
Yeah, she went with me a few times.
Did you go to your appointment that day, do you remember?
Yeah.
Did she come in with you?
I never missed any of my appointments. No. One time I came out of my appointment and I left the keys in the truck for her.
Is this the same time we're talking about the day after you went mattress shopping?
No, this is before.
No, so
I came, but this is kind of peculiar though.
Okay.
I came out and she was, I walked out and the truck was running. I left the keys in there. I don't, if I'm not in the truck, I won't let her drive because I have to watch her because of the seizures and med she's on. I'm obviously not going to let her drive. That's common sense.
Yep.
But because I wasn't supposed to drive, it's happened before where she's kind of went off the road and I grabbed the wheel. So I go out there and I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? She's like, oh my God, I had to put the air conditioner on. She goes, I lost my bladder. I'm like, what? Why? What are you doing? So immediately I thought that she was taking too many of her pills.
Okay. This day after, you said you had a morning appointment, and you guys went out there together. You said when you got out there, you went into your appointment, so this is the last time you would have seen her, it sounds like, okay? Did she come in the building with you, do you remember?
No.
She stayed in the truck?
Yeah, she stayed in the truck.
You finished your appointment?
Yeah.
Come out your truck, and then what?
She's gone.
She's not in the truck anymore?
She's gone, yeah.
Did she have the keys or no? Do you remember?
Oh, no, I had keys. I had keys.
Did she give you any indication she was going to go anywhere, or like where she would be going?
No. She just, I was just perplexed with a lot of things, how she was acting. I just don't like this. It seems like you guys are trying to get me, for some reason, to be with her. What happened? Where is she?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Matt. We don't know. Yeah, she's been missing, right? You said you haven't seen her for weeks. So we're trying to talk to everybody.
Please tell me. This is not normal for her not to get a hold of me. This is not normal.
Right. When you got back out to your truck, Matt, and she wasn't there, did you go in the building? Did you check the bathroom?
Man, what's going on, man?
That's what we're trying to find out, Matt. Okay? Like you said, when you came out here.
What happened?
That's what we're trying to figure out, Matt. Matt, we're looking into. You said when you came out to your truck, she wasn't there. Okay. What happened next?
At that particular time, I thought it was another time that she went and called her mom to pick her up.
Okay. Did you try giving her a call?
No, I couldn't, because she left the phone at the house.
She left her phone at the house?
Yeah, she left the phone at the house.
But you didn't really...
So, like I've done before, I drove up and down looking for her, and I can't, with my leg, I can't...
Oh, I gotcha. Did she have any bags with her, any property that she took with her?
I don't know what you were just going to say, but no, I knew that she didn't have her phone that time before I went in, because I said, I'll text you or something. She's like, oh no, I forgot my phone. And I thought that was really strange. But that wasn't unusual either. She's left her phone behind. Sometimes she brings her iPad. I really didn't notice. I just went in, I came out, and she was gone.
When you said you drove up and down, you looked for her, did you?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe she took a walk up the street. Maybe she called her mom. Maybe she was just venting, because she's had a habit of this in the past.
She called her
run out
mom
to the woods,
if she didn't have a
call her
phone.
mom. Do stuff like that.
Okay. What did you?
When I was over on West Ave, she got really extremely upset over a phone call at Layla, and I got a picture of my phone. She ran out and then she said she was going to jump in front of a train, and I said she didn't have her phone that time either, but she went up. She covered her wrist. She went up to a store, and she called me from the store, and she said, I'm settled down now. And I'm just like, well, what's wrong? Talk to me. And she's like, well, I'll come back and talk to you.
This last time that you saw her when she wasn't in the truck, you said you drove up and down looking for her. Did you ever go back? Has she seen her?
No, because me and the mom didn't talk. If she went with her mom, why wouldn't your mom? Her mom could have called me too.
Do you remember when you got back to the apartment? Was she there?
You guys were over there yesterday talking to the parents.
I haven't talked to anybody's parents yesterday. Matt,
Somebody was.
Matt, you said when you got back.
Really?
Did you go?
Well, she's missing her.
That was yesterday. Yeah.
Not you, but somebody was.
Did you go back here looking for her?
Did I go back to the apartment?
Yeah, after you were looking for her.
Yeah.
Do you remember why you were in your appointment or anything like that?
No, not at this place, but at the last place, she got really bad and duplicated my key. Oh, no, she didn't keep the key. What did she do? She did something where she was able to get in the door. But it was the drugs that was making her whacked out. So she did some really whacked out stuff sometimes.
Okay. All right. Has she said?
No. I since I see she was acting, she used her once ever. And I noticed that her family was unusually active the last couple of days, and I started thinking, oh no, something's not right here, because this is, it's been, there have times that we haven't talked, we just done our own thing.
I got you.
But not, this is.
What's a payphone, Ken?
A little different.
Yeah, I've been really having a sick feeling. How
long after that you saw her, Matt? How long after that appointment when you went back to the appointment? That was a few days ago?
You guys are, I'm being cooperative.
Yeah, I'm not trying to confuse you.
Really being honest. I just feel like I'm being boxed in the corner for some reason.
No, like I said, was where she was going.
Okay, if that's all this was, why wouldn't you call me in here with, why wouldn't you call me up on the phone if you have my phone number?
I don't make those decisions.
Because I know, I'm pretty sure the parents have my phone number to Layla, but I don't even think I have their updated numbers. Because I don't talk to the parents.
Right. You said that.
Not much. I mean, there were times I went over there and we said hi and goodbye to each other, but nothing. We don't talk on social media. We don't talk.
I'm trying to get as much pertinent information regarding Stephanie as I can. Okay. And you told me, you said you made a comment a little bit earlier about that, something about her purse in the back of the truck. Something about a car wash. I don't recall. What was that? Is it the same day or is this more recent?
No. I didn't know. The phone, the iPad and the phone wasn't that strange, but and she's walked away before without her phone and used other people's phones. So, but with the new phone, when I did see it, I thought that was kind of odd. And then when I did do the car wash, I thought it was really odd that the purse was in the back seat of my truck, and she had the wallet was in there. I looked. I mean, the wallet was in there. Her smoking stuff was in there.
Okay. And this is from the last time you saw her for the appointment, right?
Yeah, I would believe so. Yeah, I would believe so.
I mean, did you see it? Did you see it in the truck the day she left?
No. It was. I wasn't able to wash my truck for at least 2 weeks after. It was just recently.
Do you remember anything the last time you saw her, the day she left? Did she leave anything in the car that you could, you thought was odd? That you noticed?
Yeah. I didn't notice it right away. I noticed it when I cleaned the car out and I pulled the car mats out, which
That's when you found the purse.
Which you guys already know. What was in there? Well, come on, man. Stop playing stupid.
We haven't gone through your car, man. Yeah, I did not.
You just said you had a warrant for the car.
That doesn't mean we did anything with it. I did not. Neither one of us had. We're here talking to you. Okay. I'm trying to.
Where is the truck?
Now he sounds like Brooks trying to figure out what they know.
Not far.
There's nothing you can find in it than what I've already told you.
Well, that's good.
What do you think? You think I cut up a body in there or something?
Why would you go to that? No, man.
But why would you take a truck? Usually that's what you take a truck for, is you look for evidence of some type of...
We're trying to be thorough, man. That's all we're trying to do, okay? Just like we would be for anybody that's missing, okay? Why would she throw her... You know why she would throw her purse in the back of the car?
You guys aren't being honest. Oh, shit.
Do you know why? Has she ever thrown her purse in the way back of the truck before? And a week goes by or 2 weeks goes by and then all of a sudden you find it when you were cleaning it out?
You're not going to tell me that this ain't going down the road, if something happened to her, that it was my fault, because that's...
Ma'am, all I'm asking is questions about the last time you saw her. That's it. I haven't accused you of anything, and neither is my partner.
Did you see it?
Did I see what?
What was in the car?
I did not look in your truck.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to say somebody else found it. The day that I found the purse.
Yeah.
When I cleaned the truck out, there was a note underneath. There was a note underneath the car mat.
Well, that's
It wasn't anything that I haven't already heard before through email, through texting about threatening her life. But in the note, she didn't threaten her life. She said that I'm tired of everybody. I hate everybody. I hate you. I hate my parents. Fuck everybody. You know, that type of language.
that note's in your truck now?
Yeah.
What did that note make you think?
I just left it there because I have nothing to hide. I mean, come on, guys.
All I'm asking you, was that
You
note.
guys aren't stupid. If you're trying to accuse me of something,
Man, no one's accusing you of
I
anything.
wouldn't have any of this stuff. But
Man, no one.
I didn't know what to think about it, so I left it there.
I'm asking you what you thought.
Even my dad has been in Chuck since there. He read it. He said it just sounds like a cry, a plea for help.
Do you think she left that note that last time you saw her?
Possibly. I can't say for sure. Well, yeah, I have to go pee. It's probably a good educated guess because I didn't find it. I found it the same day I found the purse, pretty close to the last time I saw her. But then again, there's no date on it, and I have emails on my phone and emails of other times that she's threatened. Threatened. And numerous times I would call her up and say, look, I know you're getting your medications. I want to go with you, or I'm going to go get them. And if you don't allow me to, I'm going to call the police, and I'm going to call the suicide police. I'm not going to let you take the whole goddamn fucking vial of pills.
Yeah.
And there's, I've
worked.
When somebody just recently, but she just had a scan of her brain, and they said that it was like of a football player getting hit in the head. Why do those football players that make millions of dollars a year get depressed? It's because it's a freaking mental illness. Okay, we don't fully understand our own brains. Why do they do the things they do? Because it's a mental illness. I tried.
Causes depression.
I tried the best I could with her, but these last couple of years, she was just going off the deep end. And like my dad said, she should have been institutionalized. But nobody would listen. The fucking doctors wouldn't listen. They just kept prescribing more and more drugs.
Was she against the idea of seeing a doctor, like a psychologist or something?
I got her into seeing a therapist once a week.
Okay.
She was seeing a therapist through her medical thing where they would be in a group and they would talk and I asked her if she was doing better to help her, and she said yes, but she was always really sneaky with medication. She was always wanting to feel something different to help with that, whatever demon she had in her head, and I saw that she was on Zoloft in the past, and I said, oh my God, I said, please don't do that again. And I did look at her medical chart, and I did notice that she was recently on Zoloft.
Okay, for the record, the video stopped at 2048:03. I think there was a typo in our slide that says 2043:03. If we can go to the next slide, please, which would be slide 6. Yes. Okay, please.
You said she was staying with you, helping you out. I don't mean to offend you. Are you guys a couple, or is this monogamous? Or is she seeing anybody else that you know of that we can talk to?
I saw. Oh shit! I really have to go pee. All I saw on Messenger is that she was talking to a couple guys, but that's what she wants to do.
You guys aren't.
Oh no, we were never to the point, whatever you want to call it, where you're obsessed with each other or whatever. That we kind of had just an open relationship where
you guys didn't have titles or anything, boyfriend, girlfriend, or
no. We always had a deep feeling for love for each other, but we also understood that through everything that we went through and how many years we've been together, just like a normal couple that's been together for 15 years. I didn't understand that when I was younger, but you just fall out of love. But you can still love that person and care for them, but it's not the type of love where it's sexual or what I want to use the word possessive or anything like that. We just care for each other.
Right. Right. Is there any name of a boyfriend or anything that you can think of?
I just saw her texting. I'm not sure who it was on social media. I don't know if she's seen these guys or not. I mean, all I read is that she was in Delafield and she was at the bar drinking, and I thought to myself, oh, Jesus, man, you're not supposed to be drinking on those medications.
Where did you see that? Just so I can go. Where did you see the thing about her at the Delafield bar drinking? Was that like a Facebook post she had, or like a text message? Or
Yeah, it was if you bring me my phone here, I can show you.
Okay.
I don't know if that one I don't know if I have, if I can get into. Her phone, well, it's actually not her phone. Our phones they were all put on one contract, so we were kind of sharing the phones and iPads. We just did that years ago. And I actually bought the phones, so they're actually my phones, but since I bought them, she just made the monthly payment out of her bank statement. We would sell some deals like that just to.
They're your phones, but she
slide 7, please.
The last. Yeah.
I know.
What's the deal? Am I walking out of here tonight, or am I going to tell you that I'm going to get an attorney?
I don't know. Are you asking for an attorney, Matt? Again, we're trying to figure out what we can find out about Stephanie. That's our focus.
Are you charging me with something?
Am I charging you with nothing? No.
Are you charging me with something?
No. We haven't accused you of anything.
You guys are allowed by law to lie. Okay.
I'm not. We're not charging you with anything. We're here asking you questions about Stephanie, and that's it.
I know I didn't do anything. There's nothing.
We're not accusing you.
There's nothing illegal in my truck. There's nothing illegal in my apartment.
Have we accused you of anything?
There's no illegal drugs in there. There's no weapons in there.
Yeah,
I know I got a history. That's why you guys came the way you did, because I got a history of being heavily armed, which is another. See, I know. Okay, I know.
You were never charged with any kind of weapons violation.
No, that's another. Like I told you, another freaking nonsense thing.
Yep.
Somebody made up some story that I got guns or something or whatever. That's how it started.
Okay, the next slide, please.
I have a feeling it's not a story.
I understand you have an open ongoing investigation. You have a lengthy history with Stephanie. That's why.
Which is understandable.
Yeah, and it sounds like, as far as we know, you may have been the last person that saw her or talked to her. That's what we're trying to figure out. If you help us point to where she.
That's possible, but when she gets out and she takes off, right?
Yeah.
That's out of my control. I can't be blamed for anything like that. And she, like I said, she has a history of that. She has a history of going up to strangers to use their phone. She has a history. Actually, when I first met her, I got out of prison. I met her right here in Waukesha, and I have empathy. I felt sorry for her. She was. I met her at the bowling alley, and she was with some shady character, and I got her away from there, and I changed her life around for the better. I got her to stop drinking. I got her license back. I had her go through treatment. I got her a job, and she was really, really a good young woman.
That's absolutely what he should be
until
saying.
the mental stuff started with the seizures.
Am I free to go? And then getting out of there.
When you
I
tried to
heard the
reach out to
line.
her, recently, like, I don't know, was she responsive to it? Like, when you sat down with her and said, Stephanie, you need help, or you need this, did she take you seriously?
I did everything I could, almost like the same techniques you guys use. Like, I threatened. I said, I'm gonna call the damn police. I'm gonna get the suicide police. And this is when she was even by her parents' house. I said, your parents aren't gonna be happy because you're not gonna be able to hide your own eating those pills, dying. I mean, even in front of Layla, when I went over there, she was walking around just like in a zombie state, and she was telling me, Layla, that she was choking and coughing. Well, to what I know about opioids, that's near death. And then there were times where, because of her back, one of the doctors put her on fentanyl. And when I was around her, she would pass out. She'd be wheezing, and I got her off that. I'm like, my God, they're overdoing that, overdoing that with you. And I got her off that, and I said, don't you want to live? I mean, why? There's so much to do in life. Life is so joyful. This is our time to. Everybody thinks that, it's going to be better wherever we go after this. How do we know that? You should enjoy everything. Nobody knows what's on the other side. It might be a lot different than what people expect. Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm just saying, I get into heavy conversations about religion and what the image of God is. And he might be different than some guy sitting up there with a long beard and a throne. He might look like an alien or something. In fact, I've been doing a lot of reading on that recently. They're starting to prove that there's ancient civilizations that they keep hushing up about. I don't know if you guys study history, but
Not to that extent, no.
No. History is really, really interesting. People in power that they control the history, they control the future, and if they control the present, they control the past. Those are the people in power. You know who said that?
No.
George Orwell.
Oh, yeah?
1984. When I wrote to the judge about them being able to monitor your kids and this and that, he thought I was crazy, but now, that was like 15 years ago, but now the way society is coming with phones and technology and being able to watch people, it's not too far off.
Yeah, that's true. When you, was there anything in...
Sorry, you guys.
Was there anything you found in her purse that would make you think anything was wrong? Like, it's weird.
Yeah, for me, she quit smoking. She quit smoking, but she had vapes in there, and the vapes were on and off. I thought that was odd.
Yeah.
I thought that
That's odd.
looking in there, seeing that she had her wallet and cards in there, I thought that was odd. But she's done that before when she's called people up to get picked up.
Mm-hmm.
That's all stuff that she's done before, including the note that she put in the car. And it wasn't a note. You'll find it. It's right underneath the passenger car mat, I believe.
You put it under the passenger car mat?
I didn't put it there. She did.
Well, you pulled it out to read it, and your dad read it, right?
Yeah, I didn't notice it until the same day that I found the person back.
Right, and then you read it, and then your dad read it.
Yeah.
And then you put it back underneath the...
Yeah, I just kept it in the car because...
Hey, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Come to take his son home. Come to take his son home. To take his son home.
What does a person do in a situation like that? I'm thinking it's going to look stupid if I throw stuff away, so I'm going to leave it the way it was in case for whatever reason somebody has to read it or whatever.
Yeah.
That's my logical thinking.
Did she do anything other than the purse in the truck? Do you remember?
No, just the purse. Had I saw the purse and the note together, I would have called the police right away, most likely. But I didn't. And I didn't hear, my gut feeling was that her mom was going to pick her up because she had a prescription ready that day. So my gut feeling was that she was playing the game of having her mom go get the prescription so she could take, so nobody would help her take her doses like she was supposed to. Okay? It's not, my dad's done it. My dad is a pharmacist, by the way, and after a while he would not even fill her prescriptions anymore because he got so scared. Okay? Me, Layla, her parents were supposed to, I really don't know how cooperative her parents were about that because I didn't talk about it. She told me that they did, but I had a feeling that she was lying about that.
Sure.
But with me, I would give her prescriptions as prescribed, period. because I cared about her, okay? And I've seen what happened to her when she was taking too many pills.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing I needed was, you know, for her to OD with me, with, you know, with, just like you guys said, that I'm known as being armed. Well, how is that gonna look if?
Well, I mean, it looks like she overdosed and you called 911 to help. That's how it would look. Who cares about you being flagged for having a gun if this girl overdosed, right? Like, who gives a shit?
Well, me, I'm a little paranoid, so I start thinking that, you know, somehow I'm gonna get blamed for it. I got.
Next slide, please.
If she would ever overdose while she's at your house or with you wherever,
well,
calling 911 is really the best. Like, even, you know, if it was too far gone to help, I mean, calling is.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What I did is, when her breathing wasn't, I would stay up and I would shake her and I would make sure she wouldn't take any more medication. What I was saying is, I was scared to death that I would wake up next to a dead body.
Okay? Yeah, I would agree with that.
And then somebody saying, oh, well, you gave it to her, you did this, or you did that, or whatever.
Okay, next slide, please. Slide.
You start getting, like, so the day that she wasn't in the truck when you come back, at what point did you start worrying?
It started really worrying when I thought, okay, after I drove, this wouldn't be the first time that I drove looking for her.
No, I got you.
Okay, I thought, okay, she's gonna get her medications, and then she's gonna call me, and then she's gonna say she's sorry. I'll have you, Layla, or, well, Layla's on the picture now, but Layla used to help with that, monitor my meds again, because I don't want you calling my doctor. I don't know how many times I threatened to call the doctor, or the suicide police, or whatever. I started getting worried when I saw a text on the phone saying that the medication was ready to get picked up.
Is this the same day? Is this the next day?
This is it was supposed to be the next day, but I didn't get to the pharmacy till another day after. Okay. So I went and picked up the medication, and then I thought to myself, well, probably be getting a phone call soon from her. From her parents.
To get her meds.
Yeah, to get her meds. And then I thought, strange, maybe she finally did what she was going to say and go in and quit. For a minute there, she started saying, you know what, maybe I'll just go in and get off these meds and see if they can lower even my seizure medication, because even my dad said she was on such a high dose of seizure medication. Okay. She couldn't even go a day without that medication, and she would start shaking and going into seizures. Okay. So then I thought, well, maybe she's in treatment, but I don't know if I can call the mental health. I don't even think they'll tell me if she's in there.
No silence on my end, Marty.
I thought, I really didn't know what to think. I thought, well, maybe she's probably got some pills stashed at her parents' house from the last situation. But I found it first, and I thought, no, that's when I started thinking, oh no, this ain't good. And that's the truth.
So you said once you do the car wash thing, right, after you find the purse, you take it in the house, in your apartment, is that, where do you get your car washed?
Over in, what is that? It's got a hand washer. Ready to install it.
Arcadian? Mm-hmm. By John's Root Beer? That's where he goes?
Yeah.
Right. So when you had just your purse or whatever, did you just like sling it over your shoulder when you brought it in, or did you have a bunch of stuff with you, or like what? That was the only thing she had, right? In your car?
Dude, I don't think I could prove that.
Well, right, I got, yeah. I mean,
that's not a little funny.
Yeah. That did sound wrong. You didn't sling it over your shoulder like a purse, but you just carried it. That's what I thought.
How long are you going to keep the truck? How am I going to get back tonight?
Oh, you know what?
How am I going to get back home tonight?
The deputy's going to give you right back. That's why she's still hanging out here.
Is that the truth?
Yeah. No other reason to just sit there and take up space.
Really?
Yeah.
Is my apartment torn apart?
Yeah, we went through some things, so yeah. Nothing's broken. It's
Did you take anything?
A couple items, but it's not as messy. I would say it's a little messier than how you left it. Okay.
Can I ask what you took? Why not find out?
Yeah, but I don't even know. There was a list they were putting together. What was taken? Yeah. It's mainly stuff for her. Trying to figure out where she is or what would.
Well, yeah, because you should be taking any of my stuff.
We're focusing
Yeah,
on stuff.
because she had a few items of clothes there.
Okay.
That were in the closet.
Okay.
Some of them that were bought recently when she was up in the Dells, and she had one little section in front of my bed where she would keep her clothes, and that's where I put her first.
All right.
Other than that, there's
any of her electronics, anything like that?
Well, the iPad she used, she would keep there. Sometimes she'd take it with her. The phone, our two phones are kind of linked on the same plan, so.
Okay.
Sounds like
What do you
she
mean? I'm
didn't
sorry.
have
Linked
much
on the
of a
same
life.
plan?
They're linked on the same plan.
So it's both your lines are through T-Mobile, right?
Exactly.
It's like a family plan kind of thing, or
Right. So that we both use both phones.
You guys share, like you exchange phones?
We just got a new, whatever it is, she was all excited about it, the new Samsung 22 Lightning, so she was using that most of the time, and that was sitting right in my room, on my dresser.
Gotcha. All right.
I had nothing on there that I have to hide.
On her phone?
On any phone, anything.
Right. Oh, gotcha.
It's just if you don't know something, what do you know that she's missing? Can I ask a few questions? Because
of course,
this is like you have to know something if you're concerned about her phone. I mean, yes, it's something's not right that she hasn't texted or called.
Right.
But what else do you know?
With regards to what?
Did something happen to her?
We're trying to figure that out. Okay. That's why we're talking to you to see when the last time you spoke with her or last time you saw her, and the circumstances, where you guys were, where we should be looking.
What happened to her?
I don't have any reason to believe something happened to her.
You know, me and her at one time were very close.
Okay.
I got a really bad feeling.
Right now, or when you found the purse, or when?
No, I got a really bad feeling the last couple of days.
Okay. I mean, what's the longest, you said it's been a few weeks since you've seen her, correct? Okay. You said that's normal or
Everybody acts
not
different.
normal for her?
It's not normal this long, although we have gone for periods of time not talking. I mean, not seeing each other, but generally always getting a text or, hey, how you doing, or something like that.
Yeah. Have you talked to anybody about your concerns with her?
Well, yeah, I mean, me and my dad are close, and he just keeps telling me, you gotta stop worrying about it. Her mental illness is not you. You can't beat yourself up over it. You can only do so much for somebody.
All right. So, John, you understand?
Do you think she's?
John, I thought you John said.
Do you think she was taken?
I don't know. You understand that when we do, like when we take investigations seriously, so we pull out all the strings on resources and try to figure out if somebody went missing, when they went missing, where they went missing from, who they talked to, who saw them.
So you're regular sheriffs.
Washoe County Sheriff, yeah.
What do you all investigate?
Everything.
So you're a homicide detective?
No, our department's not specialized enough to have a homicide division. Why do you think homicide?
Well, I'm just thinking that, I hope you're not thinking that I did something or I made her disappear or something. That's, I'm just asking, if you're homicide, that.
No. Like I said again, we haven't sat here and accused you of anything, okay? We're just asking questions about her whereabouts.
No, I really,
So that, you understand that when we have these types of cases, we pull out all the stops and resources, right? Okay? Okay? You understand that? Okay? Okay. You see that's August 23rd, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? That's her going out.
Oh, yeah, of course you're gonna have pictures going in and out.
That's her going out to the truck.
And I
Okay?
told you I saw it.
I'm just showing you some stuff, okay? All right? That's her walking out to the truck, okay? That's the purse, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the purse.
A couple minutes later, you're walking out over here, and the truck drives away, and you guys go off to the appointment. I think you guys went to Quick Trip. Does that sound familiar?
I don't know.
But you went to your appointment that day at 8:30, right? Okay. All right. Okay. This is where we need to figure out something because it doesn't make any sense. All right. That's you coming back the same day at 11:14. Okay. Now, hold on. Listen, Matt. You're holding her water bottle, and Matt. Okay. That's you going upstairs wearing the same shirt you have on now. Okay. This is the same day. And at 12:29, so less than an hour later, you walk in, and that's her purse in the bag. Okay. So this whole story, Matt.
That's her purse in the bag.
Yes, Matt. So the whole story about finding the purse in the truck later, it wouldn't have happened.
Oh, no.
Matt, that's her purse in a plastic bag, okay, that you carried inside after you carried her water bottle in. That she walked, Matt, look. You see? That's her water bottle, and that's her purse, okay? You walk in with her water bottle, you go
What
upstairs.
time is this?
Oh, when you got home, Matt.
Yeah, that's when I came back from my appointment.
Right. So you carried in her water bottle and her purse that same day. This is the 23rd, the same day. This isn't a week or two later at a car wash where you found it in the back seat with a note that you then read and then stuck underneath the floor mat. Matt.
It's not her purse in the bag.
It is her purse.
No,
in the bag,
it's closed.
It's closed, Matt?
That's closed.
Who's closed?
Yeah. That's clothes I had in the back. That's not a purse.
It is her purse, Matt.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not her purse.
How do you figure, Matt?
Because it's not. That's a bag.
Can I show you something?
It's a bag of clothes.
I'm going to show you something, Matt, okay? The old spoon. Here, Matt.
See, I knew you guys were going to
No,
do
Matt,
this.
but the problem is...
I knew you guys were going to do this. That's why
Nobody's doing anything. You're the one showing you anything. Can I show you something? That's her purse right there, right? You see that?
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah.
If I was
What
so
is
worried,
this?
if I was so worried about the purse.
That's her purse. Okay? So we're not going to play games about it's not her purse. It is her purse. Okay? We know it's her purse. We also know that her phone went with her out to where you guys went for your appointment and it came back with you. We know this. So you saying the phone stayed at her apartment? We're asking you to be honest with us and help us, okay? But if you're going to tell us stories about going to a car wash and finding your purse in there a week later, it doesn't make sense. None of it does. What happened? It'd be one thing if she had some type of drug overdose, okay? And you're doing something. We don't know.
Regardless, I have nothing to do with what happened to her.
What happened to
So
her?
that purse,
What happened?
that purse
Matt?
and water bottle ain't shit.
Matt, what happened?
That purse and water bottle ain't shit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not gonna prove anything.
We're not here.
It's not gonna prove or disprove anything.
Agreed. Matt,
Okay.
what happened to her? Only you can tell us.
I don't know what happened to her. I don't know what happened to
Why
her.
were you at the place on the 9th? You didn't have an appointment that day.
I was, yeah, I did.
No, you did not. You had one on the 6th.
I had a doctor's appointment on the 9th, an orthopedic associate. What do you mean, what place?
You had an appointment on September 6th and September 12th.
I had an appointment on September 9th at orthopedic associate.
What time, Matt?
See,
I'm just asking you what time.
this is what you're trying to do. Now you're trying to get slick. You're trying to pin whatever was found over in that area on me.
Why would you associate anything we found over there on you?
Because I was there.
When?
I was there on the 9th. I had a doctor's appointment at 1 o'clock. I saw the crime lab there. They were there by 11 o'clock. Everybody in there was talking about it.
Who did you see at 1 o'clock over there?
The doctor.
Who?
Dr. Shu.
Did you have an appointment?
Yes. This was scheduled.
So you had a scheduled appointment on the 9th of
Yeah.
September at 1 p.m. with Dr. Shu.
Yeah.
Why do you think something happened to her? Or why are you associating that with her?
Why are you getting so aggressive about this?
I'm not getting
See,
aggressive.
you're changing tactics. See, this is why I shouldn't have even tried to explain this to you.
Matt,
It doesn't
it's our job to point out inconsistencies, okay? So when you tell me,
It
when you
doesn't
tell me you found her purse a week or two later while cleaning out the truck, and then you found a note under it that talked about, supposedly about her alluding to suicide, which you then showed your family.
She's got another purse.
I understand, but you're telling me you found this note, and then
She's got another purse.
Matt, but listen.
She's got another purse. She's got a gray.
That's not the purse we're talking about, Matt. What I'm talking about.
How do you know which purse was I was talking about?
I'm talking about the purse in the photos, man. And when I'm talking about the note, you said you were
talking about.
Oh no, it wasn't that purse. It was a different purse.
You found
the purse that I found in the back seat was. It's a gray strap-on bag.
Okay, so
that purse doesn't mean nothing.
So this black purse is the one you brought in the day that she went missing?
Yeah, that was in the car. That was in the car.
In the car.
In the front. In the front. And the other purse I found in the back. It's a shoulder bag purse.
Matt, you understand, not too long ago I asked you what property she left in the truck, and you said nothing. She didn't leave anything. You said she left her phone at home, okay? You said she left nothing in there. You went looking around, nothing, okay? And then a week later, or 2 weeks later, you found her purse.
I honestly don't recall everything. I don't know. The phone might have been in the car.
Well, you said that she...
Why?
Matt, you said that you told her when you went to your appointment that I'll text you, and she said, no, I left my phone in the house. That's what you said before.
Mm-hmm. That I'll text you.
Yeah, you said I'll text you when I'm in there or something, and she said, no, I left my phone at the house, or your apartment rather. That's what you told us a little while ago.
No, I couldn't text her because I had the phone.
You had your phone. You said you were going to text her. You said that she then said,
you know what?
I left the phone.
If you're gonna charge me. I didn't do anything. I can't.
You're the only one who can give us info about her.
I can't be
so
honest.
we can get answers to her family.
I can't be honest anymore.
What do you mean you can't be honest? You've been honest?
I can't be
You
honest
haven't been honest
because
with us,
you keep everything that I say. You keep twisting.
All we're doing is pointing out the inconsistencies on what you're saying.
Because I can't remember everything exactly.
Okay, but remembering what somebody had for lunch a week ago is different from remembering. This is the last time you've known this woman most of your adult life, correct? Right. You have a daughter in common, supposedly, like you said. You don't know. You can't prove it. You view her as your daughter.
I didn't do nothing.
We didn't accuse you of anything.
I didn't do nothing to this girl, regardless of the purse, regardless of the purses, regardless of the stupid water bottle. That water bottle was left in and out of the truck. There's so much crap going in and out of that truck half the time, I don't remember.
If you carried her purse in from the car, why did you put it in a plastic bag?
That's it.
And why did you go in an exit that you didn't use earlier?
I can use.
I know you can use. But explain to me why you would have to conceal a purse in a plastic bag.
I can use any exit I want. And hypothetically, if I did move a purse, I would not want to be walking around with a purse looking strange.
Why would you look strange carrying a purse? It's not over your
because
shoulders.
I'm a man.
You can hold it with your
Because
hand.
I'm a man.
I'm a man. I put my daughter's Disney backpack on my back.
Okay, I have to get an attorney.
Okay, Matthew.
I'm trying.
I don't think you are. No, you're not. You're lying.
Okay, so we've stopped at 21, 41, 59. Detective Sites, did that conclude your interview with Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
And through this last clip, we saw some...
Right. Actually, let's take a break now. Okay, I'm sorry. It's 3:06. Let's about a 15-minute break, okay? Folks, all rise for the adjournment. Thank you. Sorry.
What time did you leave?
I don't recall.
Again, you're having problems remembering that. True?
I'm currently unable to tell you what time I left, yes, sir.
And did you leave in the afternoon?
Again, I don't recall, sir.
And you also strike that. What did you do when you got to the scene? What was your part?
I assisted with a search, I believe, of the field directly to the south of the woods, and then also to an area search in the woodline.
Did you go?
I had reported.
Did any of you go to orthopedics to look at surveillance video, surveillance cameras of if they had any?
I did not.
Pavlons' identity, person that was in the woods.
September, I believe it was 12th of 2022.
So when you were interviewing Pahl on September 17th, you knew she was found in the woods, true?
Absolutely.
You know she was deceased, true?
Yes.
So when he was asking you about her being alive or dead or whatever, you were telling him you don't know, true?
I was telling him that she was missing because at that time the only people who knew she was deceased would be who we believe killed her and law enforcement.
Right, so you were kind of lying to him, true?
I was definitely using deceit as a technique.
Right, you were lying to him, true?
You could use the word lie, yes.
And when you took part in the search warrant of his residence, you did take part in that, true?
Yes.
And that was, I'm talking about September 17, 2022. How did that take place? I mean, who was there?
Can you be more specific?
Like who, just you were by yourself?
No, I was not.
Describe how that took place. Describe to the jury who was there with you to conduct the search warrant?
There was multiple detectives from the Sheriff's Department and then the Tactical Enforcement Unit for the City of Waukesha Police Department. Actually.
What's that? So what's the Tactical Enforcement Unit? Is that the vehicle with the tank? And
it'd be like...
How did they get there?
I don't know how they got there. I wasn't...
So you have detectives, you have Sheriff's Department police officers?
There was detectives from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, and then I don't know what the rank or title of from City of Waukesha.
Department there too?
Yes.
And the tactical unit. See, you have a lot of police officers responding to this Mr. Paul's apartment, true?
I don't know what the number was. Sorry.
Do you just go up to the door and ring the doorbell or knock on the door? What do you do? How do you get into the...
His attention, from my understanding, the Tactical Enforcement Unit for the City Police Department carried out the warrant. As far as what the specifics of how they did that, I don't know exactly.
So it's your opinion that they just went up the door and rang the doorbell?
Again, I wasn't the one carrying out that warrant, sir, so I don't want to give bad information to the jury on how it was carried out.
Is that the way it's normally done? They respond, the tactical unit responds and they ring the doorbell, or they smash the door down?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't know how they usually do it. There's a variety of ways that warrants can be executed, to include breaching a door, to knocking and announcing, to, I mean, there's several ways.
So you entered the apartment?
Eventually, yes.
Yeah, did you notice that the entrance door was damaged?
I do not recall the...
Search, you look at the pink water bottle too?
There was a pink water bottle found, yes.
And in one of the cupboards or dressers, there was 2 purses, true?
I recall the black purse that Stephanie was carrying being in the dresser at the end of the bed.
You don't recall the second purse being found in...
As I sit here, no, I don't.
That of the black purse was positioned alongside another purse. You would not dispute that, true?
I don't have any reason to think he'd lie to me, no.
And it was those purses were identified as purses belonging to Ms. Pavlons. You wouldn't, in prior testimony, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
That those purses were identified as her property?
Correct.
I can only testify to the black purse. I don't, if you're telling me there's a gray purse there, and I know that Mr. Pahl mentioned a gray purse during the interview, I don't recall seeing a gray purse there, and I would assume it's hers, but I don't.
So Mr. Pahl, I take it, is removed out of his apartment, or is he allowed to just sit there and watch the search warrant take place?
No, he was detained and then escorted back to the Sheriff's Department.
Was he detained, was he just, hey, get in your truck and meet us at the Sheriff's Department kind of detained?
To my understanding, Deputy Robakowski from our department, I would assume, so I don't recall. It would not be unusual when you're executing a search warrant to handcuff the occupants temporarily, so that very well may have happened.
So it's kind of logical to assume that he's being handcuffed. He must think something's up, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question, sir?
It's logical to assume he must think something's up. You're searching his apartment, you bash into his apartment and search it, you take him into custody, and you transport him to the Sheriff's Department, true?
I don't really know what he was thinking at that point.
Yeah, speculation.
Do you know what's done with him at the Sheriff's Department?
What do you mean what's done with him?
Yeah, where is he taken?
To my understanding, he was escorted to the same interview room that we watched footage from, and then a deputy stood outside the doorway until Detective Fredericks and I arrived.
Yeah, the records indicate that the search warrant was executed at 3:55 p.m. Would you dispute that?
I think that's right.
It was about the moment that he was also probably taken into custody?
I would assume so.
And when you handcuff somebody, that means you're taking them into custody, true?
You can detain them, sure. Again, I don't know if he was handcuffed. You're telling me, I would assume he might have been, but I don't know that for certain.
But that kind of equates, right? You're handcuffing somebody, transporting to the Sheriff's Department, more likely in custody, true?
That we would be detaining them, yes. They're not free to leave, that's correct. At that point.
And then he's placed in a room where you conducted this interview, true?
He was escorted to interview room 1, yes.
This is
And your interview commenced, according to the records, at 7:43 p.m., true?
That sounds right.
So
This is the hidden body murder trial. This is Wisconsin v. Matthew Pahl.
he remained in this room all those hours waiting for his interview?
Minus, I believe, a bathroom break or two, yes.
And was he free to leave that room?
No.
The room was locked, right?
No.
The room was not locked?
No.
So he could get out and go home?
He's not free to leave, but the door's not locked.
Right. So if he tried to leave, you guys would stop him from leaving?
I wasn't there again, but no, at that point, he was not free to leave.
From there, you read him his Miranda rights, correct?
Detective Frederick said yes.
If he didn't do anything wrong, why did you read him his Miranda rights?
Because at that point, we had brought him there. We had placed him in a room, and like you said, a reasonable person would assume they were not free to leave or possibly being charged with a crime. So that's why we read him his Miranda rights.
Yeah, but if you didn't think he did anything wrong, there would be no need to read him his Miranda rights.
I'm going to object to the nature of these questions.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
So then you interview him for 2 hours, true?
Sounds right.
So he's been now at the police department from or in custody from about 3:30 to 9:41 when the interview ends? Is that
I didn't hear the first part of the time, sir.
He was arrested around 3:55 p.m. and then the interview ends around 9:41 p.m. Was that?
I'm going to take your word for it. Yes.
So approximately 5 hours long, true?
5 hours long that he was roughly at the sheriff's department, yes.
And again, you read him his rights and you tell him, you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to, but he does agree to talk to you, true?
Yes.
He voluntarily agrees to answer any question you give him, true?
Did he agree to give us?
Yeah, you're asking him questions, he's answering your questions, true?
He was answering some of the questions.
And did you verify, I mean, he told you that his dad was a pharmacist, and that ended up being true, correct?
Again, that was outside the scope of my investigation, sir.
So you don't know whether or not his dad is a pharmacist?
I have knowledge that he is, but I didn't verify that or speak with him or look into that aspect of this case.
He indicated to you that at
Relevant.
one point in time,
Matter.
he was with Stephanie and she was in his vehicle and she lost her bladder. She peed in her pants. That was true, right?
He stated that, yes.
Yeah, you ended up researching or investigating this, and that's verified on the Willow Park videos, true? That's what happened?
I'm lost, sir. I don't know what you're referring to. Or I understand that Mr. Pahl stated that in our interview, but I didn't verify that or prove that.
Yeah, but it was confirmed by looking at the Willow Park videos that that's what happened in 22.
I didn't review that video, to my knowledge.
And you're mainly focused as to August 23rd, 2022, correct? That was what the videos those are the only videos you focused on.
Those are the ones that I can sit and recall here, yes.
You didn't look at any of the other videos that when Stephanie was over at Mr. Pahl's apartment, you didn't look at any of those other videos?
I may have reviewed other video, but I don't, as I sit here now, I don't recall anything that stands out or anything specific.
I mean, there was nothing abnormal that happened on August 23rd that didn't happen on other occasions when Stephanie was visiting Mr. Pahl, if you looked at those videos, true?
I can only recall reviewing the 23rd videos. I guess I don't have a comparison to what you mean by what would be normal. Or
I mean, I'm not sure if you looked at those videos, but there's other videos that show Mr. Pahl bringing in Stephanie's property into his apartment. Did you see those videos?
Again, I don't recall that.
Where you could see him bringing in that pink water bottle on another occasion. Did you see that video?
I don't recall watching that video, no, other than what was seen on the 23rd that I testified to.
Did you see all the videos for August 23rd for that whole day?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look.
I mean, you remember you said he arrives back at the apartment according to the videos, and he walks in, true? Using the north side door number 7.
At what time, sir?
That's around 11:03.
That he's observed walking back in?
Yeah, he returns back.
That sounds right.
And then later on you see him enter the mailroom, true, on the videos?
If that's the one I testified to, believing it was the lobby, then yes, I remember that video.
Yeah, but it's really the mailroom.
Understood.
And he checks his mail, true?
I don't know if he checked his mail, sir.
But you looked at the video, right?
The video that I testified to is what I recall as I sit here now.
And after that, he exits and goes back to his truck, true?
Yes.
And then he comes in with more things, true?
Yes.
Through this door number 7, true?
Yes.
And he has carrying a bag full of items, true? When he comes in the second time.
Yes.
And then later on in the day, about 4 hours later, he leaves and goes for a bike ride. Did you see that video?
I don't recall that video as I sit here.
When Mr. Pahl enters the apartment at 11:03, when he comes back from his orthopedic appointment, where's Stephanie?
At 11:03?
He comes in, he's carrying that pink water bottle.
Yeah.
Stephanie's not with him, true?
She's not.
And he goes, later on, he goes back to his truck, and he comes back in, like about an hour later, carrying a bag full of items. Stephanie's not with him, correct?
No.
Where is she?
I don't know. To my knowledge, she is in the woods by OAW.
So at 11:03, when he got back, she's in the woods.
I can't give you a definitive time, sir. I can just tell you the last time I see Stephanie on video, and I never see her again after that.
So it's your belief she's in the...
Again, if I misspoke, I don't know exactly. I just can tell you where I last saw her, and that was leaving the apartments.
She's not in his truck. You don't believe he left her he's got her in his truck, do you?
Do I think she's sitting in the truck at that point?
Correct.
No, I do not.
I mean, not just his truck. You don't think she's in the front passenger seat sitting, do you?
I don't have any reason to believe that.
You don't think she's in the back seat, sitting in the back seat or positioned in the back seat of the truck, do you?
I don't have any reason to believe she's in the truck.
In the back of the truck, do you think she's back there?
I don't have any reason to believe she's in the truck, sir.
And would you agree that parking lot at the Willows apartment, I mean, that's a super busy parking lot, right? There's a lot of people that live in that apartment.
There are.
In door number 7, when you look at the videos, there's a lot of people entering that door, a lot of other residents entering through there, exiting through there, true?
There are other residents that use that door, yes.
Yeah, a lot of people exiting to smoke cigarettes, people exiting to walk their dogs, true? When you
Yes,
look
there's
at
a lot of
the
activity through that door, yes.
And when Mr. Pahl indicated that prior to this date, August 23rd, 2022, if you look at the videos, it confirms that him and Stephanie had left August 22nd for almost 5 hours. Did you look at the video where they had left at 10:02 and returned back at 2:51 the day before?
As I sit here again, I don't recall the video from prior to the 23rd, or I recall the 23rd video.
You remember that he said he told you they went to go buy a bed, him and Stephanie?
He did testify to that, or he did state that, yes.
And he indicated to you that he did, on the 24th or 25th, go to the pharmacy and pick up Stephanie's prescription. Remember in the interview, he's telling you that, true?
I believe he stated the prescription was available on the 24th, and he picked it up on the 25th.
And that's confirmed, right? If you look at the videos, you see him leaving.
Again, I can't testify to that video, sir.
And he also tells you that, I went to a car wash. And he tells you, he didn't have to tell you that, true? That he found the note when he went to the car wash in another purse, true?
He didn't have to tell me that?
Right.
I mean, yes, I agree. I guess he didn't have to tell me
And
that.
you guys verified that he went to a car wash, true?
Again, I didn't verify that video, sir.
His statements about Stephanie being on these drugs, for visiting doctors. Did you ever confirm that? Or did your department ever confirm that? Or is that beyond your knowledge?
It's beyond my knowledge. My involvement pretty much ended after the interview, sir.
So you're the lead person with the questioning, true?
It was Detective Fredericks and I both.
I mean, you're the one sitting across from him, true?
I was sitting across from him, yes.
You're the one who was mainly asking the questions, true?
I think we both asked quite a few questions, sir.
And so you didn't confirm anything that Mr. Pahl was telling you to see if it was true or not true?
Again, my involvement pretty much ended after that interview, and Detective Fredericks was the primary moving forward.
Mr. Pahl eventually was released that day, true?
Almost immediately after that interview,
Right.
yes.
Everything you knew and you suspected that he was lying to you, you guys just released him, true?
We released him, yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Read, right?
Thank you. Detective Sites, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 28, please. These were the purses that were located at Mr. Pahl's apartment?
That looks correct, yes.
Okay. And the top purse is the purse that you observed Stephanie, the top black purse is the purse you observed Stephanie carrying on August 23rd in that Willow Park apartment surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
How do I know that is her purse?
How do you know that it's the same purse that you saw on the surveillance video?
There's some specific linkage on that purse. Also, again, we never see Stephanie come back to that apartment. I've never seen Stephanie come back to that apartment after the 23rd. However, that purse somehow made it in there. And during the interview of Mr. Pahl, he admitted to placing the black purse into her dresser towards the end of the bed.
And it was only later, towards the end of the interview, after you confronted him with those photos, that he says it was actually a different purse. It was a gray purse. Is that accurate?
That's when he changed and said, yes, it was.
Now, you admitted that when you interviewed Mr. Pahl, you used an interview technique. You didn't provide him with all the information that you had, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a common interview technique that law enforcement uses to kind of figure out how much information the person of interest has, right?
Yes.
You were asked about when Mr. Pahl returned to the apartment at 11:03. His truck returned to the apartment in the surveillance video at 11:03, but it's not until a little bit later, around 11:15, that he actually enters the apartment complex. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay.
The cops said they checked. He didn't have an appointment. He said he did.
And it's your testimony that after that video that we saw of Stephanie Pavlons leaving the apartment on August 23rd, you never observed her return to the apartment anytime after that.
I did not.
Okay. And your department had video from up until the date of the search warrant, which would have been about 9/17, give or take a day?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he have an appointment?
And it was not your job in this investigation to confirm some of the things that... Sorry, that attorney Gallagher is asking you about. It was your job to be in the interview and let some of the other detectives, Detective Fredericks, Detective Plenitz, follow up on that information?
Yes.
Okay. It was just important for you to be prepared for that interview and know whatever information the investigation had up to that point.
Correct.
Did the investigation continue after Mr. Pahl was released that evening?
Yes.
I want receipts now.
Thank you.
Recross?
Just a few questions, Judge. Detective, but it was not uncommon if you looked at the other videos of Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons coming to the apartment that they would not enter the apartment right away. If you looked at the other, that was quite common, true?
Again, I don't know which specific video, and again, as I sit here, I don't recall any other specific videos that you're referring to.
Did you look at any videos at all, if you remember, of Mr. Pahl always having to sneak Ms. Pavlons into the apartment?
No, that doesn't ring any bells.
Where he would enter from one door, and then he would open up the door number 7, the north door, and leave it ajar, and he would walk up, and later on Ms. Pavlons would sneak in. You don't remember seeing any of those videos?
I don't recall reviewing that video, specific video, no.
Or seeing any other videos where he would...
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Strike it. I'll restate it.
All right.
Or seeing any of videos where she would leave out the south door, and he would leave out the north door when they would leave, out of 2 different doors. It was very common.
Well, like the one I testified to, this, that was one point where I believe he left out door 4 and she left out door 7.
Right, which was quite common in the other videos, that she would leave out one door and she would leave out another door. true? You didn't remember seeing those videos?
I testify to that, sir.
Is that a thing? Like, if you rent an apartment, everybody that lives there has to be on the lease? I don't know. I've lived in an apartment twice in my life, and I hated it. No. Twice? Yeah.
In that exhibit you were just showing of the person, the dresser drawer, you saw a second
Out
person,
as soon
true?
as I could.
I saw a purse on the top shelf, and I saw some type of bag or purse on the lower shelf, yes.
And if I said video, I misspoke, in the photograph that you were just showing, the exhibit. Are you aware at all that Mr. Paul is colorblind? I have no further questions, John.
All right.
What does
Thank
that
you very
have to do
much.
with anything?
And why don't you take those exhibits and put back there on the table, please? I appreciate that. And then let me talk to the attorneys about timing and witnesses and such.
Color blindness does not mean that you can't see color. You're either red, green, or blue, green. It just means that you don't see those colors. Oh, are we done? Are we done? We're done with day 2.
Exhibit 74 does exist on the flash drive, but the court will get so we have both the entire video and the excerpt.
Okay. No objection to 73, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I think I understand we saw March 74 and was observed.
Says 74 and then the timestamps of the video that we are watching.
Right.
And
so this, I understand. I just want to make note of that for the record as well. And you might want to clarify that for the jurors also. The excerpt.
No. Day. Where did I just saw it? Where'd it go? There it is. Day 3. Yay!
Do you think I need to put under oath anyone?
Oh, sir.
Not under the...
All right, Ms.
Come back to the beginning of the video. Yay, we made it to day 3. I still don't know if we're going to catch up to the live or not.
Can you give her a microphone, please? Excuse me, you're Kelly Webb.
No. Thank you.
Asking the court to read the agreed facts to the jury this morning prior to the first witness's testimony. Let them know that they can take notes on the agreed facts as well, since that is part of the record and part of the evidence.
Which document is the agreed facts? I know you don't have it by document.
I don't have it by.
All right, give me. Information about rainfall, correct? Right?
Yes.
And that's the only thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. The defense, any comment on anything?
No, sir.
Any problems with me reading the agreed facts first thing this morning?
No, sir.
Okay. And, all right, then, anything before we state? Anything
Come on,
further
Bill.
from the
Well,
state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, Bill. Come on, baby. You want to say go potty? You come in from going outside. Come on, go potty. Go outside. Go outside, go potty. Are you coming? Come on. You can have a cookie when you come back in. No cookie. Move, you guys.
Ma'am, come up to the witness stand to my right, please. And once I get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand, please. Okay? Face our clerk over there, please.
The testimony you're about to give this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, have a seat, please.
No, I tried to get Belle to go outside to go potty. She wouldn't.
And spell your first name.
Caitlin is K-A-T-E-L-Y-N.
And just common spelling, North?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. North, in September of 2022, where were you employed?
I worked for Delafield Dental.
And where is Delafield Dental located?
It is in Delafield, right off of 94.
And what is Delafield Dental?
It's a dental office. It's one of KDP's, like, I think they have 7 or 8 locations.
How long had you worked there in September of 2022?
Oh, at that point, it was probably almost a year, year and a half.
And what were your responsibilities?
I was a front desk treatment coordinator, so answering phone calls, managing patients, checking them in, checking them out, providing treatment estimates, and going through like what their treatment would look like for their treatment plans.
When you were working there, was it also your responsibility to make reminders to patients of their appointments?
Oh yeah, that was one of our daily things is if a patient hadn't confirmed their appointment through like our automated system, then we would call to remind them of their appointment and then just make sure they were confirmed like coming in.
Okay.
So.
You said if they didn't confirm through your automated system, what was the process to remind a patient of an appointment?
Yeah, so we had like just an automated system. So pretty much 2 weeks before your appointment, you'd receive an automated text message that would say, you have an appointment with Delafield Dental on such and such date and such time. And then like 5 days beforehand, you'd pretty much receive another one, like if you didn't confirm that first one. So it'd always say like, please send a C to confirm. And so if by the time like 2 days before your appointment, you didn't confirm, we'd start calling. And then like, if you didn't arrive for your appointment, we pretty much give you like a little window. And if you hadn't confirmed and you hadn't showed up, then we'd call and we just see if you're on your way. And if you were on your way, then if it was in a lot of time, then we could still see you.
Okay. I'm going to show just for the witness first, Exhibit 108. It's going to take a couple seconds for it to show up on your screen. I have it on my screen. Let me know when you have it on your screen. Yep. Okay. You recognize, can you scroll down to the next page, please? Ooh. Nope. Page 2, you recognize this document?
Yeah, so that would be one of our screens that we used for patient information. So it'd give all of Stephanie's information, her address, her date of birth, and then that second side is the breakdown of her insurance.
Okay, and page 3, please.
So this is our chart progress notes. So if I made any notes or anyone else in the office, or if our automated system made any notes, it would show here.
Okay, and these are the notes for specifically Stephanie Pavlons?
They are, yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 108 into evidence with permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted. You may do so.
Okay, so can we please go to page 2? Okay.
He had dental insurance with no
A
job.
little bit. So, Ms. North, at the top it says Stephanie Pavlons.
Yep.
That's the patient that these records are focused on?
Correct.
Okay. And it has her date of birth, I see on the left-hand side where it says patient information.
Yep.
And then if we can scroll down to the next page, please. You said the rest of this is really just about insurance and not about appointments, right?
Correct, yeah.
So if we go to page 3, starting at the top, tell me what that note regarding 819, what does that tell you or what does that mean?
So that's our automated system that I was trying to explain before. So that is basically, it's 2 weeks out from her appointment. So we're just saying you have an appointment coming up on this day, which was Friday, September 12th at 12. But our office at that time was going through a big remodel. So it's just saying exactly where you could park and how to get into the clinic. And that's just a reminder.
Okay, so that message, is it a phone call or a text message?
That is a text message.
And that is sent to her on August 19th of 2022?
Correct.
And her appointment was scheduled for Friday, September 2nd at noon?
Yes.
All right. And then what's that next entry on August 30th?
So that would be the one where you can confirm from. So that's saying you have your appointment coming up on Friday, September 2nd at 12. Please text a C to confirm. And then if she were to text a C to confirm from that date, then we wouldn't have to leave a message to confirm.
Okay, so on August 30th, a second text message is sent. No confirmation is made, so your office continues to follow up.
Correct.
What about the message? Then we see a couple entries on September 2nd. What are those telling you?
Yeah, so that first one that has a little note where it says unscheduled appointment 12 p.m. The updated ordonogram, the comp exam, FMX, that's just all kind of stuff that they'll do in your routine visit. And then that kind of little note there that says 826 left message to confirm, that was just one of our other attempts to reach out to confirm. And then as you're going through, all that red is what was treatment planned.
Okay,
so
I want to ask you about the left message for confirmation. Would that be a phone call or a text message?
That would be a phone call.
Okay, so on August 20th, so she would have received a text message on August 19th.
Yep.
A text message on August 30th.
Yep.
And then she would have received a phone call on August 26th.
Correct.
And none of those were confirmed.
Correct.
All right, now if we can scroll down a little bit, I see in black there's a notation for 9/2 missed appointment. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so that's basically saying that at 12:10, she still wasn't there, so we switched her appointment to then mark it as a missed appointment, an unscheduled appointment. And then you'll see that I had then, in the yellow, broke the appointment because she wasn't there, marked her as that very last line, NCNS, left message at 12:10, means no call, no show. And so I left a message for her at 12:10, just basically saying we had you scheduled at 12, you're not here yet, are you on your way?
Okay, the next exhibit I'm gonna have you listen to is exhibit 109. I'm just gonna play a short clip to see if you recognize the voice.
This message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. I was just...
Is that your voice?
That's me, yeah.
Okay. So I would move exhibit 109 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No objection. All right, 109 is admitted.
Can we go back to the beginning, please, Ms. Cussy?
This message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. I was just calling to let you know we look forward to seeing you this coming Friday, September 2nd at 12 p.m. for your new patient appointment. Again, that is this coming Friday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. Thank you, Stephanie. Have a great day.
Said the wrong time that second time. Whoops.
Okay, but referring back to exhibit 108, there was an indication that a message was left on August 26th. What we just listened to, that was the message that you left for her on August 26th. Is that right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, because next Friday would have been in a few days.
Yes.
Okay, so you leave a message on August 26th saying she has an appointment on September 2nd. Then if we can play a short portion of Exhibit 110, please.
Hi, this message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield.
Is that also your voice?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 110 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? No objection. All right. It's admitted.
Hi, this message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. We had you scheduled today for your new patient appointment at 12 o'clock. The time is now 12:10. We're just calling to see if you were on your way or if we do need to go ahead and get that appointment rescheduled for you. We can see you up until 12:15, so if you are on your way, please go ahead and give us a call back here within the next 5 minutes. And if not, then just give the office a call to reschedule. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Ms. Norris, so that message you left for her on September 2nd.
Correct.
And ultimately, based on these records, she did not show up for that appointment. She never called to reschedule?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And if she had called to reschedule, would that be listed in those notes on Exhibit 108?
It would have, yeah, because then we would have taken that missed appointment that I broke and created a new appointment. So then it would have had like the new date with all of that stuff in red listed again as treatment planned.
So based on the record, Ms. Pavlons never had contact with the Delafield Dental office following that missed September 2nd appointment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
No questions, Your Honor. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
You're
you.
excused. And your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Christopher Johnson.
Well, Wiggles, when he put just the word purulent, I knew exactly where he was going with that word. I guarantee you, every nurse ever
And once you get up here,
thinks
remain
that
standing and raise
when
your
they
hand.
see that word.
All right? If you could face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, please be seated. And if you could tell us your name, please.
Chris Johnson.
Because, and I'll tell you why. That charts are medical documents, and it's terrifying the first time you write that word and you look at it and you're like, oh crap, what did I just do? This is a legal document. I can't write that word in a legal document. How do you spell that word? That can't be right. And then you have to just draw a line through it where it's still legible. And then you have to go around and ask the other nurses, what is another word for pussy? How do I write that the wound was pussy? Purulent. Oh, cool.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please begin by telling us how you're employed.
I am the Chief of the Office of Crime Scene Response for the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
How long have you worked at the crime lab?
Oh, going on 19 years now.
And over the course of your 19 years, have your duties and responsibilities changed?
Yes, I started my career in the DNA analysis unit as a forensic scientist. I then participated in a bunch of quality assurance activities and became the quality assurance coordinator. I then moved on to supervise the DNA unit, participating as well along those timelines in crime scene response, and I am the chief now of the crime scene response unit for approximately 6 years.
I'd like to display for you Exhibit 125, please. Is 125 on your screen, sir?
It is.
And do you recognize this document?
That's
Can you
scary.
describe it?
This is it's my statement of qualifications. So everybody at the lab that's a forensic scientist or anybody that's in management, we're required to create one of these. So it's a statement that shows my employment history of the different positions and the principal duties for those positions.
And you believe this is a true and accurate representation of your professional experience?
It is.
Okay. Move to admit 125, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. Admitted. Thank you.
If you could just briefly describe your education, your formal education before you started, or maybe it was at the same time of your employment at the crime lab.
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from Marquette University in Biological Sciences.
And throughout the years, throughout the course of your employment at the crime lab, are you required to maintain continuing education?
Yes, as a accreditation requirement, the Wisconsin State Crime Lab is accredited. As a requirement, we are mandated to do continuing education credits on an annual basis.
And specific to the crime scene response unit, you have particularized training in that field?
Yes, we have a pretty comprehensive in-house program that's instructed by various technical leads of various disciplines, and it culminates with a mock scene and a mock court testimony.
Have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
About how many times?
Throughout my entire career, probably in the 35 to 40 range.
And crime scene response is really popular in the movies and TV now, isn't it?
That's for sure. Yes, it is.
Is real life similar to what you see there?
Real life is similar. It's just at a lot slower pace. Obviously, for entertainment purposes, everything's sped up a little bit.
Okay. And about how many crime scenes would you say that you and your team have responded to?
Oh, hundreds, oh, 500.
When do you get called out?
We get called out anytime law enforcement has a request for technical assistance. So if it's something that they're not used to processing or something that they need help with chemical processing, we do only respond out to those major crime scenes. So death investigations, homicides, officer-involved critical incidents.
And you will go to the location if necessary?
Absolutely, yes. We'll go ask for
Only been 3 years.
location where certain items may be, and we deploy a team to go process those, whatever may be there.
And your operation is also 24/7, 365?
Yes, 24/7, 365.
Okay. Any further voir dire of the witness, Mr. Wolf or Mr. Galaviz?
No, Your Honor. No.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask you about the date of September 20th of 2022. Do you recall being asked to assist the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department with an investigation on that date?
I do recall, yes.
Yeah, you and the crime scene response team?
Correct. Me and one other individual responded to the secure facility where this vehicle was stored.
So you were specifically asked to search a vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. All right, I'm going to show you a series of photographs, Mr. Johnson, and ask you to describe what we can see in these photographs, please. We're going to request permission to publish.
Good.
So Exhibit 48, please. Do you recognize Exhibit 48, Mr. Johnson?
I do.
And please describe what we see here.
This is a photograph of the passenger side of a Toyota Tacoma.
Is this the vehicle that you searched?
This is the vehicle we searched and processed, yes.
And on the door frame between the passenger window, front passenger and back passenger window, it appears there's some objects there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Sure. That's evidence tape going across the seam of the door, and it preserves the integrity of the evidence. So it was sealed, and we cut that tape in order to gain entry into the vehicle.
Okay. Is that standard procedure, that it would be sealed?
Yes.
By the authority that seized the vehicle?
Yes.
Why do they seal it up?
To preserve the integrity of whatever might be inside. It shows that nobody has gone into it since seizing that vehicle and recovering it on a warrant. So it just speaks to the preservation of the integrity of the actual item of evidence.
Okay. Exhibit 127, please. Please describe, sir.
This is an overall photograph with both the driver door and the rear driver door open, showing the passenger compartment, so to speak.
So is it, appears to be like an extended cab?
Yes, extended cab, yes.
Is there a back seat?
There is a back seat, bench seat. It's currently, I believe it's folded up, so you don't see the seat bottom.
Did you do that?
No.
That's how you found it?
That's how I found it.
This would essentially be when you first opened the doors, this is how it looked inside from the driver's side?
Correct. The way in which we go about is we'll photograph 360 going around the vehicle. We will process anything on the outside of the vehicle that we deem necessary. We open the doors, and everything is the way that we encounter it.
I don't
We
see
photograph
one.
it again, 360, and then we devise a plan on how we're going to go about searching and processing the vehicle.
Okay. 128, please. Please describe.
Overall photograph, similar to the previous photograph, but this one actually shows the passenger door and rear passenger door showing the passenger compartment.
129. Please describe.
This is the bed of the truck with the tailgate down, showing those items that are in the bed of the truck.
Again, as you found it when you opened the tailgate.
As we found it, yes.
So you said after you photograph everything, you then kind of devise a plan on how to go about searching the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What did you do in this case?
So part of our main job is to preserve the integrity of the evidence, and this is done through a mechanism called crime scene approach, crime scene assessment, and development of a processing strategy. So vehicles are inherently set up as a very easy way to search. They're set up as zones. So our search method was a zone. After we photographed and documented it, our plan was to do compartment by compartment, pulling those items out, evaluating those items after they were documented for any evidentiary value. And if it was deemed evidentiary value, they were collected.
Now I'm going to ask you to focus the part of the search that involved the footwell of the passenger seat, okay? You remember searching that area?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm going to show you a series of photographs involving the passenger footwell. Exhibit 130, please. Is this the how the footwell appeared before you disturbed anything inside the vehicle?
Yes, that is.
Okay. 131, please. What do we see here?
Lifting up the foot mat that's in the footwell, we see a piece of white styrofoam-looking sheet of something, and then there's a piece of paper underneath it. There's also a hammer that's underneath the foot mat, as well as some rocks.
Okay. Exhibit 51, please. What do we see here?
After lifting up that white
Be a
foam
widower.
piece, we can clearly see that there's a yellow sheet of paper with some handwriting on it.
Okay. 132.
No, if he's a widower, he probably still have his ring on.
It's a closer up view of the actual how the piece of paper was. You can only see a portion of the handwriting that's on it, but that's just a close-up photograph of it.
Was the paper folded in half like that when you found it?
Yes,
And it appears there's some wrinkles, there's some crumpling of the paper in the bottom right corner, is that right?
it does appear that way, yes.
And that's how you found it.
That is exactly how I found it.
133.
This is pulling out all those items that were in that footwell front passenger compartment. We place them onto a tarp to spread them out, and we take subsequent photographs of each of those items. So the yellow piece of paper that's in here is now open because we're wanting to document what was written on that piece of paper.
All right, thank you, sir. I'd like to move on now to ask you if you searched the interior of the vehicle for any possible blood.
Yes, so part of the process in processing a vehicle, in this particular case, we were looking for biological fluid, namely blood. So first we do a visual exam using just a bright white light, flashlight, to see if we see any areas that might resemble blood. Maybe they're reddish in discoloration or a red-brown discoloration. If we come across those areas, we do a presumptive test, and a presumptive test indicates the possible presence of blood.
Did you in fact test 3 areas using the presumptive test from the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, we did a presumptive test on 3
Oh,
areas.
yeah,
within
it
the vehicle.
does. That's
All 3 of
weird.
those tests were negative.
Moving now to the bed of the truck, did you do the same thing in the bed of the truck?
We did. There's an area that resembled like a wettish stain, and so I swabbed a little portion of that and put it to the same presumptive test. It ended up being negative.
You could please display 182. Is that the area there?
That is the area. The area is just to the left of the Exhibit 182 marker. You
Yeah,
see
we're
a
gonna
white.
move that. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay, if you could please point out that kind of wettish area that you just described for us. It's a touch screen, so you
Okay.
can circle it, please. Whoop. Oh, we got it.
Hang on.
1 second, please.
Sure.
That's on our end.
Try now.
I don't know. Google him and see.
There we go. Okay. And
Chris
I could see a
Johnson.
darker colored
Common
object
name.
or something, and then a lighter color object in that photograph. Maybe you can zoom in on that. Hang on, before you do that. My bad. May we please preserve 182A, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would clear it, please, Madam Clerk, and zoom in on that.
I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead and describe this for us again, please, Mr. Johnson.
So the white piece in here, I underlined that white. It's a label, it's a sticker that has a scale on it. So we put that down when we see stains so that we have visual representation of how large that stain appears. So the stain that was tested was actually this darker stain right here.
You used a presumptive test?
That was a presumptive test, yes.
What was the result?
Negative.
Okay. You could zoom back out, please. Or, I'm sorry, preserve 182B, please. And clear the screen. Okay. Was this a condition of the bed of the truck once you removed all the items?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also use any other substance to attempt to search for blood in the bed of the truck?
Yes, so yes, we did. We used luminol, and luminol is a solution that helps visualize latent blood evidence or potential evidence. Latent meaning it's not visible to the naked eye. So we use a chemical that in the presence of potential blood reacts with the iron that might be in the blood and produces a fluorescent glow. And so it's done in complete darkness, and we're able to photograph it if there is faint fluorescence. It's a good tool to use to learn where to kind of dig a little bit deeper. So again, it's a chemiluminescence. It's a fluorescence.
Was there any illumination in the bed of the truck?
Yes, there were areas that had a very faint fluorescence, and due to that, I decided to.
This is probably not a good time to stop, but I'm not stopping for the day. I'm stopping right now because there's 9 of you guys in here. I just want to say thank you for being here because I know that we just caught up to the same day. We're still behind on this trial, and I want to thank all my lurkers and my chatters and my replay crew. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry that we're a day behind. Our trials overlapped again. I hate it when that happens. But I just want to tell you guys how happy I am that you're here watching this with me. I love it when you guys hang out with me, and I hate it when we get behind, but I'm so glad that you're here. So I just wanted to get that out there. So back to the trial. Maybe. If my computer will behave.
Pretty much swab the entire surface of the bed of the truck to be able to collect any potential DNA that might be there.
How did you do it?
Seeing that the size of the bed is far too large to just take one set of swabs, I sectioned off the bed as upper driver's side, upper passenger side, center of it. So in all, I took approximately 8 sets of swabs of the actual surface of the bed of the vehicle.
How about the interior of the vehicle? Did you collect any swabs from the
2
interior
people
of the
left.
vehicle?
Yes, we did the same luminol test, the chemical that I talked about. We applied it to the front passenger seat, and we collected 1 set of swabs.
Take my
from
thank
the
you
front
back to
passenger
those 2
seat as
people.
well.
Did you do a presumptive blood test on that stain on the front passenger seat?
Yes,
What was the result?
that was negative as well.
Oh, I have fun when you're here, Nisho.
Despite the negative on the presumptive test, you still collected the swabs?
Yes, because the chemical luminol test showed very, very faint fluorescence.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, luminol will
A little
illuminate
behind is
for
okay.
multiple substances.
2 days, though.
That is correct.
And how long have you been basically with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Going on 19 years.
Okay. And we saw a lot of photographs that were taken in this. Did you take a lot of photographs in the course of your investigation in this case?
I was assigned to be the team leader, so I have another member that took all of these photographs.
Okay. Approximately how many photographs did you take?
Of the vehicle?
Yes.
356.
Whoa!
And why do you take photographs again?
It's part of documentation, just like taking notes. It's part of observation, so it's a permanent document, permanent proof of how things are the way that we encounter them.
Okay. And it also details and supports your investigation.
No, I said not now.
And you said you've given testimony in probably 35 to 40 trials, correct?
Yes.
And obviously those photographs, it's important to
said
have
not
those
now.
photographs
But
to
not
show
stop
the
for
accuracy of the
good.
investigation, correct?
Okay, maybe
Yes.
it did sound like that. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I thought I
When you entered the pole barn, in this case, the vehicle was kind of positioned away from the other vehicles, correct?
That's correct. It was placed into the center of the pole barn.
Okay, so it's kind of isolated, right?
Yes.
Did you examine the exterior of the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
Did you, through visual inspection or through luminol, did you notice any type, or did you get any hits or indication of anything on the outside of the vehicle?
No, nothing of evidentiary value popped on it.
Just in particular, did you look at the back bumper and the back tailgate at all?
Yes.
I saw you in your, you're a member of the Midwest Association of Forensic Sciences, scientists, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Standards and Technology?
I'm familiar.
Okay. What is that organization?
NIST, it stands for, yes, as he said, it's an organization that sets standards for the forensic community.
Okay. Do you follow those standards?
NIST standards, guidelines, yes.
Okay. And why is it important to have standards?
It provides a foundation for people on how to do things that are accepting within the scientific community.
Okay. And is that important for providing evidence in a criminal trial such as this?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
It provides validity to the work being done, that you're doing it within an accepted procedure, that people within the community are using the same approach and assessment and strategy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Read rec.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. One more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Confirming you, the 8th. So of all the swabs that you took of the vehicle, both in the passenger compartment and in the bed of the truck, again, everything was negative for any type of human substance or DNA, correct?
Yes, we collected those and then submitted those. The agency submitted those to the lab for further examination within the DNA unit.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Right. Read rec.
No.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
State calls Stephanie Klein, Your Honor.
Now come on up to the witness stand to my right, please, and once you get up there, remain standing.
It used to be
Good face up, please.
Nick until he imploded.
I do.
All right. Please be seated.
I don't know who the biggest one is now.
L-E-I-N-E. I'm employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
In what capacity?
I'm a DNA analyst.
How long have you worked there?
14 years.
Have you always been a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to display for the witness only, please, Exhibit 111. Do you recognize, is it on your screen?
It is not. Oh, it is not.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
It appears to be the first page
Holy
of my
Peter.
statement of qualifications.
All right, and if you look over on the right-hand side, you can see it's a total of a 4-page document. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is this a document you completed?
Yes.
What's the purpose in creating this document?
This states my qualifications and trainings that I've attended throughout my employment at the Milwaukee State Crime Laboratory and any jobs that I've held in the field prior.
So can you please tell the jury what your formal education is?
Yes. I received my Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Chemistry and my Master of Forensic Science, both from Marshall University.
Have you always worked at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, I have.
So.
Oh no,
graduating
EDB.
from Graduate school?
Yes.
EDB.
And you told us you
It's
always worked
gotta
in the
be
DNA
an
unit,
EDB.
correct?
That's correct.
All right. And have you ever analyzed a sample of an item presented to the lab to attempt to identify or detect DNA?
Yes.
How many times?
I issue over 100 cases per year, so hundreds of times.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
This is my 64th testimony.
And there are certain procedures that the lab follows when you receive an item from a law enforcement agency and you're asked to analyze it for DNA, correct?
Yes.
We hear a lot about DNA in the news and in the movies these days. Can you give the jury a really easy to understand explanation of DNA and how it can be obtained from various items, or what the source of DNA may be?
Yes, so DNA is typically referred to as the blueprint of life. It tells your body what it's going to be like and look like, and it is the same in all of the nucleated cells in your body. You get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father, and it does not change throughout your lifetime. Your DNA profile is unique to you, an individual, with the exception of identical siblings.
And what can be some sources of DNA?
DNA comes from any nucleated cell in your body, so any body fluid like blood, semen, or saliva, as well as any other types of cells like skin cells.
Were you asked specifically to work on a case from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department under the name of Stephanie Pavlons?
Yes.
Please display for the witness only Exhibit 112, which is report number 4. Is that on your screen now, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you identify Exhibit 112?
This is the first page of my confidential report of laboratory findings for our laboratory case number R22-2670, with my signature on it, as well as the initials and date of my technical reviewer.
Is this a report that you authored?
Yes.
Do you believe it's a true and accurate representation of your work in this case?
Could you scroll down so I could see all pages, please?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I'll move to admit 112, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. 112 is admitted.
Please publish for the jury. All right, so I'm going to ask you, Ms. Gussie, to scroll to sort of the middle of the page there. And thank you. So, Ms. Klein, you documented the items that were involved in your DNA report, correct?
Yes.
And it's items A through I, correct?
Yes.
And they were all swabs, correct?
Yes.
Collected from a truck.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do some initial screening of the swabs, is that correct?
Yes.
Was every swab analyzed?
Yes.
Or every item, I should say?
Yes, every item was cut and processed.
Okay. And you did some initial screening?
Correct.
Tell us about that, please.
So initially, I looked at the swabs visually just to note any staining if it was present, and
Emily D.
the swabs in this report for the presence of blood, and no blood was
You haven't
detected.
found her yet, Michelle? She's amazing.
Is that a test?
I would have to refer to my notes to see which test I did, but either way, it was negative. So either presumptive or confirmatory test, a negative is negative for blood.
Okay. Can you do anything further with the swabs then?
I did process all of the swabs for DNA, even though there was no body fluid detected, or there was no blood detected on the swabs. I did still process them for DNA analysis.
And if we, is that what's indicated in the chart at the bottom of page 1 there?
Correct. Each of the swabs was cut, and they receive a sub-designation at our laboratory for tracking of the extracted DNA sample. They just get a 1 after the alphabet letter. So item A became A1. That was the cutting. That was the DNA extract.
And were you able to isolate any DNA in any of the swabs?
Yes, I believe there were a few that proceeded on for DNA analysis.
Okay. Describe that for us, please.
So items B1, D1, F1, G1, and I1 did not have enough human DNA present for further testing, as well as H1 did not have enough human DNA for further testing, which means they did not have enough DNA present in that sample that we would expect to get a DNA profile, so they stopped at the point of determining how much DNA is present in a sample, which is something that we do on all evidentiary samples at our laboratory. However, items A1, C1, and E1 all had enough DNA present for further testing.
And so in the middle of the page 2 there, you're able to make some conclusions about the A1, C1, and E1?
Yes.
And please describe that for the jury.
So for item A1, which was front passenger seat swabs, I obtained a 2-person mixture that contained at least 1 male individual. And that was then interpreted, and I didn't have any standards from a known individual at this time, so there were no comparisons done.
And we'll get to that later in your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Keep going with C and E, please.
So item C1 was the left lower driver truck bed area swabs. Again, a two-person mixture with at least one male individual, and that was suitable for interpretations. For item E1,
Is
which
my
was the center,
attitude
upper,
with cursey
staggered deathbed
words,
area
and she's a
response,
lawyer.
I obtained a low-level partial profile, which was not suitable for comparisons just because there was a limited amount of genetic material present in that profile.
So you mentioned that you didn't do a comparison because at that point you didn't have standards from known subjects, right?
She's sassier than me.
Explain what that means to the jury, please.
So when we do our casework, we look at evidentiary items first to develop profiles and determine if they're suitable for comparison purposes. If they are, we would compare those evidence profiles to profiles from known individuals. And we need that so that we know what that person's profile is, and we can compare it to our evidence profile and either include or exclude them.
In a case like this with a death investigation, would you typically get standards from the
Purple hair
deceased victim?
sometimes.
Yes.
And potentially any suspects?
Correct.
Where do you get these standards from, the standard samples from?
All of the samples would be submitted by the submitting agency.
So law enforcement?
Correct.
And if you didn't have them, can you ask them to provide?
Typically, upon receipt of any evidence, an agency is expected to and requested to submit standards along with evidence.
But in this case, that didn't happen?
I'm uncertain if a request was made upon submission of these items. That typically is handled by our case management director. But I believe that was eventually done, and we did get standards from known individuals.
Okay. Point being, at the time you were doing this work, you didn't have the standards to compare?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to move on to Exhibit 113 for the witness only first, please. Can you please identify 113 when it comes up?
Yes, this is the first page of my confidential report of laboratory findings dated May 9th, 2023 for our case number R22-2670, and it has my signature as well as the initials and date of my technical reviewer.
And this is report number 7.
Correct.
All right, again, I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie just to scroll through it for your review here.
She just does commentary now. She doesn't take on cases anymore.
Well,
I did.
Do you believe this is a true copy of
She's
permission 113?
She's awesome.
No objection. 113.
Okay, please publish for the jury. Let's see what item we're working here. So additional items were submitted to the lab for testing, correct?
Yes.
And I want to focus your testimony here on items K and L.
Okay.
Okay. And what did you designate?
EDB was a prosecutor in LA, and I watched the Johnny Depp trial with her. And the courthouse where Amber Heard did the restraining order against Johnny Depp, where TMZ just supposedly showed up to get a picture of her bruise, that courthouse has a separate entrance for celebrities for that reason. So the paparazzi can't just show up and get pictures of them going to court. So that's the kind of story, like behind the scenes stuff that she knows. So, I didn't tell you to leave me for her. I didn't, just saying she's cool because she knows stuff like that.
As item K to be.
Item K was a disposable scalpel.
And item L?
Item L was a handwritten note.
One second, please.
Her chat is huge, though. I can't watch her with the chat on. It flies, and I can't follow it, and her, and all this. It's
what is the marked in court here?
Huge channel.
20. And if you could please inspect that and tell me if you see any indication that that was an item analyzed by you at the crime lab?
Yes.
How can you tell?
It bears our specific Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory barcode and the case number R22-2670. It also has my initials on the item barcode.
And that would be your item K?
Yes, that was item K.
All right. And then exhibit 53, same thing. Please inspect and tell me if this is an item you inspected at your lab.
Yes, this also has our crime lab barcode for our 22-2670, item L, and it has my initials on the item.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll stick with item L as long as you have it in your hand there. That's a piece of paper, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to do anything from a DNA standpoint with that paper?
In this particular case with these items, I was looking for any staining present on an item. And this item in particular, item L, the handwritten note, was also going to be processed by a different unit. So because there was no staining, I did no further analysis of any kind on this item.
Okay. And then let's go back, please, to item K, the scalpel.
Okay.
Please tell us about your work with the scalpel, item K.
I did examine this item for any stains, and there appeared to be stains on either side of the scalpel blade. One of them was more rust-like discoloration. So I did 2 blood tests on this item, and blood was not identified on the item.
Did you do anything further with the scalpel then?
No.
All right. Turning to page, we can go, yeah, we're still on 113, thank you. That's just describing what you just told us about some of the different items. The other items, K through L, I'm sorry, M through, can you go back up, please? M through R. Did you do any work with those items?
Yes, I looked at the items for any body fluids, or any staining, I should say.
Okay.
And if there was no staining on the item, no testing was done. If there was any staining noted on the item that looked like it could potentially be blood-like, I would do blood testing.
Any of these items in Exhibit 113 or your report number 7, did you identify any blood on any of these items?
No, none of the items that I tested for the presence of blood had blood on them.
And so nothing further was really done with these items?
Correct.
Okay. One second, please. If you could, Ms. Gussie, scroll down then to the bottom of page 2 of Exhibit 113. Yep, right there. So you go on in this report to talk about some further work you did with the standards were now available to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these would be just, I need to see a little bit more at the top of that. There you go. Okay. You received items U and V?
Yes.
And those relate to hairs from Stephanie Pavlons, correct?
Yes.
And standard item V was a standard from Matthew Pahl.
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with these standards?
To attempt to get any DNA for processing to develop a standard from Stephanie Pavlons. However, I was unable to detect any human DNA on either of those hair samples that I took that were submitted as a standard for her. With the standard from Matthew Pahl, I did develop a single source profile for comparisons to evidence profiles that I had previously obtained.
And was that useful to have that standard from Mr. Pahl to make that comparison?
Yes, I would need a standard for comparison purposes, so it was essential to have.
And were you able to make a comparison and do and reach a conclusion?
Yes, I compared the standard for comparison purposes.
And how did you do that? How did you make a comparison?
I used the standard to develop a statistic to show the weight of the inclusion or exclusion of that individual. That statistic is called a likelihood ratio. And essentially a likelihood ratio is a ratio of 2 different explanations of that specific profile or that data. The first explanation would be that Matthew Pahl would be included as well as an unknown individual. The other explanation would be that 2 unknown individuals made up that mixture. So it's specific to the profile that I have.
What was your ultimate conclusion?
So for the front passenger seat swabs, item A1, assuming a 2-person mixture, it is at least 878 million times more likely to observe the mixture profile from the front passenger seat swabs if it's a mixture of DNA from Matthew Pahl and an unknown individual than if it's a mixture from 2 unknown individuals, which is to say very strong support for inclusion to the mixture.
If you learned that Mr. Pahl was the owner of the vehicle, would it be unusual to find his DNA inside the vehicle?
No.
And what about item C1? could scroll to the top of page 3, please. There you go.
For item C1, I did the same thing. Assuming a two-person mixture, it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the mixture profile I obtained from the left lower driver truck bed area swabs if it's a mixture resulting from Matthew Pahl and an unknown individual than if it's a mixture of 2 unknown individuals, which again is to say there's very strong support for inclusion of Matthew Pahl in the mixture.
Again, if it's his truck, not too surprising of a result, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Of all the items you inspected, you were not able to reach a conclusion that Stephanie Pavlons' DNA was present on any of the items, correct?
I was unable to develop a profile for comparison purposes from Stephanie Pavlons, so I could not make any comparisons of her in any of the mixtures. I didn't have a standard.
You did not detect any items with, well, strike that, from the vehicle. You didn't detect any items with blood, correct?
That's correct.
And if I tell you that also Stephanie Pavlons was known to be a passenger in the vehicle, it would not be surprising had you found DNA inside the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Finally, ma'am, I'm going to ask for Exhibit 115, which is report number 8, to be displayed for the witness. And if you can identify number 8, we'll scroll through it for you quickly.
Yes.
Okay, you recognize 114. I'm sorry, 115.
Yes.
Okay.
Please. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It is it's the confidential report of laboratory findings that is dated September 27th, 2024 for our laboratory case number R22-2670, report number 8, and it has my signature on it as the issuing analyst as well as my reviewer's date and initial.
And if, is this a document you authored?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Move for admission of 115, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. 115 submitted.
Please publish for the jury. So in this report, you're dealing with items X, Y, and Z, correct?
Yes.
And I want to ask you specifically, what was item X?
Item X was a T-shirt.
And did you do any screening of the T-shirt?
Yes.
Also like to put up for the witness only Exhibit 116, please.
Okay.
Are they trying to use DNA to figure out if that's her body?
Just scroll through all the pages so she can see, please. Is Exhibit 116 a report that you authored?
These are my case notes that are associated with my report number 8.
Okay. And do you believe this is a true and accurate document to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right.
They can
Move
use
for
your
admission of
family for
116,
that
permission
matter.
to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
116 submitted.
Because maternity.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to, stop a little bit lower.
Conclusive.
That's good. Okay. Please describe for the jury your work with item X, the black T-shirt.
So I examined the item. I looked at the entire item to see if there was any hairs, fibers, debris, which there was a good amount of hairs and fibers. There were some bug carcasses on the item as well. I looked under IR lighting for any absorption of light, which would indicate to me that there was possible blood present on an item. I found 2 areas that are circled on the image, and I tested those for the presence of blood.
What did you find?
Both of those areas had a positive blood result.
Are you able to then test those areas for possible DNA analysis?
Yes, I took a cutting from one of the positive blood-stained areas and processed that for DNA analysis.
What did you find?
I was unable to obtain any human DNA from that sample.
But there's blood on that shirt.
Yes.
How come you can't find the DNA?
So in this instance, because of the state of the item, it was still damp. It had a very strong decomposition odor. So I would assume it was in a very harsh environment. So we can still detect the heme that is detected in our hemotrace tests that would be indicative of blood. However, any DNA to detect DNA.
How did the DNA get
Humidity, heat, moisture, packaging in different ways. We accept items in paper usually because it's porous, so there's no bacterial growth. If something's packaged in plastic for a long time, it could start growing certain organisms that would start breaking down DNA. So there's a number of factors that would go into how DNA would start to break down.
You are able to state with certainty there's blood on the shirt.
Yes, I had a positive test for blood on the neck area of the shirt.
You can't tell us whose blood it was.
Correct.
Okay. 1 second, please. Clear evidence of insect activity, is that correct?
There were a few dead bug carcasses on the shirt.
If there's insects present on the remains, strike that. If there's insects present on the shirt and on the remains where the shirt came from, could the insects also account for some of the breakdown of the DNA?
To my limited knowledge, I know some bugs can start breaking down cells and DNA, but I'm not an expert in bugs in any way.
Sure. Luckily, we had a bug expert yesterday. All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your help.
All right, cross-examination. Yes, thank you. Ms. Klein, you said that you could not confirm that those specks were human blood, correct?
They were confirmatory for human blood
They were
on the shirt.
The specks on the shirt were confirmatory for human blood.
The 2 stains that I tested were confirmatory for human blood, yes.
Okay, good. And if you're familiar with the word transfer, correct? How blood and other items can be transferred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if the shirt is pushed up against a decaying body, it could that shirt could transfer some of the the volatile organisms from that body, correct?
Any contact between one item and another can leave behind a transfer of materials, cellular or otherwise.
So you can't tell when those specks came to be on that shirt, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell whether if let's say we learned about blowflies yesterday. So if a blowfly is landing and I guess feeding on human volatile organisms, there might be some on their feet, and that fly could fly to a location such as a shirt and deposit a speck of volatile organism from a human, correct?
I'm not an expert in bugs, but again, any contact between one item and another would leave behind transfer.
Okay, so again, you have no idea when those specks were placed on that shirt.
Just to clarify, the stains that I tested were as large as those circles that you saw on the image. So they were large areas of absorption. They weren't necessarily specks. But no, I can't tell when they were on an item.
Okay, and when you say absorption, if there was a drop of something or a small speck, as I said, on the T-shirt and it rained, that would obviously cause soaking in and create a bigger area for the sample, correct?
I'm not an expert in how fabric wicks, so I don't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry.
But any type of liquid introduced to a sample is going to expand that sample, correct?
Rain does make liquid run.
In the course of your scientific studies, you will occasionally introduce a neutral liquid so that you can test more of an item, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
In the course of you're a scientist, right?
Yes.
And you do lab work, correct?
Correct.
And on occasion, when you have a small amount of a substance, you may introduce a neutral substance so that you can do further testing of an item that might be really, let's say a drop of liquid that's very tiny. You'll want to be able to test it, and in order to do that, you might introduce a neutral liquid, correct?
We typically don't manipulate stains on items. We would take samples from anything and then attempt extracting those in a tube. So I guess in that instance, the neutral liquid or buffers that we use for extraction would expand that sample.
Thank you. You said that when you did test numbers, or the crime lab report number 7, you didn't have a standard for Stephanie Pavlons, correct? Or you didn't have a suitable standard, I'm sorry.
Correct. I was unable to develop a profile from the hairs that were submitted as a standard for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay, and that report obviously was returned to law enforcement for their reports, correct?
Correct.
And at any time did the state say, oh, that would be important for us to have a DNA sample for Stephanie Pavlons that you can use? You never got something like that again later for Stephanie Pavlons, did you?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Redirect.
Yes, briefly, thank you. As to the standard for Stephanie, Do you recall that a piece of her kneecap was submitted to the crime lab for analysis?
No, we did not receive a piece of kneecap for analysis.
Was it brought in?
I don't believe it was. To my knowledge, I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know if we attempted to do that and it was rejected by the lab?
Again, I'm not certain. I did know there was a kneecap, but I don't know if it was attempted to submit or not.
Okay. And because the only items you were able to identify a profile on were A and C, correct?
Yes.
And you identified male DNA in each of those, correct?
Yes.
The absence of a standard from Stephanie Pavlons would not have changed your conclusions for items A and C, correct?
No, my interpretations of those two items, as well as the comparisons to the standard that I did have, are unchanged.
Why is it that you were unable to develop a DNA profile from her hair sample?
Again, the DNA must have been severely degraded. The two samples that I took were large hairs that were submitted to us, and was unable to identify any human DNA in either of those samples.
Does that happen on occasion?
Yes, it can happen, especially in cases of severe decomposition from an individual.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Klein.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
you. Your next witness, then.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Dave.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
I do. All right, have a seat, please. And tell us your name, please.
First name is David, last name is Fine, F-E-Y-E-N.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Fine, where are you employed?
I work for the City of Waukesha Police Department,
How long have you been employed there?
23 years.
And do you have any special assignments at the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So I work in the computer forensic department of our agency, which handles all evidence related to digital matters, cell phones, computers, laptops, vehicle forensics, cloud data, that sort of thing.
And did you have to have some specific trainings and certifications in order to take that specialty within your department?
Yes, I have about a little over 500 hours of formalized training since 2012 in computer forensics, both from vendor neutral instructors, from companies we work with directly with their software, from the Secret Service. So I've had continuing education throughout my time in the unit. I also teach a little bit of it on the side, and I have certifications from several internationally recognized computer forensic organizations, and as well from vendors themselves.
Do you have specific trainings or certifications related to the forensic examination of Apple products or specifically Mac computers?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we use a tool called, sorry, I just blanked. We used a tool called Black Bag in the past. The product was bought out by Cellbrite, and now called Cellbrite Collector. I have training with that through the Secret Service. I use that product several times to examine MacBooks, and we also use other products to examine Apple cell phones.
Okay. And in September of 2023, were you asked to assist the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department with some devices that they didn't have the ability to extract or download?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can you tell me about the process of once you receive an item, whether it's from your agency or you're assisting another agency, what's the process that you go through specific to a computer to create a forensic image?
So a computer, it varies depending on what kind of computer it is and what kind of protection is in place. For a MacBook, in this case, I needed the passcode, which I had, so I was able to unlock the laptop. And I turned off several settings to allow my tools to communicate with the MacBook. In one of the cases, there was a high-level security setting that was in place, but that was easily turned off. And then basically I connect the software dongle to the MacBook, and I ask the software to extract the information off of the laptop into an external drive so I can examine it further.
Okay. Why is it important to complete this process in this way? What's the reason behind that?
We wanted I don't want to manually scroll through a MacBook and open documents and files because I'm changing timestamps. We call it stopping our data. I'm actually making changes with it. So it is the most forensically sound process to pull the data off the laptop with the software. I'm not writing things to the device. I'm not changing data on it. In that way, I have the best pieces of evidence I can possibly get off the laptop for further examination.
And in this case, you were provided by Detective Schrader of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department 4 MacBooks, 3 that belonged to Mr. Marvin Pahl and 1 that belonged to Mr. Matthew Pahl.
Correct.
Okay. And you completed the same process for each of those 4 MacBook computers?
The extraction process, yes. One of the laptops, like I mentioned before, had a higher level security setting I had to turn off, but beyond that, the extraction process was the same.
Okay. And the higher level security setting, that was on Mr. Matthew Pahl's MacBook, correct?
Correct.
You also completed a download of a phone that was obtained from Matt Pahl on a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Why did you need to examine that phone rather than just the computer in this particular case?
So at that time, that particular phone was not supported by any tool in its current locked state that the Waukesha Sheriff's Department possessed. We were fortunate enough to have a second set of tools. At the time it was called Celebrate Premium, and that tool allows us to pull an extraction off of that particular phone with that particular software update without actually knowing the passcode. It basically bypasses the passcode, pulls all the data off the phone, and we were able to look at it.
Okay, so different tools have different capabilities, and your department happens to have some tools and software that the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department does not or did not have.
Yeah, at that time they did not, yes.
All right. So ultimately, you complete 5 extractions, 1 phone, and 4 computers?
Yes.
Okay. And once you complete those extractions, is this just a file that goes on a hard drive?
So each extraction was basically made its own folder, and I gave it all to Dr. Schrader on an external hard drive that he provided to me. So he had the raw data. I did not actually do any of the forensic analysis and searching of the data itself. I was just basically asked to extract it from those devices.
Is it common for your department to assist other agencies in Waukesha County, Washington County, other surrounding counties, particularly on a high-profile case or a case involving a death investigation?
Yes, we've done this numerous times.
And your department has a number of tools that other departments do not have?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. Who's the next witness?
Yeah, Detective Frederick, so now would be a good time for
Let's take a break now for about 10 minutes. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Have a seat, everyone. Anything from the state before we break?
We do need to enter some exhibits. Exhibit 125, 48.
Hang on a second. These are exhibits you already presented?
Yes, they're presented with Mr. Johnson.
125's been admitted.
Okay, 127,
That as well.
128 through 131.
All those, yes.
Okay, and 132 and 33.
Yes, those are pictures. My understanding was that there was an agreement as to the admission of the pictures.
Okay.
The only thing I don't have admitted, according to my notes, and I may be wrong, is 111.
111, yes. Move to. The state would move to admit.
Any objection? No objection. All right. Was I wrong, Madam Clerk? No? I didn't think so. Let me check with her. No.
No.
It was not.
No.
Okay. Anything else from the state?
No.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Take a break. Thank you. Everybody's here. All right, let's go. Come on up.
Okay, we'll call Detective Fredericks.
Tell us your name.
Ryan I. N. Martin.
Nice. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Detective Richards, where are you employed?
The Waukesha County Sheriff's,
How long
since 2010.
is the totality of your law enforcement experience?
It's not.
Okay, where did you work before that?
I worked 13 years for the City of Pewaukee Police Department.
What are your current duties at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
I'm assigned to the Detective Bureau.
How long have you been assigned to the Bureau?
14 years.
And as part of your assignment to the Detective Bureau, what types of cases do you typically work in the Detective Bureau?
I've largely worked sensitive crimes cases.
Your set of detectives that work only on death investigations or homicides?
We don't have what I would describe as homicide detectives or homicide unit. We just have detectives, and some are assigned to financial investigations, others to sensitive crimes, and then out of that.
And were you dispatched to a scene on September 9th of 2022 related to a body that was located?
Yes.
Who else was dispatched to that scene on that day?
There were several detectives, several members of patrol, and myself and Detective Plennis were specifically contacted by our captain and requested to respond to the scene.
When you're asked to respond to the scene, do you know what your role or your duties within that investigation are going to be?
Shortly after arriving on the scene, our captain advised Detective Plennis and myself that this would be our investigation.
When you have two detectives that are assigned as co-leads, how does that work as the investigation proceeds?
Typically what will happen is we sort of split the assignments because there's a lot of work to be done. And so we sort of divvy up and decide who's going to work on what and what the other person will work on.
Why is it important as a lead detective in an investigation to respond directly to the scene?
What's great to get eyes on the scene and have a look at what's happening, where the victim is, and any environmental, the lay of the land, basically.
Important for you to know what you see out there and how that might play into the investigation going forward?
That's correct.
So when you arrived to the location near OAW, was that in Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when you get there?
We were, upon arrival, we were escorted by a deputy to the area where they had located the victim.
Now, you said you were escorted by a deputy. Were there a number of law enforcement officers, detectives in the area where the body had been located by the time you get there?
Yes.
A lot of activity outside of OAW at that time?
That is correct.
A lot of squad cars?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you get to the area of the body, what were some observations that you made that you're thinking might be important in your investigation going forward?
I noted that the victim was just lying on the ground on her back, and that she had been in advanced stage of decomposition and was largely skeletal in her head area.
At the point that you are at the scene with the deceased person, was anyone able to say for certain that this was a male or a female?
We were not.
Why not?
Because, again, of the advanced state of decomposition.
So as you take a look at the scene, did you kind of survey the area where the body was located?
Yes, I did.
And what observations did you make while standing in the area of the body?
Well, it was inside of an area that was surrounded by tall trees, and there was some width to it. I was able to see that there was a golf course to the north, and then there was more trees to the west and to the east, and that the body was several feet or yards actually into the woods from where the tree line and that meadow area come together.
Okay. And you heard some testimony from Mr. Fricano about some illegal farming that was happening, and you were also with us in the jury when we went out to the scene. Where was that illegal farming, based on your understanding, happening?
My understanding is that it was happening to the south and east.
Okay, so further east than where the jury had the opportunity to view things?
That's correct.
All right. So is your first order of business in this investigation determining who it is that's deceased in the woods?
Yes.
Why?
Victimology is really the most important starting point because it gives us an idea of not only who this individual is, but then we can start to look into their life to see who they are, who they're friends with, who their family is, to make notifications and attempt to determine how this victim in this case ended up where she did.
Okay. So the body's found on September 9th. About 3 days later, you and Detective Seitz are working on identification of the deceased person?
That's correct.
And ultimately, the medical examiner was able to make a positive identification. And what did you do next?
Myself and Detective Plennis went to the victim's parents' residence to notify them.
What did you bring with you when you went to their residence?
I had brought photographs of the victim's shoes and a costume-style ring that she had.
Why do you bring these photos to her parents?
To see if they were able to confirm that, in fact, it was their daughter.
If the deceased had not been in such advanced stages of decomposition, would it be ordinary for your department to bring photos of the deceased, the body that you had located to a person to make identification, or are you always using personal objects to make those identifications?
Depending on the condition of the deceased, ideally we would not want to bring the family to a scene or pictures, especially if it's a particularly gruesome crime.
Okay, so pretty common that you're using these items of personal effects that might be found with the victim.
That is correct.
In this case, there was no identification located on the person, correct?
Correct.
And so you really had to use these other items in order to determine who this might be.
Yes.
So once you speak with her parents, those were Georgianne and Richard Pavlons,
Correct.
where did you speak with them?
At their residence in Delafield.
When you first made contact with them, do you know what type of investigation this is?
No.
Okay. You know it's a death investigation, right?
Correct.
Do you know at this point if it's a suicide?
No.
Do you know if it's a homicide?
No.
You just need to figure out what happened, right?
We wanted to, again, confirm that this was in fact Stephanie Pavlons and notify the parents that we had found her.
When you speak with Ms. Georgianne and Mr. Richard Pavlons, were you able to obtain some information about where Stephanie may have been living?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Because again, we can follow up to see who she may be living with, anybody else who may have some additional information as to how she ended up in the middle of the woods.
Based on that conversation, was it your understanding that Stephanie was living full-time with her parents?
She was not living full-time with her parents.
Who was she living with?
She was living with the defendant,
And who is that?
Matthew Pahl.
Can you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
Judge, I'll stipulate ID.
Right.
Okay. Did you learn where Matthew Pahl was residing?
Yes.
Where was that?
1001 Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha.
So even though Mr. Pahl lived in the city of Waukesha, that would be the city of Waukesha's jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
Why did this case, why was it investigated by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Because the victim was recovered in the town of Delafield, which is outside of the city of Waukesha and within our jurisdiction.
Okay. So you have now a possible residence for Ms. Stephanie Pavlons. Were you given any information about the relationship that she had with Matt Pahl?
Yes.
What was that?
That they had a child in common, and that she lived on again and off again, which is to say she would live with Mr. Pahl sometimes and live with her parents sometimes.
And how old was Stephanie at the time of her death?
I believe she was 44 years old.
Did you also need to learn her phone number?
Yes.
Why?
We obtained a phone number so that we can obtain phone records to see who the, in this case, who Stephanie was communicating with, who she had regular contact with, and we do that through the provider.
So those can be a really helpful tool in your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Who gave you Stephanie's phone number?
Her mother did.
And do you recall what that phone number is? If you don't remember off the top of your head, that's okay. You have a lot of information. So after you get her residence, her phone number, did you try and get a ballpark of when Georgianne and Richard had last seen Stephanie?
We did.
Why?
Because again, we're trying to establish sort of a timeline of when she's last seen with people and how close we can get that to when she's ultimately discovered.
Okay, so what did Georgianne and Richard tell you about the approximate date of the last time they've seen her, spoken to her, anything like that?
They had indicated that it had been approximately 3 weeks since they had contact with her.
And you speak to them on September 12th?
Correct.
So 3 weeks would take us back to about mid-August, does that sound right?
Sounds correct.
August 20th or 21st?
Yes.
They saw her.
They did. They indicated that she was planning on going with Mr. Pahl to the YMCA to go swimming.
So what do you do with that information?
We went then to the YMCA. Mrs. Pavlons had advised us that she, Stephanie Pavlons, and Matthew Pahl frequented the YMCA on Broadway Avenue in the city of Waukesha, and so we went there to check to see when the last time to that location.
And when was the last time you had an session?
It was on August 21st, 2022.
And about what time?
It was 1:30ish in the afternoon.
What do you do next in your investigation now that you have this information from the parents?
Well, we started asking the parents about any relationships she was in and who she had hung out with, any kind of friendships that she had, things like that.
Did she have any friends that you needed to follow up with?
We were advised that she had no friends.
Was she talking to any other males other than Mr. Pahl that the parents were aware of?
Not that the parents were aware of, no.
Okay, so the primary person that you need to follow up with now is Mr. Matt Pahl?
That is correct.
Once you learned that he lives at the Willow Park apartment, did your department begin gathering surveillance video from there?
Yes, we did.
Why?
Again, we want to shore up the timeline of when she's last seen alive, and since We had information that Stephanie was residing at least on a part-time basis at that location. We want to look at surveillance video and see when we see her coming and going from that location.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 71. We can go to the next slide. Detective Fredericks, you assisted in putting together this PowerPoint for all these videos that were relevant in your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here on slide 2?
Slide 2 on the left is an overview or on top of type of photograph of 1001 Delafield Street.
Her name is...
It has the numbers 4 and 7 indicating...
Oh, now I forgot it.
Doors. And the photo on the
going to say
right
Pavlov.
is an outside
That's not right.
photograph of
That's
1001 Delafield
a
Street,
scientist.
also with the 4 and 7 indicators on there.
Okay. And this 7, fair to say that the door that's listed as 7 is actually in the corner of that building further to the left of the building?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And what is the significance of the numbers as it related to the videos that you watched and reviewed?
Those are the door numbers where we frequently saw Matthew Pahl and Stephanie Pavlons coming and going from.
Okay. And the videos are listed in order, in date order, by the door. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. So as you start to review this video, were you aware if Stephanie Pavlons had a key or access herself to the apartment?
We were not provided that information. No.
Okay. So as you're reviewing the video, is that something that you're trying to determine?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to slide 3, please. So this video is from, looks like door 7, is that accurate?
That is correct.
From August 20th of 2022 at 1:33 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we can play this video, please.
Same video we already watched of her leaving the building. Why we gotta watch it again?
All right, looks like we're having a little trouble with this. Detective Fredericks, you remember reviewing the video? From
Yeah, that's Pavlov.
I'm going to take it down from the screen. We'll work on the technical difficulties. What was significant about the video that you recall from August 20th?
As I recall, the video shows at one point through that door, Mr. Pahl coming through the door, closing the door, with sort of not securing it, sort of propping it open just a little bit.
Okay. Why did that have importance in your investigation?
Well, because shortly thereafter, Stephanie is seen coming through that door.
And what did that indicate to you?
That she did not have a key.
Okay. The next video that you reviewed was from, there's actually a couple videos. One was from August 21st. Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. And what was the significance of that?
I believe it was a similar situation.
So you learned that she's last at the YMCA on the 21st, right?
Correct.
And so based on these videos, you can confirm that Stephanie Pavlons had been at the Willow Park Apartments with Mr. Pahl on both August 20th and August 21st.
No, you didn't. I didn't do it. Judy didn't do it. So if it happened, it was YouTube.
Detective Fredericks, did you review video then prior to August 20th in your investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Judy doesn't boot anybody unless I tell her to.
Of movement between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons.
Okay. And it was clear, based on your review of the video, that Ms. Pavlons was staying at Mr. Pahl's apartment, entering and exiting possibly through different doors?
Yes.
And that was in the days leading up to August 23rd. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Give the court reporter a break for my fast talking.
Weird.
Table is fixed to computer.
What are you waiting on? Oh, I'm filing my nails.
Detective, we're looking at Exhibit 71 again. This is the first slide. We'll go to slide 2 just to make sure this is the same thing. And here, now I think we're looking at August 20th at 1:33 p.m., right?
That is correct.
Okay, this is slide 3. We're going to go ahead. It's already playing. I went to the next slide. I'm so sorry. This is why I shouldn't be allowed to drive. All right, so we're gonna go back here because I went too far forward. I apologize. We're just gonna start. All right, we are now on slide 3. Okay, pause it at 1:34. Who have you seen enter the screen?
Mr. Pahl.
And what did you observe about what he's doing with the door there?
We utilized his keys to unlock the door to get in, and then as it shut, he sort of stopped it from shutting all the way.
Okay, start again at 1:34. Pausing here at 1:34, who do you observe entering?
So that would be Stephanie Pavlons.
And what do you note about the possessions that she has with her?
She has a black purse with chains and a cell phone in her left hand.
And what type of clothing is she wearing, if you can tell?
It looks like a black short sleeve t-shirt, black vest, blue jeans, and white tennis shoes.
Okay. You recognize those tennis shoes as tennis shoes that were found on the deceased?
Those look to be the same, yes.
Okay. Start again at 1:34. Pause it at 1:34:44. As Ms. Pavlons went up the stairs, did you observe anything else that she was carrying?
Yes, she had a brown or a tan in color shoulder bag.
Okay. Was that also located at the residence later?
It was.
Okay. We're going to go to the next slide. This is slide number 4. This is actually, there's a typo at the top, but this is August 21st at 4:19 p.m. based on the time counter on the video. We're going to push play here. Okay, Mr. Pahl has left this, the screen. What do you observe about the door?
I can see light in the lower right side corner of the door indicating that it's partially open.
Okay, and had you reviewed the video immediately preceding this and observed Mr. Pahl using the same maneuver that he used on the 20th?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I've paused it at 4:20:05. Now that that other woman unrelated to this has come in the door, what do you observe about the door?
The door is properly secured at this point.
Okay, and she didn't need to use her key to enter that door?
She did not.
All right, we'll start again at 4:20:05. Okay, I've paused it at 4:20:32. What did you see there?
I saw Stephanie Pavlons attempting to open that door, and it was now secured and she was unable to get in.
Okay, and she back off out of view of the camera?
She did.
Okay, we'll push play again. Okay, I've paused here at 4:21:10. What are we observing?
Mr. Pahl exits through the same door and holds it open, allowing Stephanie access and entrance.
It appears that they have no contact. Is that
Correct.
inaccurate?
That is correct.
And what is Ms. Pavlons carrying here?
She again has that black purse with the chains and the tan or brown colored shoulder bag.
And why was it important to note her possessions on the 21st?
Just to see what she was coming and going, what she had with her at that time.
Okay. All right. We're going to go to now slide. Well, I'll play it for a little bit longer. Okay, I've stopped it at 4:20. They don't then both walk into the apartment together?
That is correct.
Did that appear to be unusual to you?
I would say that is unusual.
I think it didn't go to slide 5. There we go. Slide 5. Now we're out with Detective Seitz. Talked about these videos as well?
Yes, I was.
Did you also review these videos?
I did.
And why did you want to have reviewed the videos in addition to Detective Seitz?
Because I also wanted to be able to know when Ms. Pavlons was seen last on camera, when she's last seen coming in.
When you and Detective Seitz ultimately reviewed this video for an interview later, did you have more information and details about the investigation as a whole than Detective Seitz?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start. This is slide 5. This is August 23rd. We're going to start the video. Detective Fredericks, what did you observe about Ms. Pavlons' belongings on that day?
She was leaving with that black purse with the chain on it, as well as the pink water bottle.
Okay, that was at 8:39 a.m.?
That is correct.
Going to slide 6. This is at 8:40 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sorry. We'll play here. Stopped it at 8:40. Detective Fredericks, what did you take note of as Mr. Pahl is leaving the apartment?
Well, he's leaving from a different door than Stephanie had left.
Okay. And did you also take note of the possessions or belongings that he's carrying with him?
Yes, he's got a bag with contents in it.
Okay, we'll go to slide 7. This is August 23rd at 11:03 a.m., right, Detective?
That is correct.
Now, I don't see anything in the actual stairwell, so what's significant about this video, particularly where I've paused it?
Well, you're able to see through the glass in the door, the defendant's vehicle is coming eastbound through the parking lot of the apartment complex.
Okay, and can you circle that on your screen? It's pretty hard to see. Okay, how did you know, just based on this video and your knowledge of the case, that that may be the defendant's vehicle?
When we had spoken with Stephanie's parents and they advised us of her relationship with Matt and potentially where he was living, they let us know that Mr. Pahl has a grayish colored Tacoma pickup truck with a black box on over the bed area.
Okay, and so as you look kind of right under the 1103, that's where you see that truck with the box over the bed of the truck?
Yeah, I got a little carried away with.
Will you please preserve this and then clear the screen? This will be 71 here, I believe. Thank you. So we'll play again. Fair to say that at 11:03, that's the first time Mr. Pahl or his vehicle are seen returning to the apartment?
That is accurate.
Okay. Go to slide 8. This is now 8:23 at 11:14 a.m. Okay, I've paused it at 11:14:41. Detective Fredericks, what did you notice about this?
I see Mr. Pahl approaching the door to the apartment complex with a key, and in his left hand and arm he has a blue folder, and between the folder and his chest is a pink water bottle.
What was significant about that?
The pink water bottle was seen earlier that day leaving with Ms. Pavlons.
Paused it at 11:14:51. Detective Fredericks, important to note that Mr. Pahl's not wearing any sort of walking boot here.
He is not.
Not using any crutches.
Also correct.
You've reviewed a lot of different videos from this apartment complex from a lot of different views, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if this apartment complex has an elevator?
Yes, it does.
And is that located near the mailboxes?
It is.
In your review of the video, does Mr. Pahl generally use the stairs or the elevator?
I would say by and large, he would use the stairs.
He may occasionally take the elevator with maybe having a lot of possessions or coming with someone else, but your review is that he generally uses this particular door as well?
Correct.
Okay. And what floor does he live on?
He lives on the 3rd floor.
And what apartment number?
317.
Okay, so he would have to go up 3 flights of stairs to get to his apartment?
That is correct.
And we saw him using these stairs on August 20th and August 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And so he'd go enter at the ground floor and go up to the 3rd floor?
Yes.
All right, we'll play the next slide, which is slide number 9. This is at 12:19 p.m. Detective Fredericks, at 12:19:28, Mr. Pahl enters a different door. Where does that door go to?
That leads to the mail room.
Okay, and next to the mail area is also the elevators?
Correct.
So Mr. Pahl could have taken the elevator down to that location, correct?
That is correct.
Play again. Okay, and now slide number 9. Oh, we need to go to slide number 10, I'm sorry. Oh. Slide number 10. (12:19:59). Detective, what do you notice about Mr. Pahl in this video?
He's heading outside.
Okay, and is his clothing the same as it was on those videos at 11 o'clock?
His shorts and socks and shoes appear to be the same, but he now has a darker colored shirt on.
Okay. And also, is he carrying any belongings?
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell at that time.
I'll go back a little bit. Starting at 12:19:59.
He is not.
Slide number 11 is now at 12:20 p.m. What are we looking at here?
This would be door number 7 again, and this is showing Mr. Pahl on the sidewalk outside of that door.
And that's the general parking area that we saw in that second slide?
That's correct.
Slide number 12. This is at 12:29. So about 9 minutes have passed from when Mr. Pahl passes the camera to now when we're starting the video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here?
Mr. Pahl is entering the apartment through door 7 using his key, and he also in his left hand has like a shopping style bag with what appears to be Ms. Pavlons' purse.
Okay. How did you make that determination?
We had watched the video several times and stopped it, took screenshots of it, and looked closely and specifically at the contents of that bag.
Are those screenshots and still shots that you made, were those some of the images that were shown to Mr. Pahl during his interview?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to play through the rest of this video first. stopped at 12:30:17. Detective Fredericks, when Miss Pavlons leaves the apartment on August 23rd at approximately 8:39 in the morning, was she ever seen returning to this apartment again?
She was not.
Okay. And you and other members of your department reviewed all of the available surveillance video as Detective Seitz testified to?
We did.
Why did you want to make sure that she wasn't seen on any other date?
Because again, we were trying to establish the last known time that she's seen alive.
I'm going to show first for the witness, please, exhibit number 72. Oh, can we put it to the, sorry. So, Detective, this is a 3-page document. Let me know when you can see it on your screen.
I can see it.
You recognize this 3-page document?
Yes.
And what does this consist of?
Consists of Stephanie Pavlons leaving the apartment complex at 8:39, dressed in the clothing that she was found in on September 9th, with that, to include the black purse with the chains. And then the other picture was Mr. Pahl walking in with the purse inside of that shopping bag.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 44. This is the purse that was ultimately recovered from Mr. Pahl's apartment. Is that accurate?
It is.
Okay. And there's also, I guess we haven't really talked much about a vape that's sealed separately. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to open exhibit 44, the purse compartment area, please. Okay, if you can take that out of the bag. And if you can hold it up by the long strap, please. Could you, make sure the jury can do that. As you reviewed both exhibit 44, the physical purse that was located, and then some of this video, what was significant about the purse and what you saw in the video that made you believe they were the same item?
These metal chains connecting the strap to the purse itself.
Okay. I'm going to move exhibit 72 in evidence and permission to publish.
No objection. All right, 72 is admitted.
Can we zoom in a little bit so these photos are large? One more, please. All right, so Detective Fredericks, in this first page, we see Ms. Pavlons at 8:39, and you see that metal chain on her purse?
Yes.
Okay, if we can go to page 2, please. We can zoom in a little further on this exhibit. Okay. Now, if you could maybe draw a circle on the screen of what, as you view the signal. Okay. Can we please preserve this as 72A? And then could we clear the screen and zoom in a little further? Now, Detective Fredericks, as you look at the physical purse, exhibit 44, what specifically, oh now this, can we zoom out a little bit, sorry. What specifically about the chains were you looking for in that plastic bag?
Would you like me to show on the purse?
Yes, please.
So where the chain connects to the purse is a pretty pronounced, I guess, U clamp or clasp that connects it to the leather part of the purse. And this side has a similar one, although it's removable.
Okay. And then if we can go to page 3 of this exhibit. Thank you. Detective Fredericks, did you then, you and other members of the Sheriff's Department, take that image from Mr. Pahl and invert it and place it next to her purse?
Somebody else did, yes.
Okay. And you were familiar with all of these images?
Yes.
And were these, not necessarily the comparison, not back to back, but those first 2 images were shown to Mr. Pahl during his interview?
Yes.
Thank you. We can take this down. So once you determine that Ms. Pavlons is seen at the apartment on August 23rd, had your department also endeavored to get some phone records?
Yes.
And based on the phone records of Ms. Pavlons, were there some other, was there another business that you wanted to check for surveillance video to see if Ms. Pavlons had been there?
Yes. We learned that she or her phone had been in the area of the Quick Trip on Gulf Road in Grandview, which is just to the north and west from Mr. Pahl's apartment.
And would that be a logical route to take from Mr. Pahl's apartment to the OAW?
Yes.
So did other members of your department ultimately obtain that video so that you could review it as part of your investigation?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 95. When you reviewed video from Quick Trip, were you able to determine if Stephanie Pavlons had been present at this store?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? Detective Fredericks, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is an outside camera at the Quick Trip on Gulf Road.
Okay, and is this PowerPoint a compilation of the number of videos that you located significant to this investigation?
That is correct.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 95 into evidence and permission to publish.
Objection. All right, it's admitted.
So we'll start with slide 2, please. Oh. And what time is this, Detective Fredericks?
8:50 a.m.
Thank you. Okay, we've paused at 8:51:23. Detective, what have you seen on the screen that's significant?
You see Mr. Pahl's truck pulling into a parking stall at that Quick Trip.
Okay. Play again. Detective, who's getting out of the truck?
Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay, and what time is that, if you can see on the time counter?
8:52:38 a.m.
Okay. What? She appeared to be wearing the same clothing that she was in when she left the apartment less than 20 minutes before that?
She is.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here, Detective?
This is in.
Two different cameras from that Quick Trip that we're looking at simultaneously.
That is correct.
Kind of give us a frame of reference of what we're going to be looking for here.
I'll be looking for Stephanie Pavlons to come in through the doors, which are on the right screen, or the right video frame. So we're looking for her to come in through those doors.
Okay, and then ultimately she'll make a payment on the left screen?
That is correct.
All right, so we'll go ahead and play, please. Pause it. Where have we seen Miss Pavlons in the Quick Trip area so far?
Walking through the doors and towards the right side, or the right side of the video frame.
Okay, she's actually just stepped out of view all the way to the right?
That is correct.
Okay, play again, please. Pause, please. Detective Fredericks, do you see Ms. Pavlons in this video now?
I do.
Okay, where is she?
She's to the right, again, on the right frame by that island.
Okay, thank you. Play again, please. Pause, please. So, Detective Fredericks, what are we looking at now?
It's more evident in the video frame on the left, but Stephanie Pavlons is purchasing the items that she selected from within Quick Trip.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a receipt or have any way to know what it was that she purchased from the Quick Trip?
We did, yes.
Okay. And you confirmed that she did, in fact, purchase some items there?
That is correct.
All right. Play again. Detective Fredericks, did it appear that she paid cash for those items?
She did pay cash.
And it looks like she exits the store at about 8:55, 45 a.m.
Yes.
Next slide, please. Okay, so by 8:56 a.m., Ms. Pavlons is back inside the vehicle.
That is correct.
Next slide, please. Okay, so you actually reviewed all the video, but this is just some important clips of the video, right?
That is correct.
Because this actually skips now to 9:08:38.
Yes.
And during that time, from 8:56 to 9:08, Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Pahl both remain within the vehicle.
That is true.
All right, play here, please. Detective Fredericks, in that portion of the video that you saw, what was Ms. Pavlons doing?
It looked like she was throwing some garbage away.
Okay, and right before we accidentally started the video over, were you able to see Ms. Pavlons carrying anything else?
I didn't see.
Okay. I don't know if you can, yeah, go forward a little bit. There, please. Detective Fredericks, did you see anything in Ms. Pavlons' hair there as she returned to the vehicle?
Yes, she had her pink water bottle with her.
We can pause it here. So Detective Fredericks, the vehicle is leaving the parking stall at 9:10 a.m. Can you give us a frame of reference of what we're going to see next so we know what to look for?
The vehicle exits, drives off to the west in this parking lot, and the exit is pretty much just past where you see the end of the back end of the truck. So the vehicle exits there and then heads north on that service road towards Gulf Road.
Okay, so we'll play again. Okay, and detective at about 9:11, the vehicle then enters the Gulf Road area.
Heading west, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with the direction of OAW?
It is.
Was this the last time that Stephanie Pavlons was ever seen alive on video?
Yes, it is.
So between the time that Ms. Pavlons is identified, a lot of investigation is happening, right?
Yes.
And ultimately on September 17th, your department, along with the assistance of the City of Waukesha Police Department, executed a search warrant at Mr. Pahl's residence at 1001 Delafield.
That's correct.
How does that search warrant, how is that conducted? We heard a little bit from Detective Seitz yesterday in cross-examination about what happened, but you were there, so give us a better detail of what happened.
So once the SWAT team makes contact with Mr. Pahl and gets him in custody, they check the residence, that apartment, his apartment, for anybody else that might be hiding inside. They determine that the scene's what we call safe, meaning that it's okay for the rest of us to go in. And then our identification detective would begin taking pictures of the inside of Mr. Pahl's apartment prior to us searching.
Mr. Gallagher's made a big deal about how the SWAT team was used in this case. Is that pretty standard course in a death investigation for a SWAT team or tactical team to be called in to assist?
Yes.
Why?
Based on the nature of the charges, determinations are made from command staff that say this is a high-level investigation. These are serious, violent allegations, and so we'll use the guys with the specialized training and tactics to go in and take him into custody and make the scene safe for us.
Right, you want to make the scene safe. Using these types of resources is important for law enforcement safety as well as Mr. Pahl's safety, right?
That's correct.
You want to make sure that this execution goes as smoothly as possible, and this is a high lethality risk for law enforcement that are entering someone's residence. Is that accurate?
Again, based on the charges alleged, yes.
Okay. So when the search warrant is executed, where is Mr. Pahl when the search warrant is actually executed?
He's inside his apartment.
Okay. And did you get any information about what he was doing when law enforcement made contact at the residence?
Yes, we later found out that he was on a telephone with his father.
Okay. And did Mr. Pahl immediately open the door or come out of the residence?
He did not.
Okay. How do those announcements work?
They're extraordinarily loud. They're meant to be heard, and so they repeatedly announce at the door that this is the police and we have a search warrant, and that's repeated over and over until either someone complies and opens the door or they have to force their way in.
Okay, so if someone comes to the door, opens the door, complies, no further action needs to be taken by law enforcement to enter the residence. As far as force, I guess I should say.
Well, that is, yes, there'd be no force used if they comply at the door.
And in this case, what happened?
There was a delay before he came to the door.
Okay, and so once law enforcement's in, you said Detective LaFleur or other members of the Identification Bureau will first start by taking photographs.
That's correct.
At what point do you then begin searching the apartment?
Once all the initial photographs, they're called entry photographs, once those are all taken, and then detectives will then be assigned a room or a portion of a room and begin searching.
And even though this may be a small apartment unit, it takes a lot of detectives to search every nook and cranny of an apartment, right?
Yes.
And so the number of detectives that are there is really just meant to speed up the process?
It is.
Okay. Does every detective that's within the residence know all the details of the case?
No.
What are they generally told before the search warrant takes place?
They're advised of the nature of the investigation, that we have a search warrant, and what items we're looking to find and then seize.
In this particular search warrant, what were you guys looking for?
We had a search warrant for electronics, as well as notes and paper containing, any documents containing passwords, things of that nature.
Why did you want to seize Mr. Pahl's electronics?
It's a very typical item to seize because everybody does their entire lives on their phone. Everybody communicates with their phone, puts in GPS coordinates into their phone when they're going places. And so phones contain a tremendous amount of information that give us insight into people's movements and day-to-day activities, who they're talking to and when.
When you executed that search warrant, were you also looking for anything that might have belonged to Stephanie or give you any information about her whereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. As the search warrant progresses, you found, other members of the department found Exhibit 44, that purse, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now I want to go through the contents of the purse. If you have Exhibit 44 there, can you open the purse and tell us what's inside of the purse?
Yes. There are 2 pill bottles. Would you like me to pull the contents out?
Yes, please.
They left the stuff in the purse?
Pill bottles that have some medications in them.
Okay, I want to stop you right there before we proceed. Can you tell me what each of those, the smaller bottle first, what is that?
He's not going to be able to say it.
It says it is
Maybe spell it.
ICLOFENAC.
Diclofenac?
That's correct.
Okay, and when was that filled?
That was filled.
What was it?
Maybe it doesn't say on the bottle.
It was dispensed on 7/16 of 2022.
That's a larger bottle.
IRAMATE.
And when was that dispensed?
It was dispensed on 5/13/2022.
Okay. Ultimately, you later went back in your investigation and actually accounted for the number of pills that were in each of those bottles.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many pills were located?
I do not.
Okay, we will come back to that. Can you tell me what the quantity, while you have those, each of the bottles started with?
Quantity for the one starting with the letter T is 270.
Okay.
And the one with the letter D was 180 quantity. This would be a vape cartridge, Delta 8 cartridge it says. And Wisconsin Quest card and Wisconsin driver's license for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. Can you tell me when that driver's license was issued?
June 16th, 2021.
And what is Ms. Pavlon's height and weight listed on her driver's license?
5'5", 118 pounds.
Okay.
There's a Office Depot Rewards card. This is another driver's license for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. What date was that one issued?
3/18/2019.
Okay.
Small pair of scissors. Look like bifocal style reading glasses. A pen. A ring. The cross. Band-aid. Hair tie.
Why do we need to know what she had in her purse?
Shopco Optical for the case of those glasses, probably. Blue pen. Another vape cartridge.
This makes me want to clean out my purse in case I die. This is terrifying.
Another hair tie. Hand sanitizer.
How embarrassing.
And wallet. Lots of cards.
Oh my
You
God.
previously went through the contents of the wallet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you about the Quest card that's located. What is a Quest
Oh
card?
my
for those who
God.
So I think this is for obtaining food. It's like a credit card for food.
Okay, like a food benefits card?
Food benefits card would be more accurate.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, I asked you to take all those things out. We don't need to look at any of those other things now. I just wanted to know the contents. There was also a vape that was packaged together with the purse there in the plastic still, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that vape.
That's a blue. I'm going to hold this up.
Yes, please.
This is a blue vape. I don't know if it says in Posh. Yep, Posh vape. And that is the same style and brand name as the green vape that was found at the scene of where Ms. Pavlons was located.
Okay. Thank you. You can place all the contents back in the purse. We don't need to look through those unless counsel, do you want any of those contents out? Okay.
If you want to just ask him, so he doesn't have to bring it out again, the address on the driver's license?
I have 2 driver's licenses.
The addresses?
Actually, I just cleaned it out because I just changed purses.
Both driver's licenses have 715 Division Street in Delafield.
And that's where Georgianne and Richard Pavlons live?
That's correct.
Detective, also at the residence of significance to your investigation was Exhibit 43, the pink water bottle, right?
That is correct.
I don't need you to open this up. It was your belief, based on review of the surveillance video, both at Quick Trip and Willow Park Apartments, that this was the same water bottle that Ms. Pavlons was carrying on August 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
And then seen by Mr. Pahl carrying in.
That is correct.
All right. I'm also going to show you well, first I'm going to show you Exhibit 21. You talked about the vape that's seen here in Exhibit 44 being similar to the vape found at the scene. Exhibit 21 is the vape that was found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what tells you that those are similar in style or type?
They're both made by Posh brand, and they're both, while different colors, are the same, essentially the same
shape.
Thank you. Yes, shape.
Okay. I'm going to show you now Exhibit 42. These were the pill bottles that were located within that stein near the closet at Mr. Pahl's apartment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What are those prescriptions for? And maybe if you could tell us, read the labels, who they're prescribed to and the dates.
The first one is alprazolam, prescribed to Stephanie Pavlons.
Procedures.
It was written on 8/23/22 and dispensed on 8/24/22.
Okay. What about the other bottle?
This one's also for Stephanie Pavlons. It's oxycodone. Quantity is 45. And this shows that it was dispensed on 8/17/2022.
And what was the quantity you said?
45.
And each of those bottles, do they have any remaining pills in them?
They were empty.
They were empty when they were located within the stein.
Correct.
And the alprazolam, you said it was dispensed on 8/24?
You know, it said, yes, I'm sorry, 8/23 is dispensed on 8/20.
Okay, and that would have been after Stephanie Pavlons was last seen alive?
Correct.
Did you say the quantity on the alprazolam? If you did, I didn't catch it.
120.
So based on what you found in the apartment, it was clear that some additional investigation was going to need to be followed up on regarding prescription medications, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also within the apartment, you located the victim, Stephanie Pavlons' cell phone, right?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 46. What is this?
This is the phone that's been identified as Stephanie Pavlons inside of a case in like a belt clip.
And ultimately, that was later forensically examined?
Yes.
Okay, so you collected that to do some later investigation?
Yes.
Did you also collect an iPad from the apartment that belonged to Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
Why do you want to collect an iPad? I know it's a little different than a cell phone, but tell us what you might be looking for on an iPad.
We'd really be looking for the same type of applications on an iPad, a cell phone, which is substantially the same, if not the exact same ones. And so there's things deleted from the cell phone that now reside on the iPad or vice versa.
Okay, and this is Exhibit 45. This is the item that belonged to Ms. Pavlons?
Correct.
Okay. Within the bathroom, there was some scalpels that were discussed that may have evidentiary value. Why was that?
The scalpels that were located in the bathroom of Mr. Pahl's apartment were of the same color and style as the scalpel that was recovered at the scene.
Okay, I'm going to show you both Exhibit 20 and Exhibit 41. You
I want to know
first
why you have
hold them
scalpels.
up for the jury to see, please.
Why does the man have scalpels?
Individually. So Exhibit 20, where was that located?
This would have been from the scene.
Okay, so if you can hold that up for the jury to see. And then the other scalpels that were located at the apartment, what exhibit is that?
41.
Okay. Okay, and just based on a visual review, you believe that those were the same or similar scalpels?
Correct.
After the search of Mr. Pahl's apartment, his truck was also seized during that time, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it was ultimately towed, you heard Detective LaFleur's testimony, to a secure location so that you could process that later.
Yes.
Why would you not process that before your interview with Mr. Pahl and kind of all at the same time as the apartment?
It would have been determined also that we were going to request the assistance of the Racine County Sheriff's Department. They have an investigator at that agency who is a dog. The dog is specifically trained in, it's referred to as a cadaver dog. So some dogs are trained in narcotics and things like that. This cadaver dog is trained to alert on the presence of the scent given off from a deceased person.
Why did you determine, or your agency determine, that that might be a helpful tool in this investigation?
We still were not 100%, excuse me, not 100% clear as to where the assault would have happened, or if there was a struggle and Ms. Pavlons was deceased inside of Mr. Pahl's vehicle. We didn't know at that point.
Okay, important to cover all of your bases in an investigation like this.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You also, we heard from Mr. Johnson from the crime lab that he came out and actually processed the vehicle himself. That was because your department requested that, right?
Yes.
So next on September 17th, you and Detective Seitz conduct an interview with Mr. Pahl, right?
That is correct.
And we watched all of those videos yesterday. We're not going to watch them again today, but I want to talk to you about some of the inconsistencies that you might have observed during that video. When you first started speaking with Mr. Pahl, could he immediately tell you where he had last seen her?
No.
And when I say her, I should clarify, Ms. Pavlons.
No, he could not.
Did that seem unusual to you?
It did.
And how did that, I guess, play into the kinds of questions and how you set up that interview?
Well, it was determined that we wanted to hear from Mr. Pahl as to his information or his knowledge of the last time he had seen Stephanie, again, to find out what he might know as to where she was last seen, what she might have been doing when they were last together.
Okay. And in fact, it was about, you heard Detective Seitz testify, it was about 27 minutes into the interview before he finally told you that he last saw Stephanie when he was at OAW, right?
There was some time from the beginning until the time he mentioned OAW.
And every time you asked him about where he had last seen Stephanie or where they had last been together, what was the myriad of his responses?
He would often go back to the fact that she was on several different kinds of medications, that she had seizures, and she had a history of being suicidal and running off into the woods.
When you start that investigation, or sorry, that interview with Mr. Pahl, you did not tell him that Ms. Pavlons was dead?
No.
Why not?
Again, we wanted to sort of take a, I would call it a soft approach, and just have him tell us what he knew. Tell us, when's the last time you saw her, what was she doing, what was happening, and so we just wanted to tell him, hey, she's missing, and tell us when you last saw her, where she might have been going.
When you start that interview with Mr. Pahl, had you decided that Mr. Pahl was already guilty?
No.
Why not?
We were still actively working the investigation. He was a part of the investigation, for sure, and based on what we knew, he was likely the last person at that point that we knew that was with her.
Okay, and so you're just trying to find out what could have happened after she's seen on video on August 23rd?
That is correct.
So early on in the interview, Mr. Pahl claims that he found Stephanie's purse on September 6th, I believe it was.
That's correct.
He didn't give you that specific date, but later in your investigation, were you able to determine what date it was?
We were.
Okay. So when he tells you this about the purse, what were some inconsistencies about the purse that he told you?
Well, I believe he first said they found it in the back seat, and he also said that it was in the front seat on the floor. And I think he kind of went back and forth a couple of times as to where that purse was.
Okay. He also admitted to you that it was the black purse earlier on in the interview, right?
When asked, he did say that it was a black purse.
Very difficult to get Mr. Pahl to actually answer the questions that you asked, right?
It was.
Long, winding road to get to just a few simple answers.
Yes, ma'am.
What about his phone, or Stephanie's phone? What did Mr. Pahl say about Stephanie's phone that appeared to be inconsistent with your investigation?
Well, he started off by telling us that Stephanie had, prior to going into his appointment at OAW, he said, I'll text you when I get in there, I'll text you. And she responded to him and said, I left my phone at home. She was gone. He thought maybe she had called her mom to give her a ride. And we knew through the investigation at that point that Stephanie's phone had traveled with Matt and Matt's phone to OAW, and that Stephanie's phone and Matt's phone traveled back to Mr. Pahl's apartment.
And that ultimately Stephanie Pavlons did not, again, enter the apartment.
Correct.
Okay. He actually said even earlier in the investigation, well, she's got her phone, so she's fine, right? Yes. And then later changes his story to she doesn't have her phone.
Correct. He said he found it at the apartment later.
And he admits to actually using her phone while the phone is at his apartment with him, right?
Yes.
it was quite a while into the interview before he says, you know, I think the day that she took off was that day I had my appointment, right?
Yes.
And what was his version of what happens on August 23rd?
He said that he went in for his appointment at OAW. When he came out, she was gone. And again, he stated that he figured that her mom or parents had picked her up, and he stated that he drove up and down the road looking for her.
Okay. You said that at this point you've already reviewed some of her phone records. Was the defendant seen on the phone records driving up and down looking for her?
The phone records did not indicate that.
Okay. Now, had you had an opportunity to previously talk to Georgianne and Richard Pavlons about Stephanie's habits, carrying her phone, carrying her purse?
Yes.
And you've heard Georgianne testify that Stephanie would always have her phone, right?
That is true.
So based on Mr. Pahl's statements to you, you were finding some inconsistencies in his statements.
We did.
Mr. Pahl told you that she had a habit of taking off into the woods, right?
He did.
And he actually told you about a time in the Dells just recently that had happened, right?
Yes.
Did you contact law enforcement agencies in the area of the Dells to find out if there'd been any sort of police report?
I myself did not. Detective Plennis had contacted all of the sheriff's departments and local police departments in the area of the Dells to see if they had any information on a Stephanie Pavlons in recent history, and all responded negatively.
Okay, and ultimately that also didn't match up with the testimony of Georgianne, right?
Correct.
Judge, I don't object to that last statement. There was a misstatement of testimony. Georgianne indicated she could not remember if Stephanie had gone into the woods.
Cross-examinations for him. No, I'll overrule the objection.
At some point, I think it's about an hour into the interview, Mr. Pahl first mentions finding a note in the car.
He does.
What was that about?
He tells us that he had found something at the car wash and that he figured we already had it since we had his truck. And he also tells us that he read the note that he found, shared the note with his father. His interpretation to his being Mr. Pahl's interpretation to us of that note was that it was not a life-threatening letter.
And at this point, the car hasn't been searched, right?
Correct.
So you really don't know what he's talking about when he keeps saying, well, you found the note, you know what I'm talking about, right?
We told him many times that we had not been a part of any search of his vehicle.
So at the time that you're doing the interview, all you know is what Mr. Pahl tells you.
Yes.
He also made some statement if he had found the purse and the note together, that would have really worried him, right?
He did.
Okay. What was inconsistent about that statement and what he'd already told you?
Well, he had said that he found the purse and the note at the same time when he was cleaning his truck at the car wash. And then he later told us that had he seen the note and the purse together, that would have triggered him to call the police.
And Mr. Pahl never called the police, right?
We have no indication that he did.
The first contact that Mr. Pahl has with law enforcement is on the day that you execute the search warrant at his house and ultimately interview him, right?
Yes.
Mr. Pahl admitted in the interview that he actually not only used her phone, but actually had seen some text messages on Stephanie's phone, right?
Yes.
He talked about seeing a prescription was ready.
Yes.
Okay. And that would that be consistent with one of the prescriptions that was located in that stein?
Yes.
Repeatedly throughout the interview, Mr. Pahl says he has a really bad feeling, right?
Words to that effect, yes.
Does he ever clarify with you what he has a bad feeling about?
No.
Tell me about when you and Detective Seitz show Mr. Pahl those screenshots of the video, his demeanor, and what his reaction was.
Well, initially he told us that it was not a purse. He indicated that it was clothing in there. Detective Seitz showed him, I think, maybe a more zoomed-in photo from his phone. And then Mr. Pahl became irritated, for sure, at it and maintained that it was not, in fact, Stephanie's purse, that it was clothes from his truck.
He even says that's not going to prove anything, right?
Twice he told us that. But
he also tells you that he had an appointment at OAW on September 9th.
yes,
And later you were able to confirm that was true, right?
that is correct.
It was true.
But a lot of what he asked you about, and he was asking you a lot of questions, was what was going on at OAW on September 9th, right?
Yes.
Did you ever indicate to him that your questions related to Stephanie had anything to do with the scene that occurred on September 9th at OAW?
I don't believe we did.
So we talked about how the crime lab searched the car and ultimately did find a note underneath the front passenger floor mat, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 177.
They lie to the suspects to get them to tell the truth.
Yes.
What is that?
Allowed to.
That's the styrofoam that was recovered from underneath the floor mat, passenger side of Mr. Pahl's truck.
And that was directly on top of the note that was also located?
Yes.
Initially, that was not recovered, right? You went back to the car and recovered that?
Yes.
But
when you say it's a
they
piece
know
of foam,
that they're
tell me a little bit more
lying.
What?
They know they're allowed to lie.
Piece of styrofoam looks like something that would be, I can't tell if it is, but it's either something that would go in a bigger envelope to protect pictures or something along those lines.
Okay. Odd place for it to be, fair to say?
True.
Okay. Then you also locate Exhibit 53 is covered by the crime lab, right?
Yes.
And that's the note?
Yes.
Can you read that note in the plastic, or do you need to remove that?
Oh, I can read it.
Okay. Could you please read that for the jury?
I hate you. I hate being blamed for
Can you
shit.
slow down a little bit?
Sorry. I hate you. I hate being blamed for shit I didn't do. I'm done being used, abused, and taken for granted. All you care about is yourself and what you can use people for. My parents are the same way. I'm not allowed to speak my mind around you, drive, spend money, or even feel good. Karma came back to you to cause you your foot injury, not me. So be with your virgin, because I'm done, and keep the fucking money. It's what you've done best. PIN for card 4488, PIN for phone 6103. By the way, my parents wanted me to get a job so I could get a car.
No date on that note, right?
Correct.
What money?
Based on the context of your investigation, you can assume that that note was written sometime after Matt injured his foot?
Yes.
Okay. But that's really the only date range that note can provide you, right?
Yes.
Also, we've heard that there was a lot of swabs collected from the car and a lot of things that were sent to the crime lab. As one of the lead investigators, it was your job to determine what things would be sent and what order, right?
Yes.
You also needed to send a standard for Stephanie to the crime lab so that they could test any substance, anything that they found against her DNA profile, right?
That is correct.
Did that become very challenging in this investigation?
It did. Samples that historically we would be able to send, and we didn't have those type of samples in this case.
So tell me what a typical sample would be from someone that's alive.
Blood, saliva, things like bodily fluids.
Usually you might take a buccal swab, the inside of someone's cheek, to
Yes.
send to the crime lab.
Right.
And in this case,
She said it right.
testified there was no blood from Stephanie, right? And there really wasn't any tissue that could provide DNA evidence.
Correct.
Did you consult with the crime lab to find out what type of specimen you might be able to provide them so they could give you a DNA?
We did, yes.
And what did you ultimately send to the crime lab?
I believe we sent fingernails and a portion of a patella.
Okay, in addition to the scalp or hair that was ultimately tested by
Right.
DNA analyst Klein.
Yes.
Okay, and unfortunately, none of those substances were either used by the lab or could be tested for DNA.
Correct.
So as we heard from Detective Sykes, Mr. Pahl actually walks out of that interview room on September 17th, right? Your investigation continues?
Yes.
So what things do you start looking into next after your interview with Mr. Pahl?
We start looking at banking records, social media accounts. We looked into life insurance policy or policies, any contact that either Ms. Pavlons or Mr. Pahl had, recently who these folks might be and in what context.
And so you and Detective Plennis, as the lead investigator, who the jury hasn't seen yet, right? You're splitting up those duties, trying to decide who's going to do what.
Yes.
One of the next things that you do is you obtain some prescription drug records for both Stephanie Pavlons and Mr. Pahl, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 97.
Hey, Wiggles, welcome back.
So first I'm going to show you Exhibit 97 for the witness first, please. Would you like me to take some of those?
Well, I just wanted to get away from the screen. Thank you.
Can you see that on the screen in front of you? Down to the second page. What are we looking at here?
So this is the records that prescriptions for. It tells you the type of drug it is, quantity, the dates that it was prescribed, dispensed, and sold, who the prescriber, the doctor is, where it was dispensed, meaning like Pick and Save Pharmacy or Walgreens, who the patient is, and then address that's listed for the patient as well as their type of payment.
Okay. And these records are something you actually request from an entity within the state, right?
Yes.
And these are records that are really meant to track drugs that are commonly abused, right?
Yes, opioids.
So this isn't going to be a full prescription record for every run-of-the-mill, over-the-counter prescription that someone obtains, right?
Correct.
And these records are specific to Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
Okay. I would move admission of Exhibit 97 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted and you may publish.
So we're going to start on the first page, please. So, Detective, at the top I see Ms. Pavlons' name and then a map. What's the significance of the map?
It says it's prescription history location, so it's showing where on the map her prescriptions are picked up.
And these records are available to law enforcement to assist in investigations, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay, if we can scroll to page 2, please. So at the top here, can you list that first, if we could zoom in a little, it's a little hard to see. That first prescription, the details of that.
It is alprazolam 1 milligram tablet. The drug class is benzodiazepine. The quantity shows 120 pills for 30 days. Prescribed 8/23/22. Dispensed 8/24/22. Sold 8/25/22. Prescriber is listed as Francis McCann. Dispenser would be Pick and Save Pharmacy, Sunset Drive, Waukesha. Patient is Stephanie Pavlons, having an address in the city of Waukesha, and that it was purchased with Medicare.
Okay. When you reviewed these records and saw that first prescription in particular, what did you do with that information?
I drafted, I think it was a warrant for records or a subpoena to Kroger, which is the parent company of Pick and Save, to get records related to her prescriptions being dispensed and sold.
You still have Pick and Save?
Why did you want to get more information about them being dispensed and
decades down here?
Because we believe that Stephanie was deceased on August 23rd, 2022.
It doesn't disappear,
and,
Mark.
Somebody had picked her medications up on August 25th.
It's still there.
2022. We additionally wanted to know from Kroger who it is that was picking those medications up.
Okay. I'm going to show just first for the witness, Exhibit 98. These are the records for Mr. Pahl. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, and if you can scroll down to page 2, please. These list any commonly abused prescriptions provided.
Yes,
Okay, is this a true and accurate depiction of the records you received?
it is.
Can I please move Exhibit 98 into evidence and permission to publish?
Any objection?
No, sir, did you say abused?
They're commonly abused. That's,
She said abuse.
Judge, may I ask that question be stricken from the record? I mean, classifying the drugs that Mr. Pavlons takes as drugs that Mr. Pahl takes as being abused is inappropriate.
so these are the records that are obtained through the PDMP.
I'll overrule the objection. Yeah. Have your witness explain what those initials mean.
Sure. So, Detective, what does PDMP stand for?
It's a prescription drug monitoring program.
And what's the purpose of that program?
They're monitoring the type of medications being dispensed
Oh.
and the types that are most often abused.
Okay, so they're keeping records of these, but they're not keeping records of all medications that are being dispensed to every person in the state.
Correct.
I would move admission and permission to publish.
No objection.
Right, 98 submitted, you may publish.
So looking at this, Mr. Pahl was prescribed alprazolam and oxycodone. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could just look at, sorry, can we go back to the top? Nope. Sorry, where we were, a little farther down. Thank you. So looking at that first record for alprazolam, that was dispensed on 9/8 and sold on 9/8, right?
Correct.
And the next oxycodone was dispensed on 9/6 and sold on 9/6?
Yes.
Okay. So based on these records, you said you wanted to determine more information about Stephanie Pavlons' prescription records, right?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately drafted a warrant and then obtained the records back from Kroger?
Yes, I did.
Showing just for the witness, please, Exhibit 99. We can scroll down, please. Detective, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, those are the records requested from Kroger for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay, can we go back to page 2, please? What was significant about the records that you received?
Regarding these records?
This particular page of the records.
These were.
I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of the page.
Oh, I'm sorry. Person picking up the prescriptions.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the records you received? Just, I guess, an excerpt of the records you received from Kroger.
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 99 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
99 is admitted, you may publish.
So, Detective, tell us what we're looking at the bottom of the screen that was significant in your investigation.
Well, it shows that Matthew Pahl picked up her medications, and it's listed as relationship to patient other.
Okay, and what date and time did he pick up that prescription?
8/24. 8/24/2022 is a fill date.
And looking right above the gray box.
I'm sorry, 8/25/2022 at 4:17.
Eastern time.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that one of the prescriptions that you actually located empty within the apartment in that sign?
Yes.
And this record indicates that Mr. Pahl was the individual that picked up the prescription, right?
That's correct.
Based on the PDMP records, there was a lot of information about the doctors that Ms. Pavlons saw.
Yes.
Were you able to then also obtain some request some medical records for some of those doctors listed on her prescription drug history?
Yes, we did.
You requested records from Dr. McCann,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You requested records from Dr. Rochelle, right?
Yes.
And through the review of those records, did you learn of an additional doctor that you wanted to obtain records from?
Yes.
Who was that?
Dr. Ubel.
And what was his specialty?
He was ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Okay.
And how do you spell that name?
Sorry.
Not your fault.
Don't anymore.
UBELL.
Time to lose weight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Detective.
But I love Dagwood sandwiches.
As part of your investigation, did you want to look for all relevant healthcare records that you could find that might assist in your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Why particularly in this case were you interested in healthcare records?
Because oftentimes patients discuss with their provider things happening in their life, but things that may be causing or be contributing to whatever ailment that they're being seen for. And so we were interested in finding out if any of these doctors had written any notes relative to any of their interactions with Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. Now, in March of 2023, that's when you make contact with Mr. Pahl again, right?
Jenna, why are you sniffing your brother?
Why did you make contact with him then? Did you need to obtain a DNA standard from him?
We had obtained a search warrant for DNA sample from Mr. Pahl, from Matthew Pahl.
Okay, and you ultimately obtained that and then sent to the crime lab?
That is correct.
Judge, I think this would be a good time to break in my testimony, if that's okay with the court.
All right, let's do that. It is 11:53. 1 second, I have to check. Here. All right, such that you're at 1:30, because I have to take up another case at 1:15. I apologize for letting that get in the way, but if you come back at 1:30, okay? Anything else before we excuse the jurors?
No, Judge.
State, defense?
No, sir, thank
All
you.
right, very good. All rise, the jury. All right, have a seat, everybody. All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
We'll leave those exhibits right there. Anything before we break from the state?
No, Judge.
Anything before we break from the defense?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then. Okay, again, I have, you can leave your things right where you're at, okay? Is there 1:15 in custody? We'll just have, very good. Thank you. You can leave it right.
Okay, guys. We are going to stop there. We are on the lunch break of day 3. Tomorrow's day 4. Thought we were going to get caught up. We're almost caught up. We'll be caught up tomorrow, I think. Hopefully. We'll try to get there tomorrow. So that's it for today. We'll do Brooks again in the morning. Hopefully we'll get through closing statements tomorrow. And we'll get caught up to the live of the hidden body murder trial tomorrow. So have a wonderful evening. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you in the morning at 8 o'clock. Have a great night. Bye, guys.